Buongiorno, welcome back to Rome. After the excitement of the ECS Finals Day yesterday, it's time to get into the internationals. Also, only 2 days away from the Euros of cricket. Italy, the host nation, they're here. Finland and Austria visiting to get some valuable experience and some pretty competitive 10-over cricket in before they play in the Euros very, very shortly. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket International, Italy, Rome, and it starts right now. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway. Good morning to you, buongiorno, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Well, it's day 13 of our Rome adventure, but it's day 1 of this 2-day ECI. And as we have been doing quite often this year, we are finishing a 2-week adventure with a 3-way series of 10-over matches, 9 matches coming your way across the weekend, 5 today, 4 tomorrow. Each of the 3 teams here will get 6 matches to press their case, of course, for this ECI trophy, but also with the ECC literally just around the corner, then obviously you won't get any better practice than this. So Italy, the hosts, are here. Finland and Austria are the visiting teams, and we're starting with match 1, which is Italy versus Finland. Great to see Ian Ramage back this morning, and he is the 2 captains. Joy Pereira is captaining Italy, and we've got Amjad Sher, the Wild Thing, captaining Finland. Let's see what happens at the coin toss for match 1.
Italy, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Finland, you're the away team, you will call the coin.
Tails.
Tails has been called. It has come down heads, so you've won the toss.
And we bowl first.
Okay, toss won by Italy. Who will bowl first? You can give your...
Thank you.
Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good game. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good game.
Cheers. Thank you.
So the toss has been won by Italy, and Joy Pereira says he wants to bowl first. That might have something to do with the conditions, which are a little bit different to what we've seen in the past 12 days here in Rome, but more about that in a second. Now, of course, we'll see a couple of the Rome-based players here, notably Sajith Rilagadagi, the Rome SCC captain. Tindu Maragi is back in a blue shirt for the first time in almost a decade, and we know that he had a wonderful ECS here in Rome. He was voted the MVP of the tournament. But watch out for some of the players from the north. We know that the cricket's very strong up there. I think in particular Joy Pereira is a guy that we haven't seen too much of in the 10-over game. We saw him earlier in the year in the ECIs, and he is a guy that can really give the ball a thump. And Italy, of course, they have had some success in ECN 10-over cricket. They have made the championship week before, and I think that they'll want to really use this as a tune-up into their run, of course, which starts week 2. They are drawn in a pretty tough Group C. As for Finland, well, they're a team I don't think we've quite seen their best in 10-over cricket, but they have a very strong competition there in Finland. I think the Kerava ground is a wonderful cricket ground. We have had a European cricket series there some time ago, but they're led by Amjad Sher. I call him the Wild Thing for one reason. He is wild, and he loves this form of the game. I think Jordan O'Brien with the gloves, he's basically stepping in for Jonathan Skamans, who's unavailable at the moment. But Jordan is a guy, he's just qualified for Finland. He's played a high level of cricket in Australia. He's a player to watch out for as well. And the other one, probably Raz Mohammed. I think that he offers a lot. He's quite zippy with the ball, and we know how fast this pitch is. It is, I think, the fastest pitch in Europe. Let's talk conditions. Okay, we had a lot of overnight rain, and we're lucky we missed it yesterday during finals day, but it did come overnight, and it was pretty persistent. So the field is a lot wetter, I think, than we've seen, not quite as dusty. That might slow things down a little bit. The pitch is well covered, but I just think we might not see the ball roll along the outfield as quickly as it has over the last 2 weeks. And also, the balls from there, I think they'll plug. Probably still a little bit greasy underfoot as well, and the players not using metal spikes, maybe they'll have to work pretty hard to stay on their feet. Well, here's a man who always falls on his feet. It's Nishay Bhatt, who will take you through the first stages of this ECI. It's Italy versus Finland first up. Finland being sent in by the Italians. Over to you, Nish. Let's get ready for day 1.
Thank you very much for that lovely intro. Of course, this is going to be a very interesting tri-series between these teams. As we know, Finland and Austria will be in the same group for the ECC. But before we proceed with today's play, we'd like to start this match off with the players and officials observing a minute's silence for former Italian President Giorgio Napolitano, who served his terms between 2006 and 2015. He passed away yesterday at the age of 98, and we'll observe a minute's silence in his memory. Impeccably observed by all the players and officials. Of course, our thoughts with those mourning in the Italian nation as we're just about to get underway with our first match of the day. Of course, it's the Battle of the Blues, the Azzurri against the Finnish Bears. As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard, of course, it's going to be a very interesting series. A lot of key players to look out for. Of course, the skipper, Joy Pereira himself, among one of the leading run getters in this year's ECI. Him and Zayn Ali were really instrumental in helping Italy win the ECI in Milan against Romania and France. Meanwhile, when you look over at Finland, of course, the brilliant all-rounder Amjad Cher. You've often heard Mr. Maximo Vinisanda, who call him the Wild Thing. Also need to look out for the likes of Nicholas Salonen, Jordan O'Brien, who's going to be behind the stumps with the gloves in hand. Then we take a look at the win predictor. Of course, Italy, the home nation, are fancied as 79% favorites in this match. I think Finland could be in for a few surprises this weekend. We just see the Azzurri warming up over there. This is going to be big, I think. One question mark of this Finnish team has been, do they have the ability to score big runs in the T10 format? And they start off the very first thing this morning with the bat in hand. This will be a great way for them to just show their development over this past year. Now, this is no easy opponent, of course. Italy, you know what they're capable of. Very successful team. Won their group at the last CCC, winning 7 out of 8 games. Made it to championship week. So they start off the day going up against one of Europe's very best. Just getting the field setting right over here. Italy to start off. Of course, the first 3 overs are the power play. Just 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. The fielder is currently stationed at third man. I think still waiting to see where they're going to place their second fielder. Looks like it's going to be a long off. Instead, they actually off to send someone back to find leg instead. So a pretty traditional limited overs field over here. I think we were looking for Sharif to just bowl in a good length. Look to hit the top of the off stump. Jordan O'Brien ready to face the first ball. Of course, Nathan Collins alongside him at the other end. Big match to start the day. Here we go. First ball of this ECI. Get some nice shape away over there. First ball. Sharif. Brian, though, just be get a bit more foot move and look to step outside and maybe look to drive that. Of course, joining me in the commentary box for this ECI is once again Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Also great to see a few familiar faces from both teams here. Mr. Sharif from one of the best named clubs right now. He might have a very good result. It's a long, long chase and then, oh, potential collision there. They just got out of each other's way. It's Rajmani Sandhu out there. And yeah, it was almost a nasty one. Check it out here. Sai Nakvi as well. Just clashing, but the ball falls safely. Slightly slippery conditions because of the overnight rain. Yeah, so I was going to say, both Zain Nakvi and Amar Sharif actually play for Fresh Tropical, which I know our viewers are, I think, voted the coolest named club in Europe. He's Amir right now, and he's going to get whacked away for the first boundary of the day. So Jordan O'Brien, I've waited a long time to see him in a Finnish Bears shirt. It looks good on him, and this looks good as well. First 4 runs off the bat.
Just straying down the leg side. And all he has to do is just get some bat to that. So it's a nice ball for Jordan O'Brien to face early in his innings.
Used to the format to ECI cricket. It's been a new innovation this year on ECN. Tri-series, there's 9 matches in total. Each team will play 6. We really have a big schedule today. They've got to play 4 times. Brian tries to muscle him down the ground. A little bit of a wave movement does him. And so, yeah, Italy, obviously we've seen them a fair bit as a national side. We even saw them, of course, at the ECI in Milan earlier in the year. But, yeah, a handful of players, I suppose, from the Rome series we've just seen. It's pretty heavily represented from the north. We do have Sujith Rilagadagi behind the stumps for them. He does seem to be their first choice wicketkeeper in this form of the game. This is pulled across and test the outfield. Might just pull up with that rain. We'll come back for 2. And the other thing is, I noticed there's no Maragi in the lineup. Maybe makes sense with the schedule he's had. He could just have a rest. They do have 4 games today. I'm sure he's itching to get back into the Azuri shirt.
Pretty sure he had a very good night as well after Roma CC were celebrating a huge victory, winning ECS over here, going undefeated the entire series as well.
Steps across this time. O'Brien wants the leg side, doesn't get it. And pretty good first over that one from Sharif. Just went for the 1 boundary. It's 8 without loss after 1. Well, the clock is ticking. Now, all these teams you'll see this weekend, you'll also see them at various stages throughout the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. It starts in just 2 days' time. Not counting, but let's just say it's 50 hours and 10 minutes until the first ball. It's going to be Spain versus France to get us going. 6 groups of 5. Only the group winners will progress to week 4, the championship week, where they'll meet the Netherlands and the other group winners. So for more information, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. All the fixtures are there, all the squads are there, all pretty much complete by now, I'd imagine. And so, yeah, stay tuned, and it's getting pretty exciting. We did our sweep yesterday, so that certainly created a lot of discussion. And today I will have to leave a little bit early before the end of the day's play, because I do have to make the journey to Malaga to make the final preparations, Nish. So I'll be here to start the series with you, but I know you'll do a good job finishing it off. Zain Ali, who's going to bowl now. He plays his cricket for Chivadate.
What a talented cricketer he is. I mean, great batsman, an equally good bowler.
Yep. Classic jinx by Nishay Butt, my co-commentator there, as the first one gets away from him. But yeah, no, he's a good cricketer. He's worked his way into this side. So he's just probably struggling a little bit with a slippery ball. I'll say a big hello to all of our officials who are here for the weekend as well. We've got Adil Ashik, as well as Priantha Fernando and Vanetta Picaro to adjudicate the internationals this weekend. Another wide, I think. And they're 3 pretty experienced officials. I think they'll enjoy the prospect of being out there in the middle. But yeah, it is pretty damp. That's the only thing at the moment. So it's not really conditions we've seen so far in the first 12 days here in Rome.
It should be interesting for the bowlers as well. Good overcast conditions, a fair bit of cloud cover. I'm sure they'll like the slower outfield as well, although you don't see too many shots played along the ground in T10 cricket.
This one comes back nicely and it's over the bat of Nathan Collins, who He's a good player, Nathan, but something about this when he's on ECN, seems like everything goes wrong for him. He's made a few Goldens. Not sure if he's made as many as Dane Kirby has, but who we saw with Roma Cabanelli collect 5 Golden Ducks in a series, despite being a pretty good bat.
Oh, it's been 5 days since we last seen him play, and we still haven't forgotten his innings.
5 Goldens, never forget. Well, Nathan, he's only got 3 ducks on the network, but we're not going to focus on that. But his top score in 18 matches is 21, and yeah, I just think he's a much better player than that. Let's see if he can show us what he's capable of, not only in this series, but of course, Finland will see in probably a week and a bit in the group stages. Tries to go straight and get off the duck, but only just, as it was pretty close to Simranjit Singh for Italy. Simran plays his cricket for Kings 11 here in Italy, and he's one of the best fielders in Europe. He's such a sure pair of hands. Also, they can contribute to the bat and the ball, but I think in particular his fielding is something to watch in this series. And he'll field at that mid-on position, then probably long on, I imagine, once we're out of the power play. Nathan swings and misses. So Jordan actually swings and misses, and Nathan calls him through for the bye. I'm not really getting up. Again, difficult one for the keeper with this kind of, I wouldn't say muddy, but it's certainly a bit of a sodden outfield today compared to the ECS conditions. You must be excited. Would I be right to say, Nish, that this is your, oh no, it's not your international debut because you did Intercontinental Cup, but it is your international 10 over debut. Am I right?
Oh, certainly is. Looking forward to this.
Congratulations. Maybe we should have had the golden mic ceremony for you. And of course, yeah, you did the series in Romania, which Romania ended up winning in a pretty tense finish in the end.
Very dramatic finish. We actually had a best of 5 between Malta and Romania. Malta picked up the first couple of wins, and Romania rattled off 3 consecutive wins with the 5th match going down to a final over. So looking at the last couple of shots that Collins has attempted, they've brought mid-wicket back into the ring, and they sent someone all the way back to third man. So good captaincy here.
Cracked away. That's a really good shot from Collins. That'll be a confidence booster for him. It's kind of hung outside the off stump, didn't it? And he absolutely smashed into the gap. 4 runs.
4 runs, a bit too much width there by Ali. And again, just emphasizing what a good cricketer he is. Of course, he was the leading run getter in the ECI that took place in Milan earlier this year, but also took 14 wickets so far this year. So it's really handy to have a player who can dominate the game, with both the bat in hand and the ball in hand. You know that he has a bad game with maybe the bat, he's still going to get you some wickets. So such a brilliant cricketer to have in your lineup.
Yeah, pretty versatile. I think a few people already talking about the fielding, the fact that I think at the international game, you can't really afford weak links in the field. I think in the club game you see some good fielders, but some other fielders probably not quite at the level that you'd want. But here I think these guys work really hard on their fielding, all their skills actually. That will probably take some of the players a bit of time to get into the swing of things. Maybe haven't played a lot of this form of the game recently, but obviously big few weeks ahead for all these teams, as Rajmani is going to bowl over number 3. He's got a very good slower ball. Plays his cricket for Cricket Stars, who we saw in the Super Series here last year, as well as early in the season in Milan. The first one though, loses down the leg side. I want to say a quick hello to Rob Thompson, now known as Farmer Rob, because he's all on jersey. He got drawn jersey in the sweep. No, to Corey Rutgers as well. He's definitely snooping, Corey. And also, Corey, you'll be happy to know that Gagandeep Singh is in the lineup for Italy this morning. Sheik is asking, where's Amjad Sher? Well, he's captaining Finland, but cricket, you only get 2 batters out there at a time, so he's not out there just yet. Oh, and might be soon, though, because O'Brien tries to pull one. Probably wasn't quite short enough to play that shot. Little inside edge, makes a mess of the stumps. And we have our first wicket of the weekend, 17 for 1.
Very good start for Italy. They've been very tight with their lines and lengths early. Finland have been a little bit slow these first couple of overs, understandably so, just trying to settle themselves into this weekend. And an inside edge just chops onto the stumps. Huge wicket, though. Jordan O'Brien, a terrific player for Finland. And Italy host nation gets off to a terrific start.
Yeah, so it's going to be Fahim Nalancherry to come out in the number 3 spot. A bit unlucky there for O'Brien. On another day that might kind of just fly away and go for 4. But early success for Rajmani Nalancherry. He's a guy we have seen playing club cricket in Helsinki as well. And it's nice to see him back on the ECN. He did play in the ECL back in 2022 with the Helsinki Titans. There's a half century on the network, but I know that they rate him pretty highly. Comes out, I think maybe with the conditions, the pass score comes down a bit. Maybe it's more like 100. Just the ball a bit heavier as well. Good bouncer first up from Rajmani.
Yeah, of course, as we just mentioned, Nalancherry playing his cricket for Helsinki Cricket Club as well as the Helsinki Titans, and in that series you just mentioned, that ECL in 2022, averaged just 10 runs with a strike rate of 124. He'll probably want to have to step that one up. But again, a lot of these Finnish cricketers, they've improved a lot over the past year.
Pitched up, Nalancherry wants it and he's going to get it. It's an awkward one for the fielder, and that's a pretty confident way to get off the mark. 4 runs.
Very confident. It's slightly over pitched and a bit of width on offer too. Strikes that one firmly and just beats the fielder due to pace. It was just hit so hard.
And yeah, good timing there. Nalancherry. All right, off the end of that. Slower ball from Rajmani. You can see it there. It's a very clever delivery. See, it's just that back of the hand, slower ball. See how comes out as like an overspinner, and yeah, I don't think Nalancherry picked that. Well executed. Ooh, pace back on. May have just hit him outside the line. It's clever. It's the old slow fast trick. I think he had Nalancherry thinking about that slower ball. It does seem to come back for me. Maybe the element of doubt there was if it hit him in line with the stumps or not. Certainly seemed to come back to be hitting.
Squared him up really nicely though, didn't he? And I've been very impressed by this first over by Sandhu. It's been on the money. And here's Collins, who's had a bit of a slow start to his innings, and good power play so far for Italy.
This is hit through the offside. Can test the outfield, and this time the outfield passed the test. Collins with a second boundary into the power play. Finland 26 for 1.
He desperately needed this boundary. Finland, let's get something out of this power play. It was all a bit too slow, and again, going up against a power hitting, incredibly strong Italian team. You knew have to post quite a few runs on the board. As we take a look at the economy rate for this power play. Very, very solid power play for Italy. I don't think the captain will mind up. Giving 26 runs out of the first 3 overs.
Nice to see a lot of discussion in the chat this morning. We had that. It's just for fun, you know, a sweep where we randomly drew some of our super fans a team to cheer for in the ECC. A lot of them would be going for a team already. Maybe if they live there or have a certain connection to that team, but also it means that it's just generated a bit of extra interest. And Mike Seal, we noticed that he missed out the draw, but I've randomly drawn him Romania. Again, if people want to get involved, I can do you. It's a one-time deal. You want to be involved? I'll draw your team. Here's your team. And it's quite funny because quite a lot of the English viewers have drawn teams that are against England in Group E. So yeah, I think that's it's going to be an interesting dynamic. And Dave and Julian, they'll actually be there. Dave's drawn Cyprus against England, and Julian's drawn Switzerland. So I suppose you've got 2 teams. This is Madupa Fernando, who's going to show us some spin for the first time in this ECI left armour. Well, he could have immediate success, and he will. Bit of a steepler. It took a bit of time wheeling back, but that's the end of Nalancherry. The pace off not really dealt with that well. Fernando with the early strike. The score is 26 for 2.
Introducing the spinner after the power play works once again. You just love that matchup, the left arm spinner against the right-hander. And he just quite isn't able to get a hold of that top edge. Very well taken catch at third man. And Italy now just starting to gain control of this game early. Finland are falling behind.
Madupa Fernando plays the cricket for Bogliasco. And he's a very good player, both with the bat and the ball. But I actually remember he holds one record that still stands, although I think it's been equalled. But he took 5 catches in an innings. And that was back in the ECS in 2021. So something that I think it's hard to beat. He did that for his club side, Bogliasco. The day's coming that we might see 6. I actually think Simranjit Singh, I think he might have had 5 catches in innings as well. And he's fielding down at long on right now. But not often you get 6 chances, never mind actually hold on to 6.
And it's one would think that if anyone's going to take that many catches, it would be a wicketkeeper. But
yeah, and we have had 5 dismissals by a keeper a few times as well, but we've never had 6, funny enough. Even for a keeper. Keeper normally throws stumpings into the basket with that. Yeah, so it's pretty rare, but I suppose that hot zone, that kind of long on zone, sometimes you have innings where a lot of balls go in that direction, catchable balls. And yeah, I remember that game quite well. That was at the MCG, Milan Cricket Ground, back in 2021. But yeah, Fernando, it's been pretty tight here, hasn't he? Finland, you feel like they need something, maybe some extra aggression. I think Amjad Sher, who's just come to the crease, he's leading the side this year. I call him the wild thing because he loves to hit hard, loves to hit sixes. He's just had a look a couple of times. I think it's a matter of time until he tries to move things along pretty quickly. Collins goes back and cuts into the gap. Again, this will test the outfield. Just pull up. That's kind of ball. There's no chance that was not going for 4 yesterday and in the European Cricket Series. But just with that overnight rain we've had, it slowed things down a bit. Still, good shot for Collins. Gets back for 2.
It's bowling very economically. Fernando again has a career economy rate of 8.1, which just tells you how good a job he does as a spinner, coming in the middle overs, just containing the game.
And Collins liked the idea of getting across and whacking it, but he, I want to say, chickened out. He said in the end, all right, I'm not going to go for it. I don't think I'm in the right position. I'm just going to take my medicine, take the one. Very tight over this one by Fernando. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what bowling options they use here. Of course, each team has a couple of extras that aren't in the 11. You'd imagine we'd see as this one just floats a little bit wide of the crease. One player that hasn't made the 11 today for Italy is Ali Raza Islam, who is a very, very talented player. He was a star for Brescia CC in the ECL in 22, so I'm sure he'll get a run at some time today. We already talked about Maragi, for example, as well, coming off an MVP performance in the European Cricket Series. Big swing and a miss to finish the 4th. Madupa only goes for a handful, and after 4 overs, the score is 31 for 2.
Very tight start here for Italy. They're come out here first thing in the morning, the host nation. They're really stamping their authority on this match. As it looks like maybe we'll see Zain Ali continuing.
Yeah, why not? He's bowled a good over earlier. He only conceded 7 off his over. Only a couple of wides in there as well. But you can see Finland just need a bit of a boost, don't they? But I mean, they do have Amjad Sher there. He's the one guy I would say, you know, he's a match turner. I just think it's such invaluable experience for these guys to be able to play 6 matches so close to the ECC, where, you know, most teams won't even play 6 matches in the ECC because you got 4 group matches, then finals. So the fact You just could not have better preparation than this. As Zion comes in over number 5. Again, he's had the odd problem with wides, hasn't he? It's his 3rd wide that he's delivered this morning.
Wide down the leg side over there, and absolutely, I mean, Amjad Sher can be a match turner. I mean, we've seen him power with a strike rate of 190 last year's ECC. Very healthy average as well, just under 20.
Oh, goes upstairs, and Collins hoping to deflect away. Well, they did have a deep 3rd in place as well, so even if he hits this, he might have been in more trouble than he realises.
There's no one to square leg either, so a cross-batted shot, maybe going for a pull, would have served him better. Again, that was just a great ball there by Ali. Just cramped him for room. Not a sharp bounce.
Oh, same kind of ball. That one might be the one for over. The one before wasn't considered over the shoulder. This one was. Seems fair enough. Well, Collins, he might have a future in the World Limbo Championships. Judging by those last 2 shots, he swayed away nicely. Couldn't get any bat on it though.
Yeah, he just needs to look to play this towards square leg. They've left a huge gap for him there. They're inviting him to play that stroke.
Now, Sher's really hungry for the strike. This might have been close. It's the old football style from Zayn Ali. I know football's very big in this country. Oh. Would this have been out? Oh, probably just home, but just.
A lot of pressure now on Amjad Sher, the way Collins is going, knowing he's the recognized hitter in this partnership.
Up in the air, hanging a long time, and out of here, Maximo. Well, there's the easy power of Sher you see on display. Badly needed 6 for Finland.
Huge shot here by Amjad Sher, and again, with his team going at the run rate they are, you just feel now he's going to have to step up and play a big innings, and the way he responds to that pressure is going to be interesting as well, as he going to force some unnecessary shots. He's just going to look to play his natural game.
Yeah, slight variation from Ali, but he doesn't locate it. They're feeling, feel like it's like a little mini build, isn't it? Maybe 100 stands up this morning. We know that the word is that they've bolstered their bowling. They've got Nick Salonen in there, who actually played for Zurich Lions in the ECS earlier in the year. I do believe that's where he lives, but qualifies on citizenship for Finland. Raz Mohammed, pretty good bowler as well. Amjad Sher himself, the captain. And this is high, and who wants it? It's the bowler going for the ball, Zayn Ali, and he takes the catch. We made a pretty tough situation look easy there. He was having to catch it kind of over the shoulder, but Sher, unfortunately for him, is basically a 6 and out as Finland lose their skipper. It's 40 for 3.
That is an enormous blow. I mean, Sher, as we mentioned, he's one of the few players in this Finnish lineup who's capable of clearing the boundary rope on a consistent basis. He just pops one up, and Zayn Ali takes that very well. He's deserved it. He's bowled terrifically so far this innings. His first over was incredible. Just 8 runs off. It created plenty of chances, and now he gets the wicket he deserves.
This will bring Nick Salonen, speak of the devil, to the crease. And yeah, Nick, he'd be hoping to impress. Yeah, not an easy situation for him to come out either, really. Yeah, I'm sure his brother Paul is watching, I believe. Lives in Germany. Last ball for Zines, big swing and a miss as we get to the end of the 5th over. And the score is 40 for 3. I want to say a big warm welcome to everyone, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Nish Butt. And Nish, I've got to say, you've done a great job so far. You must be excited for the internationals. It's always a great way to finish a 2-week ECN tour.
Absolutely is a great chance to see some quality teams on display as well firsthand. heading into the ECC. So it's a mini preview for what's going to be the Euros of cricket.
Yeah, for sure. And quite interesting for me that we do have a couple of teams that have been drawn together in the same group in this tournament as well. So it gives them a chance to feel each other out. But right now, Finland probably a little bit behind where they want to be. But as we've seen throughout this series, things can turn around really quickly. I mean, Roma CC had a similar kind of start last night. They ended up with 180. And at the moment, we'll get to see Collins into the second half of the innings. And Salmon with him, trying to put something together. Madupa Fernando comes back for his second over. Steps across but can't really time it, straight to the fielder. Yes, of course, I'm talking about the fact that Austria and Finland have been drawn together in Group D. So all these teams actually will take part in week 2 as the sun pokes its head out, which is really nice to see. Briefly. And now it's going to be the end of Collins. We could never really get going there. And he just ran at Fernando. And as soon as he missed it, I think he just kept on walking. Madupa with the second wicket. It's 40 for 4.
It just seems like a lot of old issues are coming back for Finland. One of the major problems they've had over this past year is just scoring enough runs in both T20 and T10 cricket. They've kind of failed to time the ball as nicely as they'd like or hit the big shots they'd want. Collins, again, he's doing the right thing. He's playing selflessly, wants to hit a boundary. He knows he's been there for a while. But unfortunately, he's stumped as the 4th wicket falls for Finland. Rough start to their first innings.
Yeah, and look, I agree. You know, he had to try something. He runs at it. He hopes he can whack it down the ground. He misses and probably knows it's time. If it's not happening for him, it's time to get out of the way. And we're into the 6th over. Sometimes you're hot, sometimes you're not. That's life, I guess. Madupa with the second as Farouk Zeb comes out at number 6. Ooh, pretty close. Couple of things here. We know it's probably one of the bounciest pitches in Europe, so it might have been climbing over, but did hit him a long way back, and also maybe outside the line. Couple of elements of doubt there, but it's a pretty good shout.
I think height was a major issue there. You could just see that really well from the side-on angle. It strikes him when it's sort of just below the bail, so if you just give it another couple of feet, you can just guess that it's probably going to bounce over the stumps.
Salmon now will punch and get off the mark at the second attempt. And Nick's a really great guy. He's learned his cricket in South Africa. Does have a Finnish passport. Plays his cricket, though, for the Zurich Lions in Switzerland. We saw him recently, pretty recently, and I'm talking maybe a month or two ago. Just a few weeks ago, really. In the air, and a brilliant catch. Diving to the left, and Zeb's going to have to go for a duck. So we've seen a few firsts of the series. Now we see our first duck, and yeah, what a brilliant catch that is. And it looks like, was that Sharif? Yeah, well, no, it's not Sharif. That's Nishamal Fernando that takes the catch. Thought it was a little bit too shaggy for Sharif, but there's Derek, and it's disappointment for Farouk Zeb as he departs. The score is 40 for 5.
Second catch Fernando has taken this morning. This one, the pick of the two. That was really well taken, diving to his left. Had a very small reaction time as well. It just emphasizes how brilliant a catch that was. And Italy, yeah, they're just keeping their foot on the throat over here. They keep taking wickets. And Finland, well, half their lineup has been sent back to the dugout.
Yeah, it's well organized dive, that one. Got a good jump in. He was pretty kind of composed, even though he was diving. Knew exactly what he was doing, protected the ball. End of the 6th over as well. Finland 42 for 5. So Italy electing to bowl first seems like the right call at the moment. So Jagmeet gets the bowl. Another Kings 11 player. First ball is pulled away by Salonen. He'll just get a single. Yeah, Salonen, like I said, someone we did see in Switzerland earlier in the year. Probably didn't quite play to his potential. Had a high score of 40, but that was against a very strong Zurich Nomad side. Also picked up 7 wickets in the series, including a best of 2 for 13 against Geneva.
Of course, Junaid Khan making his ECN T10 debut. The only time we've seen him play on the network was a 2020 match 3 years ago. This one is probably going down the leg side. And again, just looking at his statistics, you'd think he's more of a bowler than a batsman. And I think you're just starting to get into Finland's tail now. That one even striking him outside the leg stump. So
yeah, long time between for Junaid. He played in what I like to call the Wild West, and that was a long time ago now. It was Finnish Premier League that we were covering just after the lockdown, as Salonen gets something outside the legs and he makes them pay. Maximo! Half a dozen badly needed runs for the Bears.
just the second one we've seen so far this innings, and it's a really good shot. Steps into it nicely and whacks it over square. Like again, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Salonen. Try to salvage something for his team. Maybe look to get them to at least somewhere around 80 or 90, something respectable.
This one just drifts into him a little bit. You can see it's no huge turner of the ball, Jagmeet Singh, but he just kind of slides in and challenges the inside edge. Probably quite a few balls that hit the stumps.
But we do know that this Finnish cricket team are capable of defending some really low totals. We saw them do that a few times in the T20 Nordic Cup they were involved in back in May. Just talk about that after this ball. It's played away towards mid-wicket. I mean, they had a win against Sweden where they defended 106 in a T20 match, and also had a thrilling victory against Sweden the second time around as well.
Cracking match. I think it made our top 10 matches as well, actually. And we've just recently been posting those on our social media as a lead into the ECC. Jagmeet's gone for 9 here, despite getting hit for a Maximo. And he's going to go for another one as good footwork by Salonen turns this into a half volley. Maximo! As Finland pass 50 in the over, and they finish at 58 for 5 after 7.
Well, we saw some great second half of the innings in yesterday's finals day in the ECS. Maybe Finland could have one over here, as we, of course, have a look at the groups for our ECC. Of course, Finland and Austria, the two teams we will see throughout this weekend, are in Group D. So
they're going to play each other.
Yeah.
They're going to play each other. And Italy, of course, I mean, we'll see them even sooner because they're actually only 9 days away from playing in the ECC. And that is such an interesting group with Italy, Denmark and Sweden. I think you pretty much throw a blanket over them. Serbia and Estonia will probably find it tough going. But, I mean, Serbia, for example, they've got some good players as well. Adrian Dunbar, he scored a 100 on T20 international debut for them. And Serbia and Estonia making their debut in Group C. 31 countries, up from 21 last year, up from 15 the year before. So it just shows you the rate of growth and expansion in European cricket. As Sharif comes back, and this is going to be into the hole. That's 4 runs. Nice shot by Junaid Khan. Just what the doctor ordered. Finland trying to put something together in the last 3 overs.
Yeah, first career boundary on the European Cricket Network for Junaid Khan. That will feel really good for him. And, of course, for teams like Serbia and Estonia, who you mentioned, even if they don't do well in this series, I think the pace at which some of these teams are developing, I think Serbia, Estonia, give them a couple of years, maybe even 1 year. They could even be at a stage where they're potential dark horses in groups, as this is another nicely struck shot.
And people often ask me, what are my tips for the ECC? But I've got one tip, and that's that we're going to see some surprises. We're going to see some fancy teams struggle, and we're going to see some teams that are real underdogs just have a very good tournament. And I mean, who would pick Drew, for example, in the ECL to win the whole thing? It's just whoever has the best time when we get there for the big dance. Oh, he's bowled him. And it's high-ish, but I don't think it's that high. Salonen can't believe it. He swung around at full top. And, I mean, I have seen these occasionally be over waist, but I think there. But you can see, yeah, it's just below the waist. And I mean just. As the timber is rearranged, Salonen. Yeah, time to get out the football boots because he'll be kicking himself after that. It's a swing and a miss, and Sharif basically bowls him on a strike at 63 for 6.
You got a feel for Salonen, and he was looking really good those first 6 deliveries. Hit a couple of nice-looking sixes and gets out on the ball that he'll probably hit 9 times out of 10. And it's just been that kind of morning so far for Finland.
Yeah, man, you feel like you should be hitting that. But whenever you hit across the line, if you get the timing slightly wrong, that can happen. I want to say quick hello to Liam Day. Now, Liam, I don't know if you were with us yesterday when we were doing the sweep. I don't know if you know who you got. Let me see a single. And Finland is plugging along. Liam actually got Portugal, and so did Lily Panda. So, yeah, we did a bit of a random draw yesterday. So, yeah, Portugal team we'll see in Group F, which is a pretty competitive group. Back end of week 3. Liam, good morning to you. Couple to come then. Another full toss, and he tries it out again. This time there is bat on it, but not that much bat. Just a single. And Dan DeParty's come out at number 8. Kind of maybe tracking for 80 or something like that. Having said that, a lot of the Italy batters as well in this side wouldn't have had a lot of cricket on this ground or in this format for a while. Okay, they've got Gungadeep Singh in there, but he's listed at 7. Wheeler's not really a batter in this form of the game. No Maragi in the lineup. So look, Italy, I think, they'd be very, very happy where they are in the game, but still, you don't judge a game till 2 sides bat.
But going back to the sweep, I think if you have any team in Group F, you have to feel pretty good about your team, because if they get out of that group, they've clearly got the bit between their teeth, as we just see this one is struck back towards the bowler. And you get to play immediately after that in championship week.
Exactly.
So you'll be in great rhythm heading into
Get
most important.
on momentum that we saw. That's how England 11 won it back in 2021. 66 for 6, the Devils' number for Finland. They found it pretty hot going on a fairly damp morning in Rome so far. Still, it's just a starting point, isn't it? But yeah, regularly losing wickets from that kind of 3rd over onwards. It's just stifled their innings. There's never been any kind of rhythm in it. And now Jagmeet is going to come on to get whacked for a couple of big sixes. He'll be bowling over number 9. Junaid Khan. He showed he can give the ball a thump. Facing Jagmeet. Oh, close. I have a feeling he just kept the toe down there. It's pretty sharp keeping. Not an easy one. Just watch that toe just stay behind, didn't it? But yeah, between the batter and the stumps, I think it's the second hardest take for the keeper. Outside the one that goes right down the leg side. This one curves in again and will just be a single.
He's had a really good year so far, Jagmeet Singh. He was the leading wicket taker in the ECI that took place in Milan. Picked up 14 wickets in just 6 games. And of course, he plays the cricket for Kings 11, and he was the 5th highest wicket taker in the ECS in Milan as well. So he's been taking wickets for fun throughout this year. This one looks really, really close, but the umpire shakes his head.
Tough one. I mean, maybe a bit high, maybe a bit leg side. He was right back though, but we have seen a few sliding. Oh, maybe high, struggling, but benefit of the doubt to the batter. They probably need it at the moment. This is in the air. Simran. Oh, fantastic effort as he goes one-handedly. He'll be disappointed. He is one of the best fielders in Europe. This one gets past him and blows over for 6. Maximal 6 to Finland.
It would have been a heart-and-mouth moment when it's going to a fielder like Simranjit Singh.
I've actually deflected that onto his body and then over. Down to Pani with the Maximo. We'll be happy with that. Now hanging in the air. This time it will be caught. That's Nish Fernando coming in. Second catch of the innings for him. Down to Pani goes 6 and out. Has the right idea though. But Finland now in the 9th. They are 73 for 7.
He just pulls that one a bit too short, really, there, Singh. And Dandapani thinks he has a chance to whack this one away, but he's just not quite able to generate the power he needs to. And he just hangs one up, which is very well taken by Fernando, taking his 3rd catch of this morning.
So, hello to Kroom. Nice to have you with us. Kroom, I'll probably have to send you an updated in the break, because we've had a couple of late blow-ins for this week, which I don't mind. It's an inclusive kind of exercise. As this is Avashesh Kumar coming out last ball of the 9th. This one slides into him, surprises him a little bit. And so Jamie, much better over from him. Just 7 runs on that. 6 of them were potentially stoppable. It's the end of 9. It's 73 for 7.
And now Finland, really, they should just at least be trying to get into the 80s in this final over. Try to have a 8 or 9 run over to just round out the innings and, you know, give your bowlers something to bowl at. They've got a solid bowling attack.
Lady Nick in the chat, he's saying that I should have a keyboard in the cube during the breaks. Probably because some of the Austrian players in the hotel, they wandered into the lobby, so I gave them a song or two on the piano. Piano's been a nice way to unwind actually at the end of the day. Because if you're on your piano, you're not on your phone. You know how these days everyone's on their phone every time they get 2 or 3 seconds where they have a blank thought, out comes the phone. So it's kind of nice to do that. Anyway, this is going to be Rajmani to come back in the 10th. I think he's going to bowl a lot at the depth just because of his fantastic change of pace. Bowled one already. Here's the last over, and it's going to be Junaid Khan to face. Kumar at the other end is Avashesh Kumar and Pavin Kumar in the lineup for Finland here in match 1. Now or never for the Finns. Oh, that might help, but it might not. Oh, what a good catch that is from Madupa Fernando. Talked about the fact he once took 5 catches in a 10-over match. I thought this was always dying on him. Just have a look though, comes in, judges it perfectly. Brilliant fielding, Rajmani. Probably owes him a debt of gratitude as Rajmani picks up a 2nd wicket, but fantastic fielding from the Azuri as Finland lose an 8th wicket now at 73 for 8.
That's not an easy catch at all. It's down low, and he gets his hands underneath it incredibly well. And, you know, it's just been a clinic so far by Italy this first innings. A real statement of intent coming out very professionally, taking their catches, bowling the right lines and lengths. Great start.
So next one is knocked down the ground for 1. And Rajmani, you just don't quite know what you're going to get from him. That's the thing. As Pavin Kumar out there to join Avashesh off the mark straight away. Hello, Tim Reamon, and thanks very much. He's thrown £1 in the chat. Tim, that's very kind of you. And I know a lot of people looking forward to this weekend with the internationals and, of course, the Euros starting on Monday. Oh, nice shot. There's just a flat bat smack from Avashesh. He picked the slow ball and he smacks it straight over the umpire's hat. 6 runs as Finland reach 80.
Yeah, we said they'd have to try to at least get to the 80s to give themselves something to defend. I think they're a lower order batsman. We should just be pitching it full and at the stumps. Shouldn't be giving them that kind of width or bowling it too short. But really well struck by Kumar.
Well, they got 80. Could they get 90? Well, maybe, because this is going to be edged away. And not for the first time, not for the last time this tournament. And edge flies away for a boundary. 4 more.
Yeah, this is a rather baffling tactic to me. I mean, why are you bowling at that line and length to someone lower down the order? Yeah. Plus, you know that someone that far down the order is probably going to get a lot of runs of edges. So I'd have liked 3rd man to be a lot finer, maybe even consider having a backstop / long stop.
Yeah, maybe. But I think I agree with you as far as you don't really be wanting to offer length on this pitch. It's pretty consistent bounce, and those edges do fly away. So 84. Finland, something, isn't it? We have seen a score, I think 84 defended in the last 2 weeks. This time, though, no contact from Avashesh Kumar. So last ball coming up. Really excited, actually, to see these 3 teams go head-to-head. I mean, Austria, the 3rd team, and they're a unit in 10-over cricket. You've beaten the Netherlands 11 before in ECC. Finland haven't overwhelmed us with performances, though. They're a team that I think has a lot of potential. Right now, they're 84, plus whatever comes off this ball. And they may get none because it should be caught. It's dropped. Well, didn't expect that. They'll come back for 2. Should be run out, and it is. But 1 bonus run at least because they do come back for the impossible 2. It'll be 85 for 9. And Rilla has no problem. So, okay, it cost them 1, but I think all things considered it was a pretty polished effort from Italy in the field. And Finland have their hands full trying to defend this. In match 1 of this ECI Italy-Rome, Finland 85 for 9 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, that fielder who dropped the catch was actually just sent out there for that very ball. They brought mid-wicket in, sent out a backward point. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to take that catch. Full credit to Kumar, though. I think he's done incredibly well in that final over. They managed to get 12 runs off it, which is a pretty pleasing return from your tail-end batsman. As, of course, we just see the Finnish team just going to greet some of their players back. They're going to get ready to take the field. Again, we've seen them pull off some really good bowling performance in the past. We were talking about some of their spectacular defenses in T20 cricket, so we'll be looking for some of that in the second innings. But now let's have a look at the highlights of the first innings. Is, of course, Jordan O'Brien and Nathan Collins, who opened the batting for Finland. Unfortunately for Jordan O'Brien, he would depart early. It was a good wicket taken there by Sandhu, and they just couldn't get going, unfortunately, Finland. This was another catch that Fernando would take at the end of Nellen Cherry, who would depart for just 5 runs. And this is another chance, was popped up. Really good cotton ball there by Zayn Ali. The end of Amjad Sher, who would go 6 and out. And then Collins, who was just a little bit slow to start his innings, made 12 runs of 14 deliveries. He realized he needed to step things up. He charged down the wicket, and it was a good stumping. And that was a terrific catch by Fernando, diving to his left. And he managed to take that one. That was one of only 3 sixes that Finland managed to hit. And you see Nick Sallinen depart on that previous delivery. Probably looked the most comfortable of all the Finnish batsmen, but he just couldn't quite continue the innings. Italy, I have to say, really didn't miss a beat in the field. Sure, they dropped 1 catch on the very last delivery. That only cost them 1 run. But other than that, they were really, really good. This is that catch that was put down the very last ball. Not sure he's going to like seeing down the highlight reel Zayn Ali. But he did manage to get a run out, so it would only cost 1 run in the end to the Italian cricket team. As we take a look at this scorecard, Finland managed to make 85 runs, and they lost 9 wickets doing that. Just 3 scores in double digits for Finland. No one quite able to go at the required strike rate. Nicholas Sallinen, as I mentioned, looked really nice, made 15 of 7. Couldn't quite kick on because he got clean bowled on a full toss of all deliveries. Abhishek Kumar right at the end, he did really well. Just gave them that little surge which they needed to get to a respectable 85, which again, this Finnish lineup, you've seen them pull off remarkable defenses before, and they're going to have to do it first thing in the morning. We'll now have a look at the bowling card for Italy. A very complete performance. Sandhu was a little bit expensive. Both his overs went for double digits. The only bowler in the Italian lineup who had a situation like that, Jagmeet Singh's second over was a tad bit expensive, went for 16 runs. Pick of the bowlers, of course, was Manabu Fernando, 3 for 6 over his 2 overs, and Zayn Ali and Amr Sharif were terrific, setting the tone early for Italy. And of course, we come to the end of the first innings, and Italy will have to chase down a target of 86. Join us again in a few moments when we'll bring you the second innings of our first match of this ECI.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Well, welcome back for the second innings of our first match of this ECI. We just witnessed a really good bat fielding and bowling performance by Italy. Bowled the right lines and lengths. They were exceptional in the field with taking their catches. And they restrict Finland to just 85 runs. And of course, there's a good chance to remind you that you've got just 2 days to go until Europe's finest step onto the cricketing stage for the Grand European Cricketing Championship. The Euros of cricket should be a lot of fun, of course. It's a much bigger tournament than last year. We had 21 teams last year, 31 this year, so 10 newcomers, a lot of veterans who've been there before and done it. So it should be very good. And again, a lot of the teams who've maybe been there in the past and haven't performed as well, I think we're going to see a huge improvement for them as well. So again, all to play for. It's going to be very exciting. A new group format as well. You know, the group stages will now take place over a couple of days, and then the group finals will be over 1 day. So again, should be very exciting. As of course, Finland just having a quick team talk before they are set to take the field. And yeah, it's gonna be a tall task to say the least for Finland, but as we've mentioned, they've been there and done it before, especially during the Nordic Cup. Managed to pick up a couple of wins in that tournament, both against Sweden, defending very low targets of 106 and 96 in, of course, T20 cricket, not T10. And we once again have a chance to look at the groups. Finland are in the same group as Austria, who will also be taking part in this ECI. Italy will be involved in just about 9 days' time in Group C, a very interesting group with the likes of Denmark and Sweden. There are a couple of newcomers as well in Serbia and Estonia. And here we go. The two openers coming out for Italy. It's Nisharmal Fernando and Rajmani Sandhu. Fernando, of course, was really good in the field in that first innings. Took 3 catches. The pick of them being the brilliant diving catch at third man. And Rajmani Sandhu, of course, got a couple of wickets bowling as well. So both of them will probably be feeling very good striding out there. Had a successful first innings, helping their side put themselves in a good position. And of course, the format of this series is 6 games. They're going to be played by each side. And of course, whoever ends up on top is going to go on to take the trophy. So that run rate is going to be very, very important. So again, I think Italy will just try to be as attacking as possible. Look to at least eliminate any chance of defeat, maybe knock off 30 to 40 runs in the power play, and then once they know they can't lose, they'll really look to bash the remaining runs as soon as they can. But that's where, again, windows of opportunity might open up for Finland. Just getting their field setting right to start off. Two fielders outside the ring for them are currently at mid-wicket and long on, so let's see how these 2 openers fare. We're just moments away from the first ball of this innings. And he starts off just down the left side. That's a pretty decent ball to a right-hander. Now just needs to adjust and ball to a left-hander. Rajmani Sandhu, of course, plays his cricket for Royal Parma. And this one is he's going to come off the pads. That's going to be leg buys. Doesn't get off the mark there, Sandhu. And yeah, had a very decent ECS earlier in Milan. Made 183 runs in the 14 matches he was involved in. Averaged over 15 at a strike rate of 150. So a nice steady batsman. to open your order. And there's Fernando. Getting ready to face the first ball. Oh, a great ball there by Chair. Of course, he's been dubbed the Wild Thing, and that was you can just see why he's earned that nickname when you look at that delivery. Takes off the pitch, and it just moves away. Really hard for Fernando to play that. Fernando, though, hasn't been involved in any T10 cricket on the European Cricket Network since 2022, and goes for that big shot over square leg. And you can see he just he's rehearsing how he should have played. It should have been a little bit more balanced. It's very hard to play that when you're walking out of your crease. And Cher responding well after starting off with a wide. Another good ball there. And Cher picked up 8 wickets over the 9 games he played in last year's ECC. A tad bit expensive though. Economy rate of 13.9. You'll want to improve that. Another good delivery. Unwise shot selection though, you'd say, by Fernando. He's getting a little bit impatient. He could play a nice straight bat shot to that. Yeah, a wicket to end the over. That would make things really exciting. Let's see how Cher can close this one out. They just sent third man back. They've brought long off up. He's currently stationed at mid off. That's going to be another wide. So far this over, more runs of extras and off the bat. They still haven't managed to get a run off the bat so far, Italy. Again, we've often seen though in cricket that one extra ball can really cost a bowler. Can Cher close out strong over here? It's up in the air. This is a catching opportunity. This needs to be taken by Finland, and it is taken. So we said they desperately needed that one. They had to get a wicket early, and they do. It's Fernando who departs. Well, now the tables have turned for him. Was going terrifically in the first innings when he was taking all 3 of those catches. But this time he just pops one up. Again, shot selection probably isn't right. He should be looking to cut that one. And it goes up to mid-wicket, who takes that catch. Really well taken. As Finland strike early. Again, we said this is a team who've shown themselves to be capable of defending very low targets. They've often been in a position like that because of how their team is batted in the first innings. But if they can pull that off here against a very strong Italian cricket team, that'll be really, really special. They're just getting their field setting absolutely spot on here. New bowler looks like it's going to be Junaid Khan for Finland. Saw him hit a boundary at the end of the first innings, and again, when you're in such tight chases, little shots like that can go some way in determining the outcomes of games. Third man and a deep extra cover for the left-hander Sandhu. Here we go. In comes Junaid Khan. Oh, this one is absolutely middled. A brilliant shot. He crunches it away. And a 6, every 6 is going to feel like a massive blow. Again, boundaries are going to have to be at a premium if Finland want any chance, and it's a horrible start for Junaid Khan to his over. They just bring a cover back into the ring, and they send out a long on in response to that big shot. Oh, this one is mistimed, and it actually goes exactly where the fielder was positioned previously, and it goes away for a boundary. So Finland getting punished for chasing the ball a little bit. If he'd stayed where he was, that would have been cut out. I think Perveen Kumar was asked to just move in from extra cover. Goes right where he was. That would have just been a single, and in the end, gave up a boundary. 10 runs off the first couple of balls of this over. Goes for the big heave there, Sandhu. And a dot ball at last for Junaid Khan. You see a lot of encouragement here, and I like this great positivity by Finland. A lot of encouragement for the bowler. You can just hear them saying, "Come on, boy." It goes a little too short, and also straying down the leg side. That's going to be a single. I think Sandhu will be a little bit disappointed. He hasn't quite been able to strike that as nicely as he'd like. Probably hits the ball with the sticker rather than the middle of the bat. Joy Pereira, the captain, getting ready to face the first ball. He's an absolutely terrific player for Italy. He was a top run getter for their side in the ECI in Milan back in May. Great ball. Very good ball there by Junaid Khan, and that's where he's going to want to stay. It probably didn't bounce as much as Pereira expected. Again, this is one of the bounciest pitches on the European Cricket Network calendar. Oh, great ball, really good one. Cuts him in half. He really needed that one to just clip one of the bails along the way. Joy Pereira lives to fight another day. Interesting start to this match. Italy 14 for 1 at the end of the second over. Of course, we saw 10 runs off the first couple of balls, but Junaid Khan, full credit to him, very mentally strong. He came back well and gave up just 1 run of the next 4 deliveries. And of course, there's a good chance to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu into the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks. It's nice to be back, and it just runs not as easy to come by. I think partly the conditions, partly the fact that, it sounds simple, but it's true, you're just having to face better bowling at the international level. You rarely get kind of easy overs at all, and that's the way it's kind of worked out so far. Also, you've got to realise that all the top 3 here, okay, yes, we're in the throes of the season in Italy, but the 10 over format is slightly different, isn't it? And Rajmani, though, he's known for being able to hit sixes all around the park. This is the wild thing. He punches this straight and finds a bit of space, just a single. But Rajmani, when he's on, a bit like, probably comparing to a player we've seen over the last couple of weeks, Prithuvi Samarage, he can actually hit the ball pretty powerfully over cover, and even off the back foot can hit sixes in that way.
Yeah, this lineup is, of course, dominated by players who play their cricket in northern Italy, so wouldn't really have minded maybe pushing Gagandeep Singh up the order just because he's in some good touch. He's been playing plenty of cricket this past week. He's been seeing the ball nicely.
Here's Joy yet to get off the mark. Hits this, not quite off the middle, but effective enough. He gets 4 runs outside half of the bat. Amjad Shah. Got a bit of pace about him, and that's why the ball flies so quickly to the backward point boundary.
A little bit lucky to start off his innings. Joy Pereira could easily have been bowled. There's a previous ball, that terrific one by Junaid Khan, and this one takes an outside edge. It goes away for 4. And for a second, Finland were just contemplating sending a deep backward square leg, but beg your pardon, deep backward point, but they don't.
Strains for the Yorker here, but misses it down the leg side. I suppose the thing for this is, if you're Finland, just try and hang in the game as long as you can. You never know. It just takes a few good overs. I know Finland, just speaking to them, they've worked really hard on trying to get the bowling unit right. And of course, it's pretty hard at the international level to restrict international batters in these conditions, but they're hoping they've got the combination to do that. That's another good delivery from Shan. Just a little bit of outside away movement. Goes outside the outside edge.
Very good ball there by Amjad Sher. He's just getting that beautiful shape away from the batsman. I'd be tempted to, there's a fielder at short third man, maybe bring him up a bit and make him a traditional slip. Finland need to be aggressive anyway.
Will hit hard and almost takes out Rajmani. And it'll roll into the rope. So Joy is a known boundary hitter. And he is able to take Amjad Sher straight down the wicket.
Overpitched that one a bit. Then the Amjad Sher just needs to pull his length back a bit. Go back to bowling the deliveries that served him well. But yeah, I think the fielder right now, he's kind of more of a fly slip. Wouldn't mind bringing him up and just making him an orthodox slip.
Yeah, I suppose the edges do fly further though. Sometimes a slip on the circle can be a bit of both. This one comes in and whacked away to mid-wicket. Long chase, and the fielder won't get there. So Pereira gets going. He gets 3 boundaries. As this is turning into a pretty productive third over for Team Italy.
Just the margins for error are so fine at this level. Amjad Sher, probably a ball like that, if he pulls it in the ECS this past week, he might even get a dot ball. Again, when you're playing against very best in this country, and you're going to go to the boundary more often than not with a ball like that.
Last ball then for the Wild thing. Good battle. Jordan O'Brien throws the gutter ball back as we get to the end of 3. It's 28 for 1. Yes, they're missing Jonathan Skamans, who's their regular keeper. Also a pretty handy top order batter, Finland. But O'Brien qualifying is certainly a boost for their team. As we look at the respective over by overs. And see Finland, they had 16 run over in the 7th. That was off Jagmeet. Already Italy with 9 wickets in hand. You'd feel they could kind of cruise to this target. Finland need to do something dramatic. And Nick Salmon looks like he's going to bowl the 4th over. A player based in Switzerland. We saw him in the ECS, if you missed it, just a few weeks ago. So it's good to see him in the Finnish squad here. Let's see if he can come up with the match turning over.
He's very unlucky when he was batting. He was looking pretty good on 15 of 6, and then on the 7th delivery, he missed a full toss. He'll probably hit more often than not. And those runs he missed out on, you just wonder if they're going to really cost Finland.
Oh, he's absolutely cracked first ball. That's going to go over the fence. Maximo! I called it for Rajmani tonight. This is the kind of shot that he can play. And only special players can really hit this all the way for 6.
Yeah, this requires you to really have a lot of power. He's on the back foot and he manages to slap that ball away towards point. Very, very well hit. And of course, Salonen took part in that ECS in Switzerland, as we mentioned. Took 7 wickets in the 13 overs he bowled in that series. His economy rate was 10 and a quarter.
Yeah, what a good shot that was. Just a fraction short from Nick Salonen. Oh, fraction short again, but this time might have found the fielder right back to the wall and gone. So 6 and out for Rajmani, and Salonen has his first international wicket. Well held out there on the fence. So they needed something to happen, they do. Lovely bit of outfielding from Farouk Zeb, and Italy lose their 2nd wicket. It's 34 for 2.
Yeah, this one is actually in quite a similar region to the previous delivery, maybe a little less wide. And he decides to whack this towards mid-wicket. In the end, he pops up a catch. That's very comfortably taken by the fielder. Italy lose their second wicket. This is what Finland have to do. Just keep plugging away, keep chipping away, trying to get wickets and stretch this game as deep as they can.
I mean, Sharif comes in at 4, and he's a guy you will often see opening the batting, actually, for Italy. I remember his partnership with Nisa Ahmed back in the 2021 ECC. Czech Republic put something like, it was 143 on the board in the eliminator in the group. But I think it only took about 8 overs for Sharif and Nisa to knock them off, and that would set off a chain of events that would ultimately take Italy to the championship week. So, it's an exciting player. I think you will see him opening a few times in the series as well. This one probably swings a bit too much. Been called for a wide. Once again, I want to say hello to our officials for this weekend. And yeah, it's nice to see some familiar faces out there. Adila Sheikh, as well as Priantha Fernando and Veneta Picaro. And one of the things we were talking about, I was actually talking about this with Ian Ramage. We have had a fair few female officials now. With the ECCW, we really hope we can get a big representation of female umpires for that tournament as well. This is up, it's in the air, and it's smashed for 6. Maximo! Ami Sharif. This doesn't waste any time, does he? I think Salman, again, fraction too short and pays the price.
Can't bowl that short of that sort of pace, can you, Salomon? And Amir Sharif can get underneath that and just elevate it over the boundary rope for a 6.
So Veneta Picaro, who will be umpiring today, she would be one I'd love to get to the ECCW. Of course, you know, it depends on things. People have lives, people have jobs, people have families. But it's just really nice to see a fair few female officials coming through. Oh, well, Joy's a big target, and he gets hit. So, I don't know if Joy's happy or sad here. Remember, he almost hit Rajmani earlier. But now, the hunter has become the hunted. We might have to check that ball's okay as well, because Joy's pretty solid. And just hit him on the shoulder. Cricketers are pretty tough, aren't they? At the international level. No sign of the magic spray there. Just shakes it off and gets on with it. A little bit short, goes after it. And Joy's been woken up here. Goes on the jump cut, 4 runs.
We often say that length is the most important thing in the shortest format of the game, and so far, that's what Salomon's been getting wrong. Holding way too short, a few half trackers as well in this over. Just needs to pitch it up, get it on a Yorker length.
Wow, that is absolutely horned out of the ground. Chin high, full toss. Do not bowl there. Maximo. You can see why Joy Pereira, he was the leading run scorer for Italy in that ECI earlier in the year.
Yeah, low full toss, just plays it off his pad. Behind square leg. And this over, it's a massive one. It goes magical. Despite the wicket, 24 runs off it. And you just feel that it's put Italy now within touching distance of this win. They'll probably try to cash these runs in the next couple of overs. Just get that net run rate up. You know, because again, winner of this series will be determined by whoever ends up on top in the group. As we, of course, just take a look at the graph over there. Just
it was like a volcano erupting, wasn't it? The way that worm's just taken off there. And so, yeah, these two very destructive. They've gotten down below a run of ball now, and the 50s come up. As they're going to turn to Dandapani here, Finland, in the 5th.
This is going to be tough for Finland now. They're just going to have to try to just maybe look to just stretch this game out as long as they can now, mainly just to keep the damage to their net run rate to a minimum. So pretty defensive tactics would be the wise thing from here on out.
Yeah, just slides his first one across, Dandapani. Sharif can't catch up with it. Wow, steps across this time and gets plenty of it. Sharif showing his power. Maximo. And with hits like this game could be on borrowed time.
Enormous hit there by Sharif. I think Ani just gets the length a bit wrong there, doesn't he? But it's a very, very good hit by Sharif. It's in the slot, and he whacks it away. And the wicketkeeper just having a look at his bat, saying, "How good is your bat? How would you hit a 6 like that? Maybe you could lend it to me for the games against Austria."
Yeah, it made a good sound, didn't it? Called a wide. Touch and go that one. Probably just got a little bit of line on the way through. Of course, they do judge these at the popping crease. There it goes to the skies this time. Now, someone should get to this. Long chase for Cher, and he takes it. Well, that's solid from the captain. They need a turning point, probably a bunch of turning points, but the captain does very, very well to reach that. Dandapani with his first wicket of the series. It's 59 for 3.
Yeah, they need that wicket, Finland, but you can't fault the approach from Italy at this stage. I think they should just try to whack everything with plenty of wickets in hand. The sooner they can finish this game, the better it is for their net run rate. And he covers a lot of ground over there, the captain, Amjad Sher. And gets to that catch really well. Third wicket falls here for Italy. And the new player is going to be Simranjeet Singh.
Yeah, Simran, he'll be happy to get a bat, actually, I think, even though obviously you want your teammates to succeed, but he's the kind of player that makes the team quite a lot, but often he's a little bit of a specialist fielder. He might bat around number 8. He can actually bowl a bit. Maybe not quite international standard, but he's a pretty good bat when he gets going. We've seen him make some big runs. And when he looks good, he looks really good, Simran, for his club, Kings 11. Let's see what he can do here. It's down to Pani. Push his first ball and he'll get off the mark.
Absolutely, he's had a really good year so far, averaging 33.8 in T10 cricket, a strike rate of 167. Best year of his career so far for Simranjeet Singh. And he'll certainly want to carry that form into the ECC.
Wow, well that was technically a chance, but it was also passed down to Pani before he could really react. Pereira showing that he's got plenty of punch. This one disappears between the bowler, the umpire, the stumps, and eventually the rope.
I think he's glad he's not got a hand to that. He's still got 5 more games to play this weekend and an ECC. Don't want to lose your fingers this early into your international campaign.
This one sneaks past, but we get to the halfway point, in theory at least, and after 5 overs, Italy are 64 for 3.
Italy now just need another 22 runs off this second half of the innings, as we, of course, take a look at some of the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're in the last leg of our trip to Rome. We've got a couple of great days of cricket still left. We got today, tomorrow, the international matches, this tri-series between Austria, Italy, and Finland. And after that, it's the Euros of Cricket, the ECC, the biggest event in our calendar. And then after that, we head to a trip over in Croatia, go back for a second time to Malta. We have an ECS and an ECI in Barcelona, which is our final ECS of this calendar year before hosting the inaugural ECCW, a historic moment for women's sport and cricket.
That's going to be great. Cannot wait for that. As start of a new over. They're going for Avashesh Kumar. Fought hard with the bat, didn't he, Avashesh? Mate in the piece, but does look to be in losing cause at the moment. Yeah, really excited about that ECCW. That was announced just not too long ago at all. A couple of weeks ago. And Italy will be one of the teams playing that. Oh no, well, you won't see this very often. It's Parvin Kumar, I think, who just runs straight past this. Well, if you're going to do this, probably this is the situation to do it. It won't cost them too much, but a bit of egg on the face there for the Finnish outfielder.
Yeah, that was it's not something that you'll often see from Parvin Kumar or in general at the international level. This one is once again played towards square leg and another slip, just loses his footing again. The field's a little bit wet, so you can understand why some players are slipping over.
Yeah, I suppose you can understand that, but yeah, still You should need to be able to field in all conditions. Hello to Sammy Schinkel, who's in the chat watching from the Netherlands. Hopefully you're well, Sammy. Caught up with Sammy. We had the ECS there. He's the son of Chris Schinkel. That's better location that time, although pretty lengthwise, not really line-wise.
But again, it's the length that's probably the most important in this format. We've seen they can sometimes get away with a non-optimum line as long as you've got the length right. Gets a lot of turnover there, Kumar. Great ball.
Interesting bowler. He's a slightly round leg spinner, just in his action. It's quite an unusual action, but it works for him, and he certainly is looking to put a bit on the ball here, isn't he, Avashesh? That's good variation. Let's push through. And Pereira just having a bit of trouble finding the pace of that. 16 to win then for Team Italy. It's a good ball as well, but handled as Pereira will knock it to deep cover and he'll retain the strike. Moves to 27. Not a bad over though from Avashesh. Went for 7 and really there was a boundary in there. It wasn't really his fault either. He hit 71 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, I was very impressed by that over by Kumar. And again, just note his down and keep him as someone to watch for the remainder of this series. And maybe even a potential player you could have in your fantasy team. As we take a look at the scorecard, of course, Italy, they've been pretty clinical, trying to chase down a rather paltry target. Everyone's come in. They've done their job well.
Italy, when we've seen them in ECI cricket this year, has been on home turf. Of course, in Milan earlier in the year, and then, of course, here in Rome. Not that dissimilar, this ground, though, to the Cardamom Oval, really, when I look at it. Pitch maybe a touch quicker, but the Cardamom is reasonably quick. Similar kind of an outfield as well. Quite green. This is Raz Mohammed. Always like watching him bowl. First one, though, a bit of a loose nut, and it gets driven. And gets driven pretty firmly, but also well handled. Again, in these situations, it's tough. As an international cricketer, though, you have to just try and keep your standards high. Not really worry about the situation too much. That was a nice bit of work. Over to Joy. It's pretty well bowled. Pushes him back and we'll just get a single. But even that, I mean, they're looking for a second. It's never there, but the fact they're running the first one hard, it's just little things, I think, that make the difference between club level and international level.
You just love the encouragement, though. I mean, just listening to the chatter in the field by Finland. You just heard the captain saying, big push, come on, guys, let's keep going.
It's probably a no ball. I should check it out in the replay. But I think he's probably searching for the Yorker there. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's definitely going to be called, I think. So I think this will be a free hit. Again, yeah, for sure. I think he's pretty much upright there. And so it will be called a no ball for height as expected. And so free hit coming up. And Joy Pereira will need no invitation.
I think a potential interesting storyline to watch as this day develops is Crew made a fantastic point in the chat is we're just seeing a little bit of a sort of battering developing right where the front foot lands for going over the wicket. So I wonder if a bowler's just going to start bowling from a much wider angle as this day progresses.
It does hold together pretty well, though. It's something they've repaired, and that's what kind of has that discoloration, but I still think it's pretty flat. I don't think you'd have to change the game too much. That's good observation by Kroom, who's very excited for the Euros of cricket. He's not the only one. He's excited the countdown's almost up. It's a clever little off-cutter by Raz Mohammed, who I first saw in 2020. And Finland was one of the first places that we went, actually. Was apart from one day of cricket, we actually had our first actual tournament that we broadcast. It was the Finnish Premier League 2020, back in June 2020. Oh, he's hit about 3 times, wrapped his bat around it. It'll just be one. Very straight fielder there. And we also had a European Cricket Series back in 2020 over 2 days in Helsinki. That Kerava ground in Helsinki is a very nice cricket ground. I'd love to go back again as well. I know it's difficult. Everyone's juggling schedules and things like that. It's last ball, the 7th coming up.
Oh, comes back quite a bit there. So great way to end the over for Mohammed. That one just misses the stumps by a couple of inches. And you have to say, though, Finland have approached this innings very well. They've bowled incredibly tight. They've managed to get some good movement off the pitch as well. As we take a look at the next match that's coming up between Italy and Austria, that's the big game. Really looking forward to seeing these two teams face each other.
Ali Raza Islam comes in. Naqvi is playing this game. It hasn't really had a hit. He will do the keeping in the next game, giving Sujith a rest. Ali Raza Islam, though, he's certainly one to watch. For Austria, though, plenty of players to watch. Akib Iqbal is an absolute superstar. Umar Tariq took 2 hat-tricks in the 1 innings earlier this year. They're listed Iqbal Hussain and Imran Asif at the top. And Karanbir Singh, he's a player. He scored 2 centuries in consecutive matches that he played in the ECS back in Austria earlier this year. So stay tuned for that one. It's coming up in around about 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. All right, 10 to win then. Simran doesn't really time this. Test the fielder a bit. Judge here, the skipper able to make the stop, so it makes it 9 to win.
Austria, though, they've played a fair bit of international cricket this year. They went over to Malta as well and had a very exciting series over there. Performed very decently, winning 5 out of 7 of their games.
Yeah, that was in Malta, our first ECI, men's ECI of the year, actually. And Spain were meant to be in that, but there were some logistical issues with flight schedule. It turned into a 7-game series, but yeah, that was the series where Umar Tariq took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings, the only time it's ever been done.
Figures of 6 for 22 in that terrific performance.
But if you think about his best 6 balls, which were balls 4, 5, 6, he took 6 for 0. The other 6 balls, though, means he went for 22. Excited to see him. Adil Tariq I saw in there as well from the Austrian Cricket Tigers. And that'll be a really good game coming up. Don't go anywhere. Finland, again, they've shown signs, but I suppose in the end, just haven't really played well enough for long enough. But it's a starting point for them, I suppose, in their 10-over campaign this year. Takes this on, and a really good effort, but it's going to be 4. They even had the 2 deep third fielders there. But Pereira splits the difference, and that means that Italy just need 5 more for the victory.
Italy just 1 big shot away. That was a great effort. I think that was Nathan Collins out in the deep. Look at that wonderful leaping dive. One for the cameras as it finds the gap. Just 1 shot away now, Italy, from sealing this win.
It's a wide even on Joy, who's a pretty imposing figure. No theories. He says, you're going to charge me, fine. I'm going to try and sit you down, but I don't think there's a player in the world that wouldn't have been over their head. So this is Pavin Kumar. Like I said, it's a starting point for Finland. So I like this format. They'll play 3 times today, 3 times tomorrow. I don't know exactly what they have to do to get up to speed. Oh, that's ouchies. And thought it might have flicked his fingers, but it's definitely smacked him in the shin. I suppose you want to be hypercritical. He shouldn't have been in the middle of the pitch in his follow through, but that's one way to learn the hard way. Pereira drills it back at him. Oh yeah, actually it was bounced and hit him above the knee, didn't it? If anything, that should be better if it's above the knee. It'll still hurt, don't get me wrong, but I guess there's a bit more, I suppose, padding above your knee, but when you get hit in the shin, it's just literally the skin and there's bone, and it can be quite nasty.
Oh, that will be painful. And yeah, certainly if it just hits him sort of on the lower part of that thigh, it'll be less painful. I think one of the worst places to be hit on the knee, though, is just that little gap between the cartilage. If that happens to you, it happens a few times to a bowler, you really basically just takes you out. You can't walk after that.
I'll tell you one time, I've been hit all over the body, but once in the nets I was hitting the funny bone, you know what I mean, like on your elbow. And that was crazy. It was like it always had like an electric shock. The ball seemed back like a new ball, and it hit me on the funny bone. And yeah, I couldn't actually, had pins and needles in my hand. I couldn't actually grip my bat for about 5 or 10 minutes. As for Pavin Kumar, I think that he'll be okay. That gives us an opportunity, I suppose, while he's just taking a bit of personal time to welcome you back into the box. Welcome to some international action, and get used to it, because from here on in, for 4 weeks, we have just international action on the European Cricket Network, and we can actually have a look at Game 2 while we're here. We just had a look at it. We might as well have a look at it again with Italy bringing in Ali Raza Islam, like I said. But for Austria, I mean, I mentioned some of their players already. Abdullah Akbarjan, he's a guy, he actually took 2 hat-tricks in the series for Vienna CC last year in the ECS. Aslan Arif behind the stump, so yeah, they don't have a Chima in the squad. Aslan Arif will do the keeping. He's pretty handy. Also can be pretty good with the bat. Basir Khan as well. He's listed down there at 11. But he's actually a pretty destructive hitter. So, I mean, looking at that lineup, I think they bat all the way down. And so, yeah, really looking forward to that match, which will start in around about 20 minutes time. Okay, looks like we're all good. We'll get back to the action, and well done to Pavin. He just has to shake it off like Taylor Swift. He's got 1 ball to go in this 8th over.
Yeah, I think the match coming up could be very different in this game. I mean, we could easily see a sort of an exciting 135 to 140 run region chase. So I think expect to see a lot of Maximos in the next innings.
Again, the question is, will they adjust to the conditions the way they need to? As we get to the end of the 8th over, and the game stays alive. It's 82 for 3 after 8.
I have to commend Finland, though. They've bowled really well these first 8 overs. There's not really been any change in approach from Italy either. They've pretty much played this how they would play most innings, you'd say. But Finland, they've just hit the right lines and lengths. They've been pretty decent in the field as well. And I still think they could be on for maybe a couple of upsets this series.
I mean, look, if they batted a bit better, you know, let's say that they posted 102, or 105, not 85. You know, an extra 2 runs and over. If they could have found an extra 2 runs and over somewhere, it could very well be game on right now. As it is, Junaid Khan bowled pretty well earlier. He's going to try and keep the game alive. 4 to win for Italia. And make that 3. As Simran pushes pretty confidently through point for a single.
Yeah, they've done really well to stretch this game as deep as they have here, Finland. And yeah, it's just going to come down to a few things in terms of how they approach their batting. I think they're obviously a little bit anxious right at the start of their innings, or probably a bit tentative, and then they also got a bit unlucky. For example, someone like Nick Sallin could easily have gone on and played a big innings, but he just missed out on a full toss and got clean bowled on that.
It's true. Worked away, and I think this will be it. So Pereira finishes things off. He looks in good touch, doesn't he? He's going to finish on 37, and Italy do bring up the first win of this ECI, and they do it with 10 balls to spare.
Very good captain's innings, to use that cliche, as Italy take the opening game. They win against Finland by 7 wickets. And we'll just get some handshakes all around here between both teams. Plenty of respect between Finnish Bears and the Italian Azzurri. As we, of course, take a look at the fantasy dashboard again. We've got that match coming up in just about 17 minutes time.
Yep, and the news from the toss as well, Austria winning the toss and bowling. So we'll see Italy batting first, and we'll see if they can put a winning score on the board. It was the Battle of the Blues, and it was Team Italia that came out on top on home soil. But I've got to say, credit to Finland, they didn't really have enough runs on the board, but they fought every inch of the way.
They certainly did. This was a very well taken catch, and we saw Rajmani Sandhu. He had a few good looking shots, made 18 of 8 deliveries. It was a good chase, but unfortunately a chase in vain. Joy Pereira, the skipper, undefeated on 37, played a very good innings. That was the shot of the match. A brilliant hit over point there by Rajmani Sandhu. He'd get a very similar ball, maybe a little less wider, and he'd try to strike that towards mid-wicket, and he was caught out in the deep by Zeb. And then this one would be popped up. And a really good running catch there by the skipper, Amjad Sher. That would be the end.
I was just going to say, Amjad is a key player. I mean, this is a bit of a blooper. We'll sweep that in under the rug. But I like that Finland had the right enthusiasm, didn't they? It wasn't easy taking on Italy on their home turf first up. But, you can see the elements are there. We'll see if they can string it together. Also, Finland this time of year, it's hard, with the weather, it's hard to get regular practice, I think, outdoors in similar conditions than they'll face in Spain. Joy Pereira top scores with 37 off 25. Nice knock from the skipper in there as he led them to victory with 10 balls to spare. Joy with 7 fours and a 6 in his innings. Rajmani, decent start for him. 18 off 8, including 2 Maximos. Nish Fernando missed out. And Sharif with 13 before he was gone. And Simran helped them get over the line as well with 1 boundary in his 10 not out. Italy getting the job done. We saw 7 bowlers used actually for Finland. I've got to say there was some good performers in there. I think Amjad Sher himself 1 for 16 off his 2 overs. But I like the signs from Junaid Khan. Even we saw a good change of pace from bowling from Dandapani. Took 1 for 12. Mahesh Kumar with his spin with 7 runs conceded. Raz Mohammed, he's a guy I think we'll see plenty more of with the ball. And Parveen, well, only went for 6 despite copping 1 in the leg in the process. We'll take a break then, back in around about 15 to take you into the second game of the day. And we'll be Team Austria to appear for the first time in this series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Nish Aper. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Internationals. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company on day one of this two-day ECI involving Italy as well as Finland and Austria. And it is time for Austria to make their first appearance here in match two. Italy, the host, against Austria in Ramage has the coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Italy, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Austria, you're the away team, you will call. There you go. Heads has been called. Oh, it's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
I'm going to bowl first.
Bowl first. So toss won by Austria, who will bowl first.
Aki Bikbal of Austria wins the toss and he elects to bowl first. Seems to be a bit of a trend this morning, I suppose, with these teams as well that are playing here perhaps for the first time. They just want to get a sense of the conditions. And sometimes it's easier to do that when you all go out there as a collective. And Austria will be hoping to put in a good performance, no doubt about that. They are a team that, like Italy, they have made the championship week of an ECC before. And I think the captain, Aki Bikbal, he's a very, very talented player. He's a triple threat with a bat, ball, and in the field, and I think that he could have a lot to do with how Austria go this weekend. They've got some good bowlers though, I think. No Javid Zadran for Austria, which is a bit of a blow, but they've got some pretty good options there, like Sahil Zadran, who really likes to get it through. Got Itibasha Dida as well, who's got a clever change of pace. So Austria, very good 10 overs side. Can't wait to see how they go against the Azuri in this one. Let's go over to Nishay Butt now as we get ready, and of course there will be a 1 minute silence observed before this game, like game one. So we'll have that, and then it'll be time for the start of match number two. And the news from the toss is that Austria, they've won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
And that was a minute's silence observed for former president of Italy, Giorgio Napolitano, who reigned between 2006 and 2015. He passed away yesterday at the age of 98. And in sporting events all across this nation, a minute's silence will be observed for him, as we, of course, now turn our attention to the cricket. As this is our second match of the day, taking place between Italy and Austria. Italy picking up their first win of this series earlier today against Finland. Austria now coming in. This is going to be a big matchup. You feel like these two teams are the favorites for this ECI. As we, of course, take a look at the match predictor. Italy fancied as 63% favorites heading into this match. I think a lot of people would even go as far as claiming this is a coin flip. And it's going to be hard to see who's going to win both this matchup and the two matchups these teams have after this game. And there's two openers for Italy. And looks like it might be a Hiddle over Dake bowling this over for Austria. Well, just waiting to receive confirmation. A very, very clinical performance by Italy to start off the day. Of course, they were terrific in the first innings. Restricted Finland to just 84 runs, and they came out in the second innings and they, well, they got the job done. to put it simply. I think Finland bowled terrifically. They deserve a lot of credit for that. And Italy made the most of it. As we, of course, just take a look at this field. Absolutely beautiful ground. One of the finest on the calendar. We can also see the two fielders played outside the ring. They're currently stationed at deep backward square leg and deep backward point. So needs to pitch this on a good length here. McKee. And a full delivery. And it's thrown back at the stumps. It hits the bat. It's going to be a Kivik ball. This one is struck towards mid-on. Ooh, that's nasty. And as it just got him under the chin, or where does that come up? Oh yeah, that could have been worse. Would have been a little painful, but hey, at least it's a wake-up call. Nicely and early in the morning. It's a low full toss. That's going to be just struck away towards mid-wicket. A couple of runs here for Italy. And again, you just feel like this could be a very high-scoring match. Both these teams, of course, have been averaging a lot of runs this past calendar year. Sun's come out as well now, so it's not the same overcast conditions we had for our first match of the day. This one is struck straight to the fielder at point. His gloves on Luckby. We didn't see him feature in the first match of the day. Now he gets to play against Austria. Takes a big thud off the pad. So a good bowling here by Ekbal to start off in this first over. Just he's got good balance, a nice flowing run up as well. Zane Nuckby plays a lot of his cricket for best named side, you have to say, on the European Cricket Network. Fresh, tropical. Had a pretty good ECS. Made a top score of 64 undefeated against Jinda Brescia. As the first over comes to an end, just a couple runs off it, and we've got a moment to remind you that the Euros of Cricket are just 2 days away. Starting on Monday, we'll have Group A action. And it's going to be a terrific festival. Of course, 31 nations involved this year, up from 21 last year. Rajmani Sandhu did very well in that first innings. He got his team off to a good start. Managed to pick up a couple of wickets as well when he was bowling, and now he's going to face Zadran. He's going to bowl this second over. And he goes for the big shot here, Zadran. It clears the boundary rope and long off with ease. A huge six. And a great start for him to this innings as well. Rough introduction for Zadran. And he just overpitched that a little bit, Zadran. It was there to hit. He could free his arm, Sandhu. And he whacked it over long off. They've just brought a backward point into the ring, so in response to the shot, they've just moved a fielder out at long off in response. And this one is Just going to take a leading edge. Gets a single right after that big hit. That's obviously like buys. Just send a deep square leg back for Nakvi. Oh, he just inside edges one onto himself, and it's going to be a quick single here. He's responded well, Zadran, since getting hit for a 6. Just found his line and length again. Oh, this is a very nicely struck away. It's over pitched, and it's just on the leg stump, but it again, the outfield's a little bit slower. We had a heavy rain overnight, so that ball just getting stuck in the field. If that was, he struck that shot yesterday, probably just rolls to the fielder on the boundary. Sun's coming out though, so just expect the outfield to continue to dry up as the day progresses. Nakvi going for a big heave towards the leg side. Then you can see he rehearses a shot he really should have played, which should give a good back foot punch towards the offside. Would have served him better over there. But yeah, I think whatever you think the par score would be for this ground, you probably maybe take away 10 or 15 runs for this innings, or although I'm sure in Austria out there expect the outfield to just dry up a little bit more since they're in the second innings. The sun's really now sort of starting to beat down. We're seeing the iconic Mediterranean blue sky is just coming up above us. As you can see, looks nothing like what it did an hour ago. Of course, take a look at the standings for this ECI. Italy picking up the win earlier today against Finland with 10 balls to spare. They won that by 7 wickets. And the good ball here by Iqbal. Just takes some pace off it. Sandhu just trying to advance down the wicket. And he completely misses that one. This one is struck down the ground. Does it have enough to go with the boundary rope? No, it doesn't. Really well taken catch there by Razmal out in the deep. And the first wicket falls for Italy. Good start for Austria. They've been right on the money, bowling really tight. And you have to say Akib deserves that. Just comes off the lower end of the bat. And the fielder tracks it down well. Get a big wicket over here. So Italy 11 for 1. Austria start off this game very well. And it's going to be Joy Pereira, the captain, coming in. Played tremendously well in that first match of the day against Finland. Made a good 37. It was just a nice anchor for his side. Saw them through over the finishing line. And this is another good ball there by Iqbal. Just beats Pereira for pace This is a very different situation, of course. He's batting first against a quality team. He's probably not even going to be able to go at a strike rate of 150 again. T20 cricket, you really, like you pardon, T10 cricket, you really should be going about 170 to 190 minimum. They're just going to have to play a little bit faster here, Italy. Good ball again there by Iqbal. Just around the hip. Yeah, this one is struck away. As it clear the boundary up, it looks like it has. That's going to be a 6. So Naqvi bashes that one away. Really good looking shot, well balanced. Holds a beautiful pose after hitting it as well. And they get that one there. So again, they just need these boundaries to start flowing, Italy. They've been a touch too slow so far this power play. Only 18 runs made. And we're heading into the final ball. Just going to see a couple of fielding changes in response to that shot. They move 2 fielders out to long on at mid-wicket. Bring both third man and fine leg in. And in response, this one gets bashed well over square leg. A little too short. And it's also straying down the leg side. Really well hit there by Naqvi. And Italy desperately needed that to get something out of this power play. An expensive end to Iqbal's spell, which was a terrific one, you have to say. 1 for 14 over his 2 overs. And Austria will still be the happier of the 2 teams at the end of this power play. Italy 24 for 1 at the end of this power play. Yeah. Yes, the Joy Pereira yet to get off the mark. He's faced a couple of dot balls to start his innings, and Akbar Jan is going to bowl for Austria over here, just trying to get his field spot on. Oh, great ball there to start off Akbar Jan. Nice leg stump Yorker. He does well to dig that one out, Pereira, and gets a single off it. Yeah, so they've got a lot of protection for that leg side boundary. Got a square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. And the fielders on the offside are deep cover and then long off. And this one is going to go all the way. It's bashed behind square leg. Huge hit there. Yeah, Naqvi again. Akbar Jan going a little bit too short. He got the first ball spot on. The length was right. This time he just pulls it back a bit too short. Also gets the line wrong. Probably straying down the leg side a bit too much. And Naqvi just helps it over. And he's just helping Italy now put their foot on the accelerator. And try to get their run rate up. They've just been a bit too slow out of the gates here. But full credit to Austria, of course. They were bowling very tightly in that power play. And a good ball in response here by Akbar Jan. I think Italy in the end do well to get a single off that. Yeah, it's just going to be very interesting to see the back and forth throughout these 3 matchups that Italy and Austria are going to have. Just feel like they're all going to be very tight matches. There's going to be some fine margins deciding the outcome. This one strikes Pereira on the pads. A run-out opportunity here. Akbar Jan needed a direct hit. He was just a little bit off balance, throwing that one behind his shoulder. Yeah, you can just see he's going for the throw over here, and direct hit, he was most certainly out. Knockby had already given up, and this one is played away by Pereira towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. But you have to say, though, Akbarjan has responded really well since getting bashed for a 6. Just whoever's come in so far for Austria, they've all done a really good job with the ball. Nice little tussle going on here. Down the leg side, that's going to be very wide. That's the first wide we've seen so far this inning, so Austria have done a very good job with that, just keeping extras to a minimum. And this one is played away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single as the over comes to an end. Knockby will keep strike heading into the next over, as Italy are 35 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. That projected score right now, it's about 88. You just expect that Italy would need to speed up, probably go at about 15 to 16 and over in these next 6. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. A lot of big hitters as well to come in that Italy lineup, including Gagandeep Singh, who's listed as the next batsman to come in, of course, so we had plenty of fun watching him over the ECS these past couple of weeks. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares with the Italian blue on. Oh, that's a full toss. One of the few full tosses we've seen early, and oh, does he step on the boundary rope? He does quite well just to pass it back, but we're going to need to watch this one very closely. Let's just have a look at this. It's up in the air. Watch where he grabs the ball. Is his foot on the rope when the ball is still in his hands? Let's just see. Let's go back. Have a look at that. Well, that's the key moment, and it just looks like his foot has touched the rope. There we go. His foot seems to be on the rope. Ball's about to come in his hands. Just move one frame forward. Ooh, there it is. Yeah, that's a 6. That's a 6. Great effort, you have to say, though. It's a terrific effort by Akbarjan. But that frame right there is a pretty conclusive. And this shows us that it's a 6. Again, by the barest of margins. I mean, his pinky toe is pretty much touching the boundary rope. This one's gone up in the air. No problems over there. That's going to clear the fence by quite a bit. That's definitely a 6, though. And Knockby just helping Italy accelerate after a little bit of a slow start. And he's going along very nicely. 35 undefeated so far of 16. Oh, this one's popped up in the air again. Is this going to clear the boundary rope as well? It most certainly will, very comfortably. As that's another 6. Beautiful 6 signal there by Vanessa Picaro, of course. We're talking about her in the first game. Great to have some female umpires. Just love that 6. Looks very, very disciplined. Sort of 6 you'd expect a military umpire to make. Yeah, this has been the first big over for Italy. Asif, immediate pressure, 3 consecutive 6s. And this one's going to go all the way as well. It's going to be 4 consecutive 6s to start off this over. Knockby absolutely battering Asif to start things off. A little too much width on offer. It's a bit too short as well. And now the momentum is completely swung back in favor of Italy. We saw 4 quiet overs to start off. And this over, it's not just been magical. It's something well beyond that. It's spellbinding. And of course, this is a great opportunity to welcome Mr. Maximo Vinisandu back into the commentary box. We've seen 4 consecutive 6s at the start of this over.
We have a new Mr. Maximo in the house right now. And with that, Knockby's actually moved to 47. And knew it'd be a matter of time till we saw him at the top. And we'll try not to jinx him, but 4 balls this over. 4 6s. Asif searching for answers.
Change of angle. Oh, and that's not helped him at all. It's down the leg side. It's also going to go for 6. It's a huge hit. Enormous hit by Nakvi, who brings up his 50 in style. 5 consecutive 6s. And are we going to witness something unforgettable? We're just 1 ball away.
Haven't seen it very often at all. Considering how many matches we've seen, it's a rarity. Haritharan Vasikaran has done it in Germany. It's a very exclusive club. 6 6s in the over. I think maybe attempted York just trying to cramp Nakvi, but he was just too quick to get the hands through it. Carnage here in the 5th. Supersonic stuff. Could it be 6 out of 6 for Zain Nakvi?
And he misses out on the full toss. It goes for a boundary. He knows Nakvi. You can just see the look on his face. He was so close to being immortalized. Gets a rank full toss. I think this one's a...
Oh, no. That could be a no-y. Oh, you know what? I think that probably is. Oh. Oh, it has been called. So I was groaning because he mishit a ball that was probably hittable for 6. So now, what do we got? We're up to 35. We could have a rare hypersonic over here, which is 40 plus. We only have had 2 of them ever. Imran Azif's gone for 35 off 5 balls.
6 6s is over, still on. If Asif can bash this one, here we go.
Free hit 2.
It's a great ball. The one good ball, Nakvi is balled all over. And it's going to be a 39 run over. So a lot better outcome than a 6 6s. But I'm sure he'll be gutted. He missed out on one over there.
Agree. It ties the 3rd most expensive over we've ever seen on ECN. And look, Imran Azif, he's a very good player. He's just going to have to shake that off. It wasn't where he wanted it. Okay, it's his first over, I suppose, of the series. But tough one to swallow. 39 and over, which is kind of worse than the theoretical worst you could get. Anyway, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Nish Bart. I'm here for the first part of the day. I'll be heading to Spain a little bit later. I'll leave you with Nish, and I'm really interested to see how this pans out. As you know, you got ups, you got downs. The challenge in this form of the game, I think, is just try and keep your emotions in check. And as if he's a very good player, he'll come back from that. Don't you worry about that. As it looks like we're going to get Abdullah Akbarjan, the left armour, coming back to bowl here in the 6th. But warm welcome to everyone, and yeah, why don't you drop us a message in the chat?
This one is just struck towards long on, and of course that huge 39 run over just completely swings the momentum of this game. Italy were in a spot of bother. They just were a bit slow out of the gates. We're going along at a run rate just a shade above 8. But now things have completely turned around. Now Austria under enormous pressure. And this is beautifully played by Nakvi with the full face of the bat. But it's only going to be a single.
Austria, though, I mean, they got some very good bats in there as well. So even if they do concede something like what they're on for right now, 140s or something like that, they've got the batting to chase it down potentially. They've got some really big hitters. I think the conditions are a bit more batting friendly now than earlier in the day as well.
And it's played away towards mid-wicket, and it's going to become even more batting friendly in the 2nd innings as, of course, the sun continues to bake down and dry this field. Forecast for now is clear skies for the rest of the day. So hopefully you don't have to worry too much about any interruptions. And this one is just a bit over-pitched, and Nakvi just continuing his good form. A great bottom-handed shot, generated so much power, and whips it over cover.
Brilliant shot. I mean, he's only just missed here, Abdullah, but it's the kind of length. It's not quite block hole. It allows Zain to get under it. And Nakvi, he's the guy who hit the winning runs off the last ball against England 11 in the ECC in a memorable match a year or 2 ago. And I'll never forget his reaction. He threw down the bat, threw down the gloves. It was a memory I'll remember forever. I'm sure he will as well. Akbarjan has been pretty good here. He's got 2 balls to go.
Great ball here by Akbarjan. You have to say, though, he's been bowling it very nice and full, aiming it at the leg stump around the batsman's foot a lot. We saw him get a couple of leg stump Yorkers in his first over as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's where he wants to be. That's where he just missed the ball before. A few creepy crawlies, obviously, near our microphones, but the sun's come out. A few bugs as well. I think this field will dry out nicely. It was a little bit wet, a little bit slow compared to what we've seen earlier on today.
Akbarjan's going to just go back and re-bowl that final delivery. Maybe third time's going to be the charm here for Akbarjan. Something clearly bothering him.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's even getting in the way of the umpire's face. Just think, maybe just brushing some flies away. There have been a few of them in the commentary box as well. This one's a low full toss, and well, he's going to wish he'd not bowl that final delivery at all. It goes for 6. Pereira bashes him, just spoils Akbarjan's figures. Good hit there for the captain Pereira, who's been a spectator watching Nakvi's brilliant innings. Italy off to a very good start, 90 for 1 at the end of 6.
It's just something that I heard just chatting to some of the Finnish players. They were saying how Joy, he's not really trying to hit the ball hard, he's just timing the ball, but he's got that natural power, doesn't he? And that was a good example. It was absolutely flying out of the ground. So, okay, 90 for 1 after 6. But yeah, two teams that do pack a punch. And it looks like we're going to get Itibasha Dida now bowling. And so, hoping for a turnaround. They might need it sooner rather than later, Austria. Remember, Austria actually made it to the next round of World Cup qualifiers. And they were playing some very good cricket teams there, Scotland, Ireland, amongst others. And so, back in, I suppose, a bit more of a familiar format for them against European opponents as we get ready for over 7.
Oh, this one just straying down the leg side, and it's helped away behind square leg for a 6. So a difficult start to Dieter's over. Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised that Imran Asif hasn't come back for his second over. And yeah, just as a halfway stage of the innings, Austria just losing their way a little bit. They don't look like the team that gave up just 24 runs in the power play.
It's kind of a mixture of good batting, but also the occasional loose ball, isn't it? And Dieter, that wasn't where he wanted it. It was way too close to the legs of Nakvi, who's raced to 75, striking at 3 runs a ball at the moment. What an innings.
Yeah, that Imran Asif over just swung this game completely. I mean, Italy were rather slow, as we said, in the first 4 overs, going at just above 8 and over. And now you look at the current run rate, it's 15 and a half. And this one is probably going down the leg side.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision from Veneta there. I was biting back and I had it just missing the leg stump. It does hit him back pad. But yeah, I've got to say, I think she makes the right call there. But I mean, Zion didn't even get a hit earlier on. Didn't bat in the top 5. Just shows you the depth of some of these squads. I suppose they're trying to work out with him. Is his home at the top of the order or in the middle order? So maybe this weekend will have a lot to do with deciding how they use him in the ECC.
Oh, this is another rank full toss. Just wonder if this could also be a no ball. It's going to go away for a 6. But again, it's just going to be worth looking at this angle side on and just seeing where it's. That looks illegal to me. That could be called a no ball.
Yeah, I agree. And it is called. And once again, the umpires and the officials getting things spot on there. But Iti isn't, as he gets whacked away. Nakvi into the 80s with a free hit to boot, and the 100 up now in the 7th over for Team Italy.
They've just completely lost their way, Austria, since the 4th over. They're just bowling a lot of poor deliveries here. Too many full tosses. A lot of balls down the leg side.
Free hit coming up. Javid Zadran's a big out, as just mentioned in the chat as well. Hello to Basset Omari. Nice to have you in the chat. Yeah, Javid, I just think unavailable for this series. He's a walk-up start for Austria. He's such a dynamic player. Excellent slower ball as well. His partner in crime, though, Dieter. They have to deliver a free hit here.
Yeah, that was a wide. I think he just caught the red line along the way, so he's going to have to re-bowl this free hit.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much straight over the line. Can't have too many complaints about that. It's been carnage, hasn't it? Nakvi 81 out of 104 now. Still on a free hit as well.
Oh, this one's going to go straight down the ground. Another big hit here for Nakvi. That one's disappeared away. Good luck spotting that little white ball. in this shiny blue sky. Nakvi racing away to 87.
What a shot. And, well, don't want to jinx him. He is on 87, which is a pretty superstitious number if you're from Australia. But there's a list there. We're looking for someone to complete that second page. Gangadeep Singh, who's playing fiddly in this series, the last man to do it. There were 2 centuries in the ECS here, both to Royal Roma players. But we haven't had one for over a week now. Nakvi, the way he's batting, he seems a shoe-in. It only takes one ball to make a difference.
That's going to be another wide. So Austria now just feeling the pressure. And again, Nakvi's just earning these wides with his great hitting at the start of his innings. Austria bowled just 1 wide in the first 4 overs, but now they're feeling the pressure.
It's not a bad spot to miss. I mean, they're only just missing, so I can understand the tactics. Trying to get him to play away from his body, maybe a little nick or something like that. And this over's gone magical, and we're only halfway through. Ooh, well, he thought about getting out of the way, in the end he just froze there. Hitibasha Dida. Hopefully it got him in a good bit of the shoe as it bounces away for a single.
Yeah, you just heard a sort of a shoe sound more than that horrible sound when it comes off the shin. But even if he does want to bowl it that wide and is just looking for a little edge, it doesn't make sense with the field setting he has because third man is inside the ring.
Yeah, now you'd say, okay, I'd probably take a whack in the foot if it means I don't have to bowl at Nakvi, but then you've got Joy Pereira at the other end, who has been a bit of a run machine in this form of the game for Italy this year as well.
Oh, that's another full toss. And it's going straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, who's going to take a terrific catch. Really, really well done. Acrobatic effort, diving forward, and plucks it out. Great catch. And again, Austria desperately needed that. Something to break this partnership. It's Joy Pereira who departs, who's been a spectator for much of this fiery Nakvi innings. But anything just to get some momentum back for Austria, and sometimes it's a heroic fielding effort that makes a difference. That was Umer Tariq taking that brilliant catch.
Umer Tariq is a very good fielder. He's not the only one out there, and so it wasn't the best delivery, was it, from Dida, but gets a slice of luck, and he picks up his first wicket. This over has gone magical, but it has something to show for it. Now, here's Gagandeep Singh, who we just saw on the century chart. Not often you'd see someone with the last century perhaps be batting with someone that could be making the next one, although we should emphasise that he's not there yet, but he is on 88, and the way he's batting, he could be 2 balls away from it.
And Gagandeep Singh had a brilliant ECS for Royal Roma. Kind of struggled on finals day when Royal Roma needed it the most. Royal Roma ended up finishing 3rd. And this is a good ball. I think this is what Dieter has been trying to bowl for much of this over, but this time he nails it. Good wide Yorker to end the over. An expensive one, though, 22 off it. Well, he does get a wicket.
Very Gagandeep, wasn't it, that last shot? But yeah, let's have a look at what's coming up on Monday. I know a lot of people are pretty excited, including me, for the Euros of cricket. And we start with Group A, which involves Spain, France, Isle of Man, Czechia, and Greece. 5 matches a day, slightly later start time as well in the ECC. So it all starts Monday morning in Europe. It's 9:30 GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe. It's 3 p.m. in India. Join us. And yeah, the way that day's set up, there are a couple of little mini gaps in between games. So actually pretty much start to finish about 11 hours of cricket. Rico Full is standing by. I think he's travelling across the weekend. Corey, I think, is getting there tomorrow. He'll be coaching Spain, of course, in Group A. Andrew Ryan will be joining us as well for week 1. As Umer Tariq is going to come on to bowl, and this is a guy in ECI cricket early in the year. He did something that's never ever happened in any ECN match. He got 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings. In fact, I've never heard it in any cricket. Here he is bowling the 8th.
And this time he's just straying a bit too far onto the pads, but it's worked away by Nakvi. Again, you bowl a ball like that to Nakvi, you'd expect it to depart for 6, especially the kind of form he's in.
True.
Well, that's probably one of the few false shots he's played so far today.
You could hold him to 140 and chase it down if you bat well here, but you need to do a holding job. Chasing something 150s, 160s is a lot different to chasing 140s.
And Gagandeep Singh gets a hold of this, and it's a great bit of fielding there. I think he came across very quickly there, Razmal.
Yeah, Razmal's a very good fielder. He's a former captain of the side. He's handed the reins over to Akib Iqbal now, but he is dynamite with the bat, and he's such a stylish player to watch. I'm really looking forward to seeing Razmal in this series. Umar, so far so good, but he has bowled a Nakvi again.
And they played away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Look at this thing now back on strike. Nakvi though, 2 runs off the last 2 balls for him. That's really, really slow the way he's going, but I'm sure he'll pick it up.
Nervous
very
90s
shortly.
maybe? Doesn't look nervous. Good eye from Gaggandeep there. That's a skill in itself, I think, at this form in the game. Spotting a wide and leaving it, unless you really think you're in it for 4 or 6.
Yeah, I think I've definitely seen a lot of batsmen just get better at judging those leg stump wides. I think the next stage will be how well can they judge the wides that are wide outside the off stump as well. I think we've seen a few players get dismissed just poking at balls they don't need to, that are really far wide outside the offside. And this one's played away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Of course, one consequence of going for a 39-run over means that the over is going to last quite a while. So Austria just need to keep an eye on the time. They should be fine for now, but it's going to be probably down to 6 minutes and 10 seconds by the time Umair releases the ball here.
Should be okay, you'd imagine.
Oh, great Yorker here. Terrific Yorker. And they're going to somehow sneak in a single here. Good running by the 2 batsmen. But Tariq, he's come in a pressure situation when he's seen the last couple of overs go for 22, 16, and the one before that for 39. And he's just been bowling good full deliveries, mostly Yorker length, aimed at the stumps. And he's managed to sneak in a quiet over here. So
far,
so
Gaggandeep, he's going to try and smash this out of the ground. Let's see how it goes. Yep. And, well, Gaggandeep's arrived. That would have gone over several boundaries if they were there. Maximo to finish the 8th. Yeah. That could be one of the greatest cricket minds in the world for nothing. 124 for 2 after 8.
Well, I have to apologize to Tariq for that curse, but a 12-run over is still fairly decent in general in T10 cricket. As a projected score right now, it's 155.
Yeah, it just hasn't really been able to find that boundary lately, has he? Nakvi, who's 91. See that Shigarwal, their number 9, is straight down the ground. That's a tactic we've seen employed quite often at the international 10 over level. Just kind of throws the angles out a little bit. I see Gary in the chat as well. Hopefully you're well. Always happy to see Gary. I have a feeling we didn't get Gary in this week. So Gary, I'm going to give you a team. I'm going to give you a random team to follow in the ECC. Something we all did yesterday. Okay. And Zadran comes back to roll the 9th.
Yeah, this is quite nicely played by Nakwi, considering it's a fuller ball. Just uses his wrist really well, plays it towards cover point. Just having a look at the toe end of his bat.
Okay, I'm giving Gary a team, and he's got, wow, Gary's got the Netherlands 11. He got team 31. So Gary, the guys will explain to you, but now you're in the sweep, just for fun, of course. He's got the defending champions.
Oh, nice bit of luck here for Gary. Should be thanking us in all honesty for
Gary turned up at the right time, didn't he? Wow. We've got over 100 people involved in the sweep now. It's just for fun. It's just, I suppose, like I was trying to emphasize yesterday, it's no real cost or prize or anything like that. It's just to give you a team to root for.
lowish full toss, goes straight back to the bowler. Zadran, good effort by him. He's at least prevented some runs.
Yeah, but I mean, guys on 92, this hits the middle of the hand. It doesn't stay there for Sahil. Yeah, maybe not quite the middle, otherwise it would have stuck, but got a piece of it. Saves the run though, I suppose at this stage of the game, that's your principal concern, but yeah, for sure. You want to try and get a guy that's been smashing them all over the place. Comeback ball from Sahil.
Oh, advances down the wicket here, Nakvi. I think he's just got enough bat on it to see it over the boundary rope. Doesn't go to the intended direction, but he just throws everything at it. And he gets a 6. Well, he had 5 or 6 balls, Nakvi, where he didn't look like himself. Manages to get the desired result over there, though.
Yeah, just bat speed. And, well, Guggendeep's out there at the moment. He scored century number 29 of the season for Royal Roma. And right now he's batting with Zayn Nakvi, who's looking odds on to get century number 30, as he's on 98. Still plenty of balls left in this innings. Could this be the ball? Sahel trying to prevent it. Little look to third for Nakvi. Here he is.
Oh, this is really nicely just whipped away towards mid-wicket. Again, it's good bowling here by Zadran. I have to say, these last couple of overs, Umer Tariq and Zadran on this over, they've been bowling nice and full, good Yorkers. They've made it as difficult as possible for Italy as Nakvi moves on to the extremely nervy 99.
And here's the thing. We did have a 99 not out. I don't want to bring that up right now. Guggendeep, watch this one fly.
And a big heap there by Guggendeep Singh. Is there some edge on that? Well, the Austrian cricket team are convinced, but the umpire shakes her head and says that's not out.
There was no deflection, but there was definite noise, and I suppose the issue is it off the end of the bat? Although Guggendeep probably doesn't help himself because he takes half a step as if he's expecting to be given out. But yeah, you have a look here, right off, I think it's right off the end of the bat, and Guggendeep, so he sees it's caught, walks, and then says, actually, you know what? I'm going to wait. Whether that matters or not, we'll see, because he might not even face again Guggendeep, but that is the end of the over. It's 133 for 2, and Nakvi will face on 99 not out. Any score will bring up the 30th century of the season.
An international 100, though, means so much when you go out there, do it for your national team at the very highest level. It's going to be such a special moment for Nakvi if he can just knock off this run. Well, he has to face Umer Tariq, who's bowled very well in his first over. And this one is played away, and let the celebrations begin for Nakvi, who reaches this century in just 37 deliveries. Gets a huge round of applause from the dugout. Well, he deserves to soak in this moment. It was a terrific display of batting, capped off by that incredible 39 run over against Imran Asif.
Yeah, and that's kind of what got him going, and he's essentially cruised there at the end, but 100 off 37 balls, that is a brilliant knock from Zayn Nakvi, who is so talented. Can't wait to see more of him in the next couple of weeks, and maybe even in Championship week, if they can win their group. It's probably a lucky one for Tariq here. I felt this got a little bit of the line, but he was able to get away with it. Let's have a look. Yeah, umpire's call maybe. Maybe if the ball even touches the line a little bit, should be called, but Austria, be thankful for small mercies here. Looks like they'll be chasing 140 something.
Oh, another great ball. I just love the way Tariq has bowled late in this innings.
Right, so time for the curtain call for Nakvi. All the pressure's off as far as the 100. Now he can just go to town. He'll want to face all three of these balls, I'm sure about that.
Oh, another good fuller delivery by Tariq, but the third man and point inside the ring. All Nakvi has to do is just get enough bat on it, and he works it away for a boundary.
All right, so 104, 2 to come. And it is Guggendeep Singh, that's the first guy to congratulate him. Zayn Nakvi, ready to party.
Oh, this is another great ball here by Tariq. He's just looking to work that one away behind fine leg, but
no.
Tariq misses out on a very simple run out.
I tell you what, it's a bit of a power struggle here. Both batters want to face. Tariq misses from point blank range and then hits the stumps with his hands as if to distract from the fact. Actually, no, it's his hip. But then they really should have gone for a second. And Guggendeep is saying, no, hey, listen, I'm playing for Italy. I need this ball. So looks like Zayn Nakvi is going to finish 104 off 38. N.I. Nick gifting a membership due to the 100. That's very kind of you, N.I. Nick. His last ball, 140 plus this.
Struck straight down the ground by Guggendeep Singh. And again, Rosmal's been so good protecting and patrolling those straight boundaries. He's going to make sure that's just a single. So very good recovery here by Austria at one stage. Italy looks set to get 160 plus, minimum 155. But in these last couple of overs, they've given up just 17 runs off these last two, mainly led by Umer Tariq, who's bowled superbly. So the middle overs belong to Italy, but the death overs belong to Austria. As in the end, Italy still end up with a very good total of 141. Should be an exciting chase in the second innings, as of course Naqvi is getting a lot of congratulations from Austria. A lot of respect between these two sides. And of course, you can just get a look of the Centurion, made 104 of 39 deliveries. Here's a look at the highlights of this innings.
Probably one of the things for me, though, he actually faced a fair bit of the strike. He faced 39 balls. And so when he's scoring at that rate, even though he didn't always have the 100% timing, when he did, he really had it. And there were just patches in there when he seemed absolutely unstoppable on the way to his 100.
Certainly did. Hit 13 maximos in that innings and 3 fours. You're just taking a look at some of these wonderful shots he hit. Straight down the ground. Just had no problem finding the boundary. That was a terrific catch taken by Umer Tariq in the deep. He'd, of course, play a huge role when he came in later with the ball. That would be Gagandeep Singh's lone boundary. We just have a look at Zain Naqvi celebrating his 100 in the final over. As well, of course, take a look at the scorecard. The main story, of course, is Zain Naqvi's 104 of 39, playing with a strike rate of 267. Rajmani Sandhu hit a very nice looking 6 over the offside. That was
well, there we go.
7 of 5. And, well, you're looking at the Austria lineup right now, but I'll just read you how Italy and also the Austrian bowling lineup did. Of course, this is what I just mentioned. Gagandeep Singh was not out, making 11 of 9. We'll then just have a quick talk about the Austrian bowling lineup. Of course, Aki Bigfald bowled terrifically well. He bowled early in the power play, gave up just 14 runs in his 2 overs, and managed to give a wicket. Sahil Zadran was really good as well, very economical. Of course, the big over that everyone's going to talk about is Imran Asif, giving up 39 runs in his over, the 3rd highest ever on the European Cricket Network. And then Umer Tariq did a terrific job bowling in the death, just 19 runs off the 2 overs he bowled. In the end, Italy end up with a very, very healthy total of 141, but don't rule this game out just yet. Austria have a terrific batting lineup. They're blessed with some brilliant hitters, and I think we're going to be in for an exciting chase. Join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings of our second match of the day. Italy and Austria facing each other off. Should be a fun matchup, of course. That first innings was very entertaining. It was a good back and forth. You'd say that Austria were on top to start off. They gave up just 24 runs in the power play, picked up the wicket of Rajmani Sandhu as well. And then once they got that magical fifth over, shouldn't just say magical, should say astounding, spellbinding. I mean, think of all the superlatives you can. 39 run over off Imran Nasif. Things just took a turn for the worse for Austria. All of a sudden, Italy were going at about 15 or 16 and over, and they looked set to reach 160 or 170. Then some terrific bowling by Tariq and Zadran right at the end would mean that Italy would just pull back Austria a little bit. And as you can see on your screen, they've set a target of 142, of course. They start off with a wide over here, Italy. But yeah, just 29 runs of those last 3 overs, 17 of the last 2. Those two going for 9 and 8. It's just incredible. What a terrific recovery. You don't often see that in an innings where a team goes on to make 141 runs. This is nicely played by Hossein. One bounce over the rope. 4 runs to start off for Austria. Just a touch too short, which gives him the time to play that one. And this one down the leg side. You could just hear a sound as it was going through to the keeper. It's an edge, and it's really well taken by Zain Naqvi, who's having a terrific day. He made 100. Now he gets a catch early. And Hossein, it's 4 and out for him. He had a really good-looking shot to start off his innings. This time he's just strangled down the leg side. And it takes a little edge through to the wicketkeeper. So he departs on a ball that he really should have put away. It'll be very disappointing for him as Austria lose an early wicket and what is going to be a rather challenging chase. And it's going to be Razmal coming in, the dangerous Razmal Shigwal for Austria. He was great in the field the first innings. Very accomplished cricketer as well. Oh, this is absolutely battered. And it's going to hang up in the air for a while. And I think it's probably clear the rope. We'll just wait and see on the replay. My initial inkling is that it has. And, ooh, this is going to be important. I think it might just have hit the top of the rope, or it's landed on the right side of the rope, at least from a batsman's point of view. I think that should be a 6. And it seems it's been signaled that way by the umpire, so it's been given a 6. Yeah, what an excellent player Shigwal is. Top run getter. And the ECS, Austria involved in earlier this year. They hosted in May. A nice bottom-handed stroke. It's going to land beyond the fielder. He used his feet to stop that one. Saves a couple of runs for his side. And yeah, Austria, of course, let's just have another look at this here. So is his foot just might be touching the rope. And yep, it's been given a 4. Yeah, that's going to be a boundary. So yeah, probably not the wisest decision in the end to go with some foot fielding. And it's back-to-back boundaries for Shigwal. Both of them right on the edge, you have to say as well. Hitting these boundaries by the absolute barest of margins. A slower ball here by Raza Islam. Yeah, just to continue the point, of course, Austria, they've been involved in a couple of ECIs before this. They went to Malta in February earlier this year. We very briefly spoke about that in the first innings, but they hosted one as well where they invited some other Central European countries in Hungary and Czech Republic. They won 4 of their 6 games there, Austria, and Razmal was outstanding in that series. Just talk about that after this ball. And again, just going too far down the leg side here, Raza Islam is over is going to be a very expensive one. A good start for Austria despite losing the wicket. The danger man, Razmal, making his impact felt very early in this series. As of course, this is an opportunity to remind you that's been 331 matches since we last had a golden ball. It's been an agonizing wait, but maybe this is a weekend where it comes to an end. New bowler is coming in. I think it's going to be bowled by Rajmani Sandhu this over. Did a pretty good job in that first match against Finland. He was obviously one of the more expensive bowlers, but his economy rate was just around 10, which is very good for a T10 match, but he grabbed a couple of important wickets that really swung the momentum in favor of Italy. So here we go. And that one is just going to strike the line along the way. It's a wide to start off for Sandhu. Look at that wide Yorker early. And he's going for a good shot over there. Asif, it's nice bowling there by Sandhu. Sticking to the plan. Let's see if he mixes it up now and bowls the same length but at the stumps. That one's quite wide there by Sandhu. Again, you're kind of playing with fire with this tactic. Of course, there's plenty of merit in bowling full and wide in T10 cricket. But if you get it wrong, you're just going to keep racking up the extras. Although, I'd have to say, early in a T10 match, I'd like to see a quick bowler just, you're bowling an attacking line and length, just going for the top of the off stump. You still want to take wickets during the power play. And he goes for that full, wider delivery again, takes some pace off, and Asif gets a hold of it and batters it over cover. 6 more runs. He misses the length over there, really. That's what hurts him the most. It's what allows Asif the time to get underneath it and elevate it over cover. They're just going to bring third man into the ring, and I think they've just sent someone out to cover. A little bit hard to see from our vantage point as and he now bowls a shorter one, Asif, just mixing it up a little bit. I think one minor concern for Italy, though, is that they've been a little bit slow bowling these first 9 deliveries. They've at the moment using almost a minute per ball, which is just not what you want to go at. That's a full toss. It was a pretty poor delivery, in all honesty. And I think it's going to be a no ball. And Asif obviously be a little bit disappointed. He hasn't whacked that one away for 6. It was at a nice height to batter. And yeah, very tight, that one. It's a really tight call, but it's been given a no ball. So more pain here for Sandhu. And it's played away really, really well by Ramzan. That goes away for a 6. Again, too short, too wide. Gets underneath it. Helps it away behind third man for a 6. And it just hits the Let's Play Cricket banner. Great batting here by Shigawal. Oh, short and wide again. It's going to be punished again. It's going to go in the same area. It's another 6. Shigawal off to a flyer of a start. And that required, it's just nosedive down to 12.4. It's just another great hit. And again, this is not good bowling by Sandhu. You really have to say he's got his line and length completely wrong. I think his plan is wrong as well. He's just asking to be hit the way he's bowling. And I'd be really surprised if he even comes back for a second over after this. He just has to find a way to get out of this over now. Incredible start for Austria. And yeah, the other concern would be, as we said, Italy just taking way too long to get through these overs. They've taken more than 10 minutes to get through these first 2. This one is a drill straight to mid-on. A direct hit was needed. And was he going to be in trouble here if there was a direct hit? Let's just take a look at this. He just stumbles, and then he's trying to get back. Yeah, direct hit, and he was gone. He was gone. Iqbal Hussain, he would have had a very premature end to his innings. As Austria off to a flyer of a start, 41 for 1 at the end of 2. As we, of course, so just take a look at the standings. Of course, Italy picked up a win earlier today against Finland. A very convincing win. They bowled terrifically in that first innings, restricted Finland to just 84 runs, and then knocked off those runs with 10 balls to spare. Well, this is a very, very different task here against a quality Austria side, who've taken part in a couple of ECIs and won both of them, the one in Malta and, of course, the one they hosted. And this is a great time to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu into the commentary box.
Thanks, Nish. It's great to be back. And yeah, what a lightning start. Magical start, isn't it? So they go to spin earlier than I think they were planning to. Fernando in the 3rd.
Yeah, this one is just played down towards long on. It's going to be a single. Yeah, Fernando, I mean, he bowled quite well against Finland. But again, that Finnish batting lineup is very different to the Austrian one. I think Finland have a lot more stroke players, probably more suited to longer formats of the game, while this Austrian side, they're just built for limited overs, short format cricket, as this one is played away by Shigawal for a rare single for him. Everything's just been a boundary so far.
I've got to say, I'd be tempted to open Shigawal. I know he likes to bat 3. I suppose Iqbal's a pretty good option at the top. He went 4 and out in this game, but I don't know. He's just too good to leave on the bench for any time unless he's out.
Oh, down the leg side, and it's gone straight to the fielder at fine leg. So Asif will be very disappointed by that. A couple of cheap wickets given up by Austria. They've lost both of their openers to rather poor deliveries. Of course, Iqbal Hussain was just strangled down the leg side by Ali Raza Islam, and Imran Asif picks out the one fielder in that position. He departs for just 7 runs.
Anyway, as games go, poor Imran, he's had a bit of a shocker, hasn't he? He got whacked for 39, then he gets a ball that, if this is 1.5 meters either side of the field, it's 4. But instead, he picks out Ali Raza Islam, who's into the side in this game for Italy, and Austria loses 2nd wicket. 43 for 2. Aqib Iqbal comes to the crease. So you've got the new captain in Aqib Iqbal and the former captain, Razmal Shigawal, 2 very experienced players, very skillful players together. I feel like this is a real key partnership for the Austrians.
Certainly is, and of course, just going back to the point you're saying, I completely agree. I think Shigawal should be opening the batting for Austria. I think you want your best players in T10 cricket just facing as many balls as possible, so put him right at the top of the order. Don't overcomplicate things. Bounces down the wicket, and he's going to give this one a good bash. Has this gone the distance? We'll have to take a look at this replay.
I feel like this hit the rope. Let's see how good my eyes are. It has, yep, there we go. Yeah, bangs into the rope. You see the rope move. So that's going to be 6 runs. And called correctly. So, yeah, Aqib Iqbal, nice footwork to be able to hit that down the ground. Perfect start to his innings.
And a great spot as well. Just comment on that after this delivery. It's straight to the fielder, 3rd man. I mean, both the director and I, our initial inkling was it landed just short of the rope, but you called it immediately as soon as you saw it. It hit the boundary rope flush.
There's a lot of things wrong with my body, but my eyes are still good, except for the fact that I've got terrible eyesight. But when I put my contacts in or have my glasses on, they're still good.
This one is bashed away behind square leg, so it's a huge 6 to end the over. Iqbal just rocks back and sends one to that little archaeological site in the parking lot. Good end to the over.
Yeah, very good power play in the end. 55 for 2 after 3. And Austria, just the start they wanted in Italy. Okay, they did have a couple of things go their way. They got Hussein for 4. They got Imran Asif for 8. But Rasmal there, 27 off just 8 balls. And Akib with 12 off just 3. 3 very productive overs. You can see that Italy took a while to get going, didn't they? And their finish was a bit underwhelming. A little bit of the parabola about that, wasn't there, with the 39 run over. Really hurting them. In Austria, if that had even gone just like normal magical, they would have been chasing something like 121. But yeah, the 39 hurts. Amir Sharif to bowl over number 4.
Oh, that's a really wide delivery. And you got to give full credit to Zain Naqvi with the gloves over there. Great leaping effort. He's a great goalkeeper-esque stop. He's saved a definite minimum over there. Let's just take another look at this. Look at that. Very athletic. And this one is played away. Doesn't have enough to clear the fielder. In the end, he's done a good effort. We might have to just take another look at that to confirm it's not a 6, but I think Simranjeet Singh has done just fine over there.
Yeah, and he's a superstar in the field. I think he's right. He gets rid of it just in time. Let's see what the replay says. Does he get rid of it before the next step? Yes, he does. It's just a shame he couldn't get more on the throw because he might have been able to get it to the next fielder, but he does really well. Saves 5 runs for his team there.
Well, this one's taking an edge, but I think it's going to clear the boundary rope comfortably. And that just shows you the kind of form Shigawal is in. Even when he's got no idea where the ball's going, he managed to get an edge that flies away for a 6. Austria racing away right now.
There are just some people you could watch bat all day, and I think Shigawal is one of these guys. The fact that he can be aggressive, but still looks so classical in his technique. I know he's played a bit of cricket as well, at a good level in the UAE. I just think he's class in Austria. If they're going to go deep in this ECC, they want him firing.
Hammered away, shouts of catch. It isn't going to find a fielder. No, it won't. It goes between both fielders, but over the rope. More importantly for Shigawal, moves on to 45.
Yeah, it's such a quick 45 as well. And fraction short. When he's in good form, he's really good at getting these. And okay, maybe not perfectly. Zain Ali with a despairing dive, but the result 6 more for Austria, who really are in the driver's seat at the moment.
Oh, he goes for just a ramp around the corner, tries to paddle it around because fine leg is inside the ring. It just comes off the toe end of his bat, and it's going to be a single.
Probably unnecessary, really, considering how well he's batting, but he just spotted an opportunity and premeditated that shot. Still, they've got that run rate required down to about 11 and over. Remember, it started up over 14.
And this one, he just plays that one very nicely. Iqbal just follows the ball, moves his hands really well, gets them underneath the ball, and plays it very fine for a boundary.
Yeah, kind of takes his chances here. Tries to be soft with his hands. And just checking if this is 4 or 6. We'll have a look at it here on the replay, and it looks more 6 than 4 to me. Yeah, I think it has gone for 6, just over the line. So yeah, maybe get one more look at that. See, I mean, we'll have another look one more time. Yeah, that to me looks like it's bounced after the line. So if that's, oh well, hopefully it doesn't come down to a couple of runs. Anyway, we'll see what happens with that. Last ball, the 4th coming up, slower ball from Sharif. This has gone magical regardless. As we see it, it's 23 off the over, and it's 78 for 2 after 4. And I think that one was given 6, by the way, in the end. So correct call in the end. And that's what you like to see. I would have to say that every day, if you look at televised cricket, we get more calls right on the ECN than anywhere else in the world, partly because we have so much action coming your way. So many decisions to make.
Just taking a look at that required, though, it's 10.7 at the moment for Austria. All thanks to this wonderful start. They're going along at currently about 19.5. We just take a look at that graph, of course, well ahead of the required, which is not something you would usually see when a side is trying to chase down 142. But as we told you in the first innings, don't take anything away from this Austrian team. Just because it's a big target, they're more than capable of chasing it down. That one's, again, a bit too short, and it's going to get the treatment from Iqbal. He bashes that one away. It's also gone the distance.
He's had a flying start as well, hasn't he, Aqib? He's only slightly short from Jagmeet. And look how deep in his crease he is. He makes a definite decision to play on the back foot, gets under it, gets 6. Good shot.
Such a dilemma here for the captain, because whoever he's introduced so far has been absolutely battered. Was going to take an edge, and it's going to go away for a 4. When it rains, it pours. Italy, nothing going their way right now.
Yeah, well, don't think you're going to chase down 140 something without a bit of luck. And that was pretty uncontrolled from Aqib. Thick outside edge. Could have easily flown to the fielder in the circle. Instead, it was finer than him. And he gets 4 for his trouble.
Run rate down to 9.5 now, required run rate. Oh, this one's up in the air, shouts up, catch it, but it's going to land safely. So fortune favoring Austria at the moment. That one falling short of Gagandeep Singh. And of course, Rajmal Shigarwal, the last time he was involved in ECI, back at his home nation. He was in terrific form there as well, averaged 45. Had a strike rate of 248 across the 6 games he was involved in. They're going to get some runs of overthrows here.
This could have been out, I think. It's worth a go, even if you give away a run, to break this partnership. We called it a key partnership, and haven't seen anything to change my mind like that. Aqib commits, turns around, bowler kind of nowhere, but that hits. I think he's just out. But then, smartly, they come through for the overthrow.
And this one is struck straight towards the fielder. Long on. Has he taken? It looks like he somehow has. What an outstanding effort there by Simranjit Singh. We've already seen him pull off some heroics earlier when he denied a 6 to Austria. This time he leaps forward, plucks a catch right off the ground. What a brilliant catch.
Oh, Simran is such a dynamic fielder. We talked about it before. You know what makes this catch is the anticipation. He sets off as soon as he picks up that the contact isn't completely clean. So Jagmeet with the breakthrough. Iqbal was good while he was there, but have a look. I mean, this is full stretch stuff. He gets the 2 hands underneath it. And of course, Simran with his little blowing the kiss, as we always love to see that when he's on the network. And he might be getting a few kisses blown back from the Italian fans after that, as he removes Iqbal from the equation. 90 for 3.
They desperately need that wicket, Italy. Dangerous Rosmal, he's still there. And this is struck firmly towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single, so Karanbir Singh will keep the strike heading into the 6th over. Austria 91 for 3 halfway through the innings. They need just 51 runs off the second half of their innings.
Yeah, so think about that. 51 is 102 pace. Probably below average run rate here on this ground. These are the 3 squads that we'll see this weekend. And obviously, Italy, we haven't seen Dinadu Maragi in the side yet. I think they're just deciding to give him the morning off after his ECS schedule. I look forward to seeing him at some point. For Austria, though, you can see the class of Rajmal Shigarwal and Aqib Iqbal there. Karanbir Singh, who's just come to the crease, though, he is quite the character. He scored back-to-back centuries for Vienna Eagles earlier in the year, although the second century was when they posted 160s and lost in what was then the biggest ever chase to pack riders.
Laid away towards point, and that's a quick single there. Good running by Karanbir Singh and Shigarwal. Of course, Italy have 4 fixtures today, so it's a very busy day for them. So expect them to just rotate their squad a fair bit, give a lot of different players a chance.
Kind of makes sense that you would then say, right, Dinadu, take the morning off, Now, we don't play game 3. Come for games 4 and 5, and we'll get you in. Just managing your squad. Zain Ali bowling the 6.
We just, once again, Sugarwal tried that shot earlier as well. This time it does come off. It's barely gone above the keeper, and it's going to go away for a 4.
More good luck than good management here from Raz, because this comes off the glove, I think. Gets a bit of finger on it, and just no real control on that at all. Zain Ali is having a very good match, but he could do something Karambir has done, which is score 100 and lose in cause. The way things are going at the moment, doesn't happen very often. Actually, in Krefeld in Germany, we had our first ever 200s in one match, one for each side. So by definition, one was in a losing cause.
Yeah, and the Nezda's just taking an edge through, and well, they're absolutely convinced. The late decision by the umpire finally gives it out. Sugarwal departs on 45. And he's attempted that shot 3 times now, and it's not really come off cleanly on any of those occasions. This time, the edge goes through to the keeper, Naqvi. He's having a good morning. He's struck 100 and now gets his 2nd catch of the day.
Yeah, look, he just got carried away with his own ideas, didn't he there, Razmal Sugarwal? Gets himself out. You could hear the little tickle. The umpire, I think, maybe just checking the ball, carried to Zain behind the stump, Zain Naqvi. It did. And so this game takes a twist. And you know, one thing we've been talking about for a while, and you saw the golden ball counter a little bit earlier, well over 300 now. This game, you know, with these wickets falling, maybe it's a chance for a golden ball. Abdullah Akbarjan comes to the crease at 6, and he's a pretty classy player in his own right. Let's see if he can pick up this chase where Razmal left it.
Just overthinking himself there, Sugarwal. He was batting really well, just hitting normal cricketing shots, and the required wasn't that high either. So if he just kept playing his natural game, he probably would have helped see Austria over the finishing line. But the beauty of this Austrian team, as you said, is that they bat so deep. Will not be overly concerned at the moment. Good ball there by Ali. First up to the new batsman, Akbarjan.
Yeah, so let's see what happens here. You got 2 new batters at the crease. It's exactly what Italy needed to do. And really one piece of fielding brilliance and one, I think, bad decision from a batter, and they find themselves right back in this contest. Italy just springing their step now. The 2 Zains combining to get rid of Razmal Sugarwal for 45.
Oh, great ball here by Ali. I think it might just have struck him on the helmet, and there's a good throw there by Naqvi. We're going to take a look at that as well.
Well, firstly, it rocks him in the side of the head, and I'm glad that Abdullah Akbarjan's wearing a helmet. Does he get back? I thought probably, or maybe not. I think he's just out. Just looking at the first replay. Let's have a look. Oh. Is that bat in the air or is it on the ground?
I think it's on the ground.
See, it's one of these ones that I think it's hit there, but I don't think the bail's off until his bat's back in. Now, it's probably between frames, right? And in the end, he's been given his marching orders, so maybe it's a case of sticking with the call in the field. I mean, look, the bails are well off in that one, and when the ball first hits the stumps, he's definitely out. So, I mean, it depends. This one here, you can see he's almost in. The ball may have just touched the stumps. The next frame is in. Look, I think you're going to stick with the umpire's call, and the umpire's call, I'm guessing, was not out. As we get back to the action, Akbarjan is going to make the most of it because he swings this way over the leg side for 6. Maximal! Abdullah looked like he might not get off the mark, but then he does. Don't forget that last ball cracked him in the helmet. What a response.
Very response there, and again, just straying down the leg side, Ali, but I would say they've gone with the right decision in the end. There's no evidence that portrays that he was out, so you can't give him out based on instinct.
Yeah, it's one of those between frames. I feel like, it probably was just out, but then you've got issues about when is the bail completely dislodged. I think the right decision's made based on the evidence available, which is pretty good evidence, obviously, that we get from Swing Productions. So Abdullah survives and then thrives with a 6, and it's 102 for 4 after 6 overs.
45 runs needed, 40 runs needed now to win off the last 4 overs. You just take a look at the scorecard for Austria. The top 2 scorers, Shigawal and the skipper Iqbal have been sent back to the dugout. This one is struck towards mid-on. It's just going to be a single.
10 and over. Two new batters. Can't wait to see actually how Karambir Singh goes in this series. Right now, 3 off 3. Back to the left-handed Abdullah Akbarjan. Left-handed left-hander.
And there's a catching opportunity. It's come down quite a way. That one went really high up in the air. Good concentration there by Rajmani Sandhu. He managed to take that one. Good catch. His first over was rather expensive, so it's good to see him get involved in a positive way for his side. He would obviously been gutted that he missed out in the first innings, made just 5 runs. And again, Austria, even though they're going along at a good rate, they keep losing wickets. And that's just opened a window of opportunity for Italy.
Yeah, down towards the bottom of the bat, wasn't it? And yeah, fairly regulation catch taken down the ground. Rajmani wasn't going to miss that. Don't forget also Zain Naqvi with his 100 in the first innings. He is now on the Hall of Fame. In fact, he completes page 2. He is the 30th century maker of 2023 with that 104 off 39 balls. What a knock it was.
Incredible knock by Zain Naqvi. I mean, he was striking it so cleanly. Helped guide his side to this incredible target. Really, you have to say it was a solo performance by him in that first innings. Here we go, though. Austria 103 for 5. Good ball there, first up.
Basir is the new batter, and he's a guy who could easily be opening the batting. That's the thing about this Austrian side, as you know, a lot of these sides possess. They have a very long batting lineup. Basir was actually listed at 11. He's no number 11. He comes in at 7 here.
This one is struck firmly towards the fielder at long on. Of course, we've already seen him pull off some heroic catching today, Simranjit Singh, so he was always going to handle that.
Importance of having a good long on. He's better than good, Simranjit Singh.
Hop in the air. This one's going to clear the boundary rope with ease, most likely. That's gone for 6. What an incredible hit by Karambir Singh.
Well, this is what we got used to seeing when he was in the red shirt of the Eagles. That is absolutely pounded. You have all the fielders you like. This is one of the biggest sixes we've seen today. He does it easily.
A little too much width over here, and it's going to beat the fielder inside the ring, and it's just going to be a single.
You could hear his teammates there celebrating that 6 the ball before, because they know what this guy's capable of. They've seen it at club level. They want to see if he can do it at international level. So far, so good. 111 for 5 after 7. That makes it 31 off the last 3 overs, so still hanging around that 10 over or so. Well, the two teams we haven't seen meet yet meet in match 3, Austria and Finland. This game is around about half an hour away. Finland winning the toss and batting. I don't mind that, slightly different conditions to earlier on today. But yeah, let's see if Finland can put a score on the board. What do you see there, Nish?
I don't agree with that decision. I think they should be bowling first. I think they're a really good bowling side. You'd like to see them come out, maybe try to restrict Austria to something under 110, and then allow their more stroke-playing batting lineup, I should say, to try to chase that down.
You know what? I suppose in a way I can see your point. One of the issues with Finland is they're trying to work out how aggressive to be when, and at least if you have a target, you know when to take risks and what risks you need to take. Rajmani does get a second over, comes back in the 8th, and he gets the first one past Karambir Singh. Yeah, so I get your point there, but maybe, look, the conditions are a bit different as well. They feel if they can get a good score on the board, they can maybe turn up the pressure with their bowling in the second innings. And almost, that'll be my last full game actually before I have to depart to Spain.
Yeah, and again, a little too short, a little too much width. I was really surprised Rajmani Sandhu got a second over. I mean, right at the end of his first over, I said we probably won't see him again because he just keeps bowling these short, wide deliveries, and he was lucky to just go for 22 in his first over. I'm rather surprised Madupa Fernando hasn't come back. The left-arm spinner, I think he bowled pretty decently considering the difficult situation he was in.
He took 1 for 14 off his over. Back in the 3rd, that was a power play over 2.
This one is struck straight to point. It's going to be a single. Again, maybe they'll bring Fernando back for one of these last couple of overs, but a left arm spinner, I would ideally not like to have him bowling the last two. Let's just take a look at that.
Pretty tight. Just shows you how close. If you both run straight away, even if that had hit, I'm not 100% that he would have been out. It would have been tight. Anyway, Basia, his time to shine in the 8th over.
And it's just going to be a single here. So he's recovered well, to be fair to him, Rajmani Sandhu, since getting hit for a 6. Although, just keeping an eye on that landing spot for the right arm bowlers over the wicket. You know, it's taking a little bit of a battering. So I just wonder if now they're going to start seeing more bowlers going from a wider angle. Takes an edge, goes away for a 4. So that's just really unlucky for Sandhu. It was a pretty decent delivery. And Singh gets away with it. 4 runs for him.
Yeah, he'll take the luck. And they say you make your own luck in the classics. But yeah, don't forget, Italy, how they were flying at the start of this game. They got 39 run over, obviously, 74 of the first half. But so never judge a game till both teams bat. And so last ball of Rajmani's spell. Karambia up and motoring, 21 off 9 now.
Well, this one's been absolutely belted well over long on. That is an enormous hit. And this has come down to almost a run of ball for these last couple of overs. Another really expensive over for Rajmani Sandhu. 24 of this. He ends up with some very, very miserable figures of 0 for 40 over his 2 overs. As you feel Austria now closing in on a victory.
Bad tennis score, love 40. Bad bowling figures, none for 40. 129 for 5. Yeah, he picked the slow ball there, Karambia. Yeah, I just think this will give him a lot of confidence to play his game. Captain the Eagles, like I said, he just narrowly missed out on making it to the next round, but he was such a shining light for them. All right, you need the miracle over. Can this be a miracle maker as Madupa comes back in the 9th?
I think he's come in a few overs too late. I would have liked to see him come in a bit earlier, because as well as he's bowled so far this morning, it's going to be tough for even him against such a quality team to try to restrict them to just around a run a ball.
I see you can kind of milk him as well. It's very different when you only need to run a ball off a spinner versus if you need that boundary or two. Obviously, they'd like a boundary. As for Italy, they're just trying to push it to the 10th over. And we know that once you get to the 10th, anything can happen. 13 to win as we start the 9th over with Madupa.
So going to get their field absolutely spot on. I think maybe bring a few fielders in a little bit closer just to avoid them from sort of nudging the spinner around for singles. Yeah, they need to look to take away singles like that. I mean, Austria will just feast on those and get this win if they need to.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a good point. Maybe you can gamble, try and cut off that single. Or if they're going to go for the single, create a run out, for example, if they're determined to go for it. But yeah, this is the matchup, I think. They will decide whether this game goes deep or not, because Karambia will want a piece of Fernando.
He reaches out and one unnecessarily there, Singh. Would have probably gone for a wide.
Fernando so far so good. Every ball that's just a single keeps the pulse going for Italy.
Oh, this one is absolutely hammered. Forget about where the fielders are positioned for that one. Huge hit for Khan. Sails over mid-wicket for a 6.
Yeah, you can only dodge the bullets for so long, really. And Basia, he liked that length. He just kind of swung through it, a little bit across it, but they've got 5 wickets in hand. Basia, like I said, he's a guy, you could quite easily have him up in the top 2 or 3. Austria showing their depth with the bat, and now they can win this game with one swing.
Yeah, this one is going to be played away behind point. It's just going to be a single, so a boundary will do the trick here for Austria. As you have to say, this has been an incredible batting effort, chasing a target of 142, and they could easily do this with an over to spare. And this is belted down the ground. See you later. That's a huge 6. And Austria record a very impressive victory here against Italy. They take this one by 5 wickets with 7 balls to spare. An impressive batting performance. They made a fairly easy work of this target of 140 in Italy. Well, they'll be scratching their heads a little bit looking at where they lost this game. I think they just started off wrong. Their power play went for 55 runs. There's a few decisions they can look back at as well and say they could have done better, as we, of course, have a look at our fantasy dashboard. This game between Austria and Finland will be coming up in just about 25 minutes. Austria, of course, now 1-0 with that victory. Finland, they won the toss. They decided to bat first. They've got a very impressive bowling unit, so let's see if their batsmen can give them something to defend.
Yeah, but Austria not scared of a big chase, as we just saw then, as they chase down 142 like it's a walk in the park. Well, early on, Iqbal Hussain, he got 4, but he got no more, as he just tickled one down the leg side. Ali Raza Islam, good to see him back in the side. But yeah, this brought Shigerwal to the crease, and Raz, he was in a mood, wasn't he? And yeah, despite losing Nish Fernando, pardon me, despite losing Asif along the way, I just think that the key partnership of Aqib Iqbal and Razmal, they did the heavy lifting, I think, and then with a bit of support from the middle order, they finished off the chase.
They absolutely did. Just take a look at some of these brilliant shots. That was a terrific catch by Simranjeet Singh, an electric fielder at long on. He just thought maybe Italy have a bit of hope. Shigerwal got a little too cute for himself and decided to try that shot for the 3rd time in the innings. And that time around, he was dismissed.
Yeah, kind of threw away a big score, I think, Shigerwal, just by trying to do the unnecessary. But yeah, sometimes you can be too good and have too many options. Nice catch by Rajmani down the ground. But yeah, I was talking about Zif before. What I was going to say was, for a guy who got whacked for 39 and then got out to a ball that he probably should have hit for 4, he ends up on the winning side. And I suppose that'll give him some comfort that Austria, in the end, they only know one way. They like to attack, and that's exactly what they do. And they end up with the win with 7 balls to spare. So Zain Naqvi, he is in a pretty exclusive club of Centurions. He's now part of an even more exclusive club of Centurions that have not led their team to victory, because Austria get the runs in the end. 45 to Shigerwal. He was sublime, wasn't he? Just 14 balls that he faced. But yeah, the engine room doing the job. Aqib Iqbal with 31 off just 10 balls. Karambir, yeah, I'm really excited to see him at international level. He scored 34 off 12, including 4 big maximos. Basia put the finishing touches on. And despite being fairly disciplined with the ball, just the 6 extras in there, Italy, they made the 140, but they couldn't defend it.
And then we'll take a look at the bowling figures for the Italian cricket team. Ali Raza Islam was a little bit expensive in his opening over, went for 19 runs. Sandhu had a forgettable day, 0 for 40, as you said, a tennis score. And Manuba Fernando was a little bit expensive in that final over. They brought him back for the penultimate, and he was battered for a few big ones. Jagmeet Singh, the pick of the bowlers, with figures of 2 for 22. Zain Ali would have probably bowled that final over, but he just never went to a final over. So in the end, very impressive victory for Austria against the host nation, Italy. They take that one by 5 wickets with 7 balls to spare. Of course, Austria will be right back to face Finland in just about 22 minutes. Join us then, as we'll have a lot more cricket coming for you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company now. It's time for match number 3. 3 of 5 today, of course, 3 of 9 in this series. Hasn't been exciting so far. Of course, we had the 3 figures touched in the last game, which is also very exciting. Well batted to Zain Naqvi once again. For Italy, they're going to have a bit of a rest now because it'll be the 2 other teams to lock horns for the first time in this series. And it's going to be Austria taking on Finland in match 3. Ian Ramage has the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Austria, you're the home team this time, so you will toss the coin. Finland, you're the away team, so you will call. There's the coin.
Tails.
Tails has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We'll bat.
You'll bat first. Okay, toss has been won by Finland, who will bat first.
Amjad Sher from Finland, the wild thing, he calls correctly and he's elected to bat first. Obviously didn't really work too well for them this morning for Finland. They weren't able to crack the triple digits, but I do think the conditions have changed a lot since this morning. The field's dried out, the sun's out. I think it's a really good opportunity for them to show what they can do. Watch out for Jordan O'Brien, and likely to open the batting, I think. And Nathan Collins hit some nice shots up there as well. But they do, I suppose, want to preserve those early wickets, but then also they need to be scoring at, I think, 12s as a minimum against an Austrian side that are very, very experienced in this form of the game. They've got some very good cricket in there. I think this will be a very, very good game, and I can't wait. Also, I'm a little bit excited because this is my last game here before I head to the ECC, but I will be lurking. Don't you worry about that, and Nish is going to take you to the first ball. I'll see you there shortly for my last Roman experience for now, but I'm looking forward to seeing this one. Match 3, it is Finland winning the toss and batting first. Nish, it's over to you.
Well, thank you very much for that great intro. And yeah, this is going to be the last match we're going to do together. So looking forward to this, and we hope this is a very exciting game. Of course, we'll start off by having a look at the fantasy dashboard over here for this 3rd match of our ECI. Austria 1-0 right now, Finland 0-1. Austria, of course, picking up that win just 25 minutes ago against Italy. Great performance by some of their star players. Of course, Rasmus Shigawal was terrific, made 45 runs, could have gone on to make a much bigger score, but he got a little too cute at the end. Finland, on the other hand, thought they bowled terrifically. They fielded pretty well in that first match. They just didn't put enough runs on the board, unfortunately. Batting is going to be a bit of an Achilles heel for Finland, and you just hope to get better with that overtime and throughout this series. Let's just take a look at who's the win predictor fancying for this match. In Austria, 85% favorites. No surprise over there that this formidable Austrian lineup will be favorites against the Finland side, who are underdogs. But, you know, we'd love to see him come out here and put in a big performance. Let's just hope they can put a bigger total on the board. I'd like to see them cross the triple digits, maybe get to 110, 115. And then I'd love to see that Finnish bowling attack defending something something decent. And we're just about ready to get things underway. Let's just see if there's been a little bit of a shuffle in this Finland opening partnership. Doesn't seem so. I think they're still going with Jordan O'Brien and Nathan Collins. I think Collins, he was just a little bit slow to start off, wasn't he? He probably took a few too many balls to settle in. O'Brien would like to get a few more runs as well. So yeah, both of them, they'll want to get their team off to a good start again. Try to get at least 30 to 35 runs in this power play so that you're not just chasing the game or the rest of the innings. 2 fielders outside the ring. They're at a deep backward square and a deep third. Should be just about ready to get underway any minute now. And was very impressed with Akib's bowling in that previous match, which Italy was involved in. He just caught his lines and lengths spot on. Put his team in a very good position. I think there were some bowlers who were a little bit expensive, but he certainly wasn't. And he gets the responsibility to bowl. Just a short delay and we'll get things underway as soon as we can. And yep, seems like we're about to get the first ball in just a few moments. And it's a fuller delivery and it's struck straight to the fielder at mid-on. And we start off with a dot ball over here. Good ball first up by Iqbal. Well, good to have you in the chat. Of course, we got Crew 111 in here, as well as Nick. Tim Reedman as well. Very generously donating a ECN membership. And goes for the big shot over there. O'Brien, they're going to try to steal a single over here. And well, let's just take another look at this. It just slips out of the keeper's gloves. And again, very, very smart there by Collins. And I'm just curious if as it struck the stumps, would he have been run out? Again, Collins was on it in a flash. As soon as he saw the gloves, the ball pop out of the keeper's gloves, I should say, he was on the other end for a single. Of course, we're not quite able to see that just because of the return to live action. Collins starts off his innings with a dot ball as well. Octai Production saying he doesn't agree with the win predictor, I should say. And he thinks it's a 50-50 game. Finland is a good team. This one down the leg side. And I think it's just struck the pad along the way. No, interesting call there, Octai. I mean, a lot of us, of course, would think that Finland are huge underdogs. But yeah, they're a bit of an unknown quantity. So maybe I get your point, what you're trying to say over there. But yeah, it's hard, though, to say that Austria aren't massive favorites heading into this match. But I could see a way that Finland can win this. And this is struck straight to the fielder at mid-off. And this time around, Collins will have a very short stay at the crease. He departs for a duck. And Derek's going to come out, waddling around in the sunshine. Sun's out here in Rome. And we'll be seeing Derek very soon. Most unfortunate for Collins, he's had quite a few ducks during his short ECN career. This one goes straight to Rusmal. Very well taken. And Derek comes out waddling to greet Collins over there. As well, it's going to be Nick Salonen coming in at 3. I thought he was looking pretty good in the match earlier against Italy. Played some nice shots, got a good start, and then he just missed a full toss that he probably hit 9 times out of 10. So hopefully Salonen can continue some of that good form here and get a big score for his side as Finland off to a tough start. And that's an incredible ball there by Iqbal. I mean, you talk about giving it a new batsman a really difficult ball. I mean, that's how you do it. Of course, the Euros of Cricket are just a couple of days away. 31 nations battling it out to be European champions. It all starts on Monday. Of course, that's going to be great tournament to witness, and it's the largest ever edition of the ECC, which continues to expand. Of course, a lot of new teams this year, 10 newcomers coming in to join a lot of the veteran sides. And yeah, exciting new format as well. A couple days of group stages and a day for the group's final, so I think that just makes upsets even more likely. Yeah, we're going to see Zodran bowling this second over. He had a very good game against Italy as well. And that's a pretty good ball. It's going to be quite a chase here for the fielder. Is he going to get there in time? He will. Just slow down in the outfield. That's Imran Asif, who will be interesting to see if he gets it over here after that 39 run over in the previous match. Jordan O'Brien gets off the mark with a couple of runs. Oh, this is played away, and oh, what an incredible catch. Has he managed to take that? I mean, we're going to need to take another look at this because I don't know if that's just struck the ground, but whatever it is, that is an outstanding effort by Akbarjan. Let's watch this again. Just tries to pull that one away, and this is what matters. Ooh, has he taken that? Well, that one there, that specific angle, it just looks like, is there any finger underneath that? It just looks like the ball might have struck the ground before he's taken it. Oh well, it's been given a not out. Yep, you can just see that little white ball touching the green turf. Regardless, so that is a great effort by Akbarjan. I think very prematurely calls that out, but it might have been hard for him to realize. And goes for the big heave here. Jordan O'Brien, it's another dot ball. Dot ball's racking up early for Finland. Again, they've only managed to get bat on ball in one delivery so far. And Finland with an even rougher start to the one they had against Italy. They, again, if they've not got the big shots, just play some straight bat strokes and at least trying to get some runs on the board. This one is struck down the ground. Are we going to get the first boundary of the innings? We will. So Jordan Bryan moves on to a run of ball. Good shot, straight down the ground, safest part of the field. Hops over the boundary rope. And oh, it's a direct hit. I think he's made it back on time, but we'll still have another look at it. It was, of course, O'Brien running to the danger end. Let's just watch this. And you got to say, full credit to O'Brien here. I mean, he's sliding his bat all the way. We've seen a few batsmen, particularly these last couple of weeks, just be a touch too casual and sliding their bat along. But yeah, full credit to O'Brien. Yeah, the bail's it's going off in weird order. Oh, it struck O'Brien and then went onto the stumps. That was rather comical. Of course, Salin getting down on one knee and trying to strike that one away. He won't get any runs. It's Finland 8 for 1 at the end of the second over. Slow start for them, but good bowling by Austria first up. And I think we're going to see keep continuing. Again, just bowling out his best bowlers early as we, of course, take a look at the standings. Austria starting off a win against the hosts Italy, and Finland lost to the Italian cricket team in our first match of the day. Italy going 1-1 so far today. There we go. Iqbal coming back. So up in the air, it's a catching opportunity, should be taken, and Rosmal takes his second catch of this match. And Finland, well, 8 for 2. And we're just about at the start of the power play, so doesn't look like we're seeing an improved batting performance from Finland here, but you got to credit Austria. They've been putting it in the right areas, and they've just been too much for Finland to handle. Another wicket falls for this Finnish cricket team who, again, have had huge issues with their batting, and we're hoping they would rectify them in this match. Unfortunately, not quite able to so far, as we're going to see Nilan Cherry come out at number 4. Couldn't quite make many runs in the game against Italy. He'll be looking to improve. And yeah, well-deserved wicket for Iqbal. I mean, he deserves that for his good performances throughout today. Of course, he was really important in just slowing down Italy near the end of their innings. I mean, again, at one stage, Italy looked set to get 160, 150, and you know, maybe if they get to that, you know, Austria could easily have lost that match. I mean, there would have been more scoreboard pressure. You know, having to knock off an extra 15 or 16 runs with 7 balls to spare can be a challenge. Let's just take a look at this great sliding effort there by Aqib Iqbal. And let's just see. Ooh, it just takes a huge leap off the mat and goes sailing over the stumps. But yeah, wonderful, wonderful effort here by Iqbal. And Salin again, not quite able to connect on the ball, and then very aggressively rehearses that shot right afterwards. Solid protection though in the region. He wants to strike the ball. Fielder at deep third, fielder at a deep backward point. Oh, it's up in the air. This could be the 3rd wicket. Iqbal might get his 2nd, and the keeper takes this one. And Finland, well, wickets are tumbling very early. Looks like Austria want to make quick work of this Finnish lineup. The big thing, though, is that they've lost a lot of their key hitters here very early, Finland. And you're just starting to wonder where the runs will come from now. O'Brien gone, Collins gone, Salmon gone. The entire top 3 has been sent back to the dugout. And out comes Farooq Zeb. Dire straits here for Finland. They're just going to have to find a way to get to maybe 70 or 80 or something. I think it's very hard to see them getting to a score in the triple digits now. Maybe just play some conservative cricket for a couple of overs. Just try to get singles and doubles. And feel a bit more confidence. Try to go for the boundaries. So drop ball to start off. This one shouts to catch it, and it's gonna sail over the boundary rope for a 6. Big hit over there. Doesn't quite go where he intends, and it's a great leaping effort there by the fielder. We'll just take another look at that. You can just see there's a fair amount of grass between the boundary rope and where the ball lands on the other side of the boundary rope, as Finland 15 for 3 at the end of 3 overs. Not the power play they would have wanted. Again, in T10 cricket, you tend to expect to get 15 runs in an over, not an entire power play. As we just take a look at this graph for Finland, it's a rough start for them, but I think these two now, they're just going to have to play as a bit more conservatively. Try to at least get 7.5 for the next five overs, and bat Finland to something respectable, so that they can at least make a match of it in the 2nd innings. And we're going to see the spinner introduced right after the power play. Very impressed by his bowling, Akbarjani. He almost took a really good catch earlier. This one is played away towards cover again. Aqib Iqbal, he's been all over it so far. Taking 3 wickets. Good effort there in the field. And I think definitely sliding down the leg side over there, so it's a dot ball. Follow up the single. It's another one that's going down the leg side and playing a few dot balls over here. Zeb maybe should just look to get on the front foot and just try to work it around the corner. A nice wristy stroke. Go for the old flick. Oh, it's a full toss. He's going to be helped out here. And that is a much needed Maximo. Just hits the top of the dugout. And Zeb sends that all the way. Yeah, Akbarjani was holding quite well until that. That one just slipping out of his hands. And a full credit to Zeb for capitalizing on that. Strikes that one away. That's another one probably going down the leg side. They're going to sneak in a single here. Let's just watch that sequence again. Yeah, very clearly going down the leg side. No problem over there. And with good sharp running between the wickets as well by Finland. And again, a big heave over here by Cherry. It's another dot ball as Finland 23 for 3 at the end of 4 overs. And it's a good opportunity to welcome Mr. Maximo back into the commentary box. And a rough start here for Finland.
Yeah, to say the least. But I suppose better to get these experiences now. The first day of their 10 over international cricket this year. But also Austria have been putting the afterburners on, haven't they? But Zeb, some positives there. Okay, they've got them to almost got it back to run a ball after in the first over went for only 1, and that was a bye, so it's kind of like a fake maiden there. Then 7, 7, and 8. So look, it's an opportunity, isn't it, for Zeb? He's already shown he can clear the boundaries. Now Cherry as well. I'm sure he'd love to make a meaningful contribution. And here's a guy, I'm sure he is pretty keen to have another bowl after his first over today went for 39. And that is not a mistake. That is what happened. And I thought he was lucky to stay below 40, to be honest. Here's Imran Asif bowling over number 5. And first ball uppishly down to a key big bowl. But that's the thing. If you speak to some of the guys, Nish, that have played a lot of this kind of cricket, you got to keep your emotions in check. You know, you might have a really terrible game. Don't get too down on yourself. You might have a great game. Don't get too ahead of yourself either. So yeah, Imran's a pretty experienced campaigner. I'm sure he'll come back strongly here. As of course, he's already getting to bowl at the middle order. Now Cherry tries to heave him out of the ground. And also, as you'd know, Nish, sometimes you run into a guy, and Naqvi was just on fire, wasn't he? He couldn't bowl anywhere to him. He was just smacking them all over the place. But now a very different situation for Imran here.
Yeah, T10 is a huge emotional roller coaster, especially when you consider the format we play where sides are playing 3 or 4 games a day. You just have to keep your emotions in check throughout the day. There's a shot for an LBW. That one also probably going down the leg side, but they will get a single there, Finland.
Yeah, they'll take it. So yeah, both these two teams, don't forget, they're drawn in the same group as well, Group D. So they will meet during the ECL, or the ECC, I should say. Can't wait for that. I can even be quite exact about when they're going to meet. As this is lifted up and struck really firmly by Zeb. Well, maybe he's the ticket. Maybe he needs to go up the order. Maybe he's the answer, maybe not, but we'll have to see. That's a nice strike over leg side, Maximal. And for poor Imran Asif, it's more of the same.
Biggest score by Finnish cricketers so far today. Moves on to 19 of 8.
These two actually meet in their second game. It's match 4 on the 5th of October. Low full toss, drag to the leg side. And that'll be what we'll call the twilight match. Because, yeah, we have the 5th match, which is under lights. The 4th match of the day is kind of, yeah, it's kind of half and half. And, yeah, sunset that day, for example, is 8 o'clock. So they'll play 6:30 start. And we'll remember back to this series when they do meet on the 5th of October.
I believe today is the autumn equinox. If
yeah,
correct.
You're exactly right. Or spring equinox, depending on where you're from in the world. In the southern hemisphere. Yeah, so it's pretty much the most, basically the easiest way to say it, it's the most average length day you can get. There's another one in March. And this will be a single to Cherry, and he will drain the strike. End of 5 overs. The score is 33 for 3. I want to welcome all of you into the commentary box. Great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Nish Bart. And of course, yeah, I do have to head off probably halfway through the next game to go to the airport, to go to Spain. Super excited about that. But also I'll be keeping a keen eye on this series because you just couldn't have better preparation, could you, with the ECC just around the corner?
Yeah, especially considering these two teams will be playing each other again in just a few weeks' time. So this is kind of like in boxing when you have the early rounds where you just feel your opponent out.
A little bit. Unfortunately, I think that Finland had a standing 8 count in the power play and they lost 3 wickets. But look, it's great to see them out there as well. They're very enthusiastic cricketers. I'm sure we'll see them come together. Austria, though, they're super experienced, having had a 2-week series this year. The other thing about the Austrian team is their national team has lots of different clubs represented. So what that means is that when they play in domestic cricket, there's a lot of, it's not really like some other countries where they're heavily concentrated in one club. So they're always getting good competition. I think it shows. As this is a full toss, and it's basically swept by Zeb up and over leg side again. Maximo! Excellent strike from Farouk.
Oh, fantastic strike by Zeb, and he's making a name for himself. We haven't seen him play as much cricket on the European Cricket Network, so yeah, this is a good introduction to Zeb, and maybe someone who could make a big impact for them in the ECC.
Yeah, Finland play Hungary in their first game in the ECL. That's match 2 before they meet Austria at match 4. Pulls the length back a little bit here. Akbarjan, clever bowling. There'll be a single edged onto the body. So Austria actually have a bit of a blockbuster their first game. This is in Group D. It's Ireland 11 versus Austria. And I can't wait to see the Ireland 11 team again. They missed out on the finals last year, missed out on the championship week, going down to Spain. Despite looking, at that point, the most impressive team in Group A. Again, Akbarjan just keeps on doing what he's doing.
Didn't Austria face the Ireland cricket team when they went on to the World Cup qualifiers? I am aware of the fact they faced Scotland.
They did, I believe, yeah.
This one is just bashed away. It's going to be another 6 for Zeb. So Zeb going along so nicely, and this is desperately the innings that Finland needed again. They've been so bereft of power hitting for these last couple of years, and maybe Zeb's the player who's going to give him that. Again, big long levers, can hammer enormous 6s, and he's just turned things around for Finland, who at one stage looked like they'd struggle to even get to 60.
Yeah, it sure has. Had a good time of it. Oh, he's thought about this one, but maybe just didn't get the timing. Yes, that'll be the end of the 6th over. The score is 49 for 3. I think it just says a lot about the conditions, though. I know that Austria, they went to Isle of Man to get a bit more turf, pitch, cricket experience, and they didn't have a lot of success there. It's very different, I think. And I think it's more difficult going from artificial surface cricket to turf pitch cricket than the other way around. So a lot of these players that are coming from England, Scotland, Ireland, even the Netherlands, that are coming back to artificial wickets. Normally they're just a bit truer, not always, but often. So yeah, Austria actually also met Italy in that series as well. So yeah, we're talking about Austria making it, but don't forget Italy made it as well. There's some slightly different looking team though. I think the Italy 20 over team to the 10 over team. Austria certainly has a lot of the same guys as start of a new over. First ball is knocked down. This looks like Adil Tariq to me. Who is bowling over number 7.
Yeah, that one's going to be a wide again. Maybe Zeb's shot selection wasn't right, but it's not going to matter. That one is a good decision by the umpire.
Yeah, a deal into the side. I think he was left out the first time. He'll be keen to make a good impression. Very good cricketer as well.
Clearly focuses on arms day, doesn't he?
Well, you need him if you're bowling. Oh, out. Oh, well, so Nelan Cherry takes it on and loses. It's a sharp bit of work in the field. That's Iqbal Hussain, picks it up, and like a sniper, he takes out Nelan Cherry, who's going to have to go. And so Yeah, Finland, bit of a recovery, but now they lose a 4th wicket. It's 51 for 4.
Great direct hit here. And Ellen Cherry was a spectator really while Zeb was striking cleanly from the other end departs. Not a bad run out for Finland to give up, in all honesty, because you'd like to see Zeb face as many balls as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I suppose he thought it was worth taking it on. He hardly set the world on fire in his 5 off 8 to that point. I think also it makes sense to get this guy to the crease, Amjad Sher. Man, we call the wild thing. Haven't seen him yet, giving a few opportunities, but looks like he's got a bit of work to do to get them up to a decent score here.
Bit surprised that Amjad Sher is coming down as low as 6. He batted at number 4 in the first match, which seems more ideal to me. That one just pops right through the fielder's hands. And that's a rare opportunity Austria put down. That's a Basir Khan. And he really should have taken that. I think he'll back himself to take that more often than not. And I think it's going to hurt more because it's the dangerous Zeb.
International match. I think you would expect to take that, but it's a life for Zeb on 35. Over to the wild thing. Let's see what he's got in him. Well, there you go. Swing straight away. Outside half of the bat. Travelling, and well, he may have just pulled this in. If he has, this might be one of the most acrobatic stops I've ever seen from Aqib Iqbal. So you've got to see where's his last point of contact before he touches the ball. He's just stepped. Goodbye, Aqib, but yeah, he actually, it's his last step before he touches the ball is this one now. And now you see him, now you don't. You've got to say it was a brilliant effort from Aqib, but the result will be 4 runs. Now, Adil follows up with a wide.
Brilliant effort by him. And again, Austria, they're showing a lot of proficiency in the field so far. As Tariq, this over has been a pretty decent one so far for Finland. 8 runs off the first 4 deliveries. Still got a couple more balls to do some damage. And again, Sher is a little bit surprised, as I mentioned, that he came all the way down at 6. I would have liked to see him batting more with Zeb. He goes for a big hit over there.
This is a drop catch. And it's a regulation catch, really, for Aston Arif, who just might have snatched at it, closed the hands a bit early. Sher's not a guy you want to drop. See here, I think, yeah, just might have taken his eye on the ball, taken it for granted a little bit. We'll see if that comes back to cost Austria. So they'll be disappointed, no matter what the scoreboard says. You want to keep your standards high. Another chance going down. Now he's going to quite remarkably knock it into the pitch and over the infield. So Sher, well, he is wild, and the wild thing gets a boundary here.
Much needed few boundaries here for Finland, as thanks to the good efforts of Zeb and Sher, they're starting to get themselves towards a fairly respectable total, as of course it's a good chance for us to remind you that we've got the ECCW coming up during the festive period between the 17th to the 22nd of December. The finest female cricketers from Spain, Italy, the Netherlands, France, and Austria will take part in the inaugural European Cricket Championship for women.
Yeah, okay, so Italy and Austria both taking part. Of course, one day we'd like to expand that to even more countries. I'm kind of seeing what's happened with the ECL. It's gone from 8 countries originally to now 31. In the ECC, the Euros of Cricket started with just 8 clubs, and then it started with 15 and then 21, now 31. So, yeah, let's get ready for the 8th over, but certainly looking forward to finishing off the season that way.
And that is, they're now going to have Sher back on strike, facing Singh.
All right, in the air. This looks catchable to me. Razmal does not drop catches. He's not going to start now. So the wild thing got dropped off a sitter, but he offered another one. This time, Austria weren't so kind to put it down as the captain goes for just 8. It's 62 for 5.
Real shame. I don't think that was the best shot selection by Sher, but you have to credit the bowler. It's a nice little bouncer over here. You would have liked to see him bat a little bit longer, because now that he's gone, there's probably not many batsmen left in that Finnish lineup. So he'd hung around a couple more overs. Maybe Finland could have got to the 90s, but it's going to be a bigger challenge now. Even more pressure on Zeb.
Junaid Khan is going to come to the crease now. So just the right approach, I suppose. But the extra bounce in this pitch, I think Karanbir Singh, he's a muscly bowler. That's probably how I'd put it into words. But he's a guy who can zip it through. He's certainly very strong. Junaid, though, see if he can make a name for himself here. Again, beat the bounce, and you can actually see the bounce in this pitch. I think the fast bowlers are really enjoying it.
Certainly are, and we've just got a bit of a breeze coming in now. It's sort of going from the offside to the leg side for the right-hander. First time we've had a big gust so far today.
Well bowled, right in the block hole. Wind up, good teams back each other up, and you can see Zadran made good position behind to allow his teammate to throw at the stumps.
But the important thing now is the danger man Zeb is back on strike. I think the way he's got to approach this is look to hit a boundary on this ball and maybe try to get a single off the final ball.
Well, we'll see what he does now. He tries to cut this way. I mean, even if he cuts this, there's a fielder there waiting for it, so he gets a bit cute, doesn't really go all in with the shot, maybe a bit close to cut. Well, Helix in the chat saying, maybe we'll be wearing Christmas hats during the ECCW. Well, maybe. I know I had some pretty exciting Christmas jumpers that I picked up in Barcelona last year. Also, you needed them because it was freezing. Drag leg side and drops. Oh, another one goes down. And Austria, they're going to be really disappointed with some of these chances not being taken as Zeb retains the strike in an unorthodox fashion. Karanbir is still good over for him, even with the drop. It's 1 for 3 off the 8th. And the score is 64 for 5.
He's dropped twice in the space of a couple of runs. Zeb living a charmed life at the moment. We just take a look at that graph for Finland. Really absent the 5th over. Things have picked up once again. I think Imran Asif is just getting this terrible knack of bowling a rather expensive 5th over that just helps the opposition lift their run rate. Yeah, these last few overs have been better for Austria, although Karanbir Singh is sneaking in a quiet 8th over, just 3 runs off it.
At least this was no 39 run over. Zadran, after a drop, will come on to bowl the 9th. First one kind of ties up Zeb. Gets a bit of bat on it, gets a single. Yeah, Austria, they were one of my teams that I said I could turn a few heads if they click. You saw how Sugarwal batted. He's not the only one. They really eat up this form of the game. They love it. Suits their game. They're fearless. Their fielding normally is of a high standard. You see Zadran as well. He's got a little bit of the X factor about him, doesn't he? Really bends his back and gets this one over the bat of Junaid Khan.
He's played out a couple of dot balls here, Junaid Khan, to start off. He just needs to get a single, get Zeb on strike, and Zeb's just going to have a word with him, and I hope that's what he's told him.
Nice to see Oktay. No, he put in a comment earlier, and I think I know why. Zadran has another go at Junaid, and doesn't really control this. It looks like a key Iqbal is coming around, and he'll take the catch. So once again, I think the senior players at least stepping up, taking some of these chances. Junaid never in control of that shot. Zadran with his first wicket of match 3. It's 65 for 6.
Well deserved for Zadran. He's bowled very well today. That's 3 consecutive dot balls, you'd have to say, that Finland have played out. That's going to be the more important stat to consider. And I have to say, Zeb will probably be getting quite frustrated. He hasn't faced too many balls these last couple of overs. Just get him on strike, really. That has to be Finland's priority.
Yeah, I guess so. He just kind of gambles that he can get one away as well. I mean, there's lots of good outcomes that can come from a shot like that. Even if you don't control it, you might edge it for 6. As it was, it never really left the infield. So Hariharan Dandapani will come out at number 8 with 9 balls left. Now Oktay, I was going to say, he's drawn Serbia in the sweep, the viewer sweep, in Group C. Just looking at who's drawn Finland. We've got James Stewart, as well as Aftab and Little M.
I believe James Stewart lives in Estonia, so he's drawn his neighbours.
Not too far away.
A lot of cultural similarities between Finland and Estonia. This is a very, very sharp bouncer, and Dandapani is fortunate he just gets that one away.
Yeah, hadn't actually used the bouncer up in the over yet. Dandapani almost eats it. Have a look at this. This is so well directed. He actually gets some glove on it, but he had no idea where that was going. But he gets a run, so good for him. Austria, let's see who's got Austria in the sweep. Well, Colin has Austria. Yeah, he was talking about it earlier. And Mandrake, Dave, has Austria as well. I think they're pretty happy with how the Austrians are playing so far. Pitched up and sent. Is it going to go the distance? Maybe, maybe not. It's 6. Maximo. And see if we did everything he could, really. He went and tried to bend himself back over the line, but he was out of real estate. And Zeb to 45.
And this is why we have to wonder why he had to wait 4 balls before finally facing one this over again. The reason that run rate's just dipped a little bit these last couple of overs for Finland is just because Zeb hasn't faced enough deliveries, and I think he has to try to get a single here unless it's a really, really poor delivery.
Oh, it's actually come off his big toe and gone for 4. Well, try and do this. And, well, God gives you 10 toes. You probably don't need them all. He comes all the way across, basically yorks himself. Bang. And, well, I won't say that was that skillful, but it was a good result. Zeb remains on 45, but the 4-leg buys take Finland to 76 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, what we said when Finland were struggling in the first half of the innings is they just have to find a way to get themselves to a score of 80 odd, and this terrific innings by Zeb has really helped them do that. So Dandapani is going to be facing the first ball, but I think he should just look to get a single and let Zeb face the remainder of the 5 balls.
I think you need to drag him up into the 80s. I was going to say, talking of Christmas sweaters, I know that Ricky is in the chat. Hello, Ricky. Hopefully you're well. I've got to say, the Christmas sweater wasn't all I was wearing last year. I had plenty of layers. Hit hard, hit well, and Dandapani says, well, you want one? Here's 6. So I like that he's backed himself there. Got a ball that was in his zone. Correct shot as well. Tariq goes the journey. Maximo.
Well, why bother getting the other batsman on strike when you can just batter a 6 yourself? Dandapani, move him up the order.
Oh, Zeb to 45, but Dandapani putting on a show. First ball, and now he completely misses, and they think about taking a run. In the end, they decide against it.
Yeah, so 6 and a dot ball to start off this over against Umar Tariq. His first over wasn't a maiden. That there was 1 run off a leg by. Oh, that's a decent ball. And again, I think he has the right idea there, Dandapani. He actually wants to get Zeb on strike. He just can't, he's just not quite able to nudge that one away towards third.
I just noticed also in the chat that Steck has got the membership now, thanks to Tim Reedman. Of course, Kroom and Tim Reedman sometimes Nick as well. They'll donate a membership on 100. Oh, this is hit hard. What a good shot that is, Dandapani. Yeah, well, maybe we underestimated his hitting abilities as he's made 2 large impacts here in the 10th over.
Another great hit. Umair was bowling really well earlier today. Of course, this is the 4th over he's bowled in the 2 matches today because he was just pitching it up and looking to bowl Yorkers. Now he's just, I think he's just getting his length wrong. Too short over there.
Adil bowled an over. Umair's actually only bowled the 1 over here in this match. That's all the bowl. In fact, he might have to go and fetch this one as well. Dandapani turning this into something more. And believe it or not, Finland, they could touch the 100 with 1 more of those. They're 94 with the ball remaining.
Another huge hit here as oh, maybe there's triple digits on over here. Dandapani striking it so cleanly in this over. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still a few options there. Karanbir Singh could easily have bowled this final over. He went for just a 3 in the sole over. He bowled. They decided to introduce a new bowler, and it's been a bit expensive for him.
All right, last ball. And he's going to finish on a high, but all things considered, I think they're very happy with that last over for Finland. So Tariq knocks the furniture over. Last ball, Finland, after a shaky start and some other shaky moments, they are able to get to 94 off the back of 45 not out from Farouk Zeb. And that little cameo, 3 Maximos from Dandapani late in the piece, get them to a score up in the 90s. But Austria, they're not afraid of a big chase. I wouldn't say this is a big chase. they would fancy themselves. But Finland, with their bowling and fielding, at least they've got something to defend.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, started off with that early wicket. Good catch there by Rusmal. It'd be the end of Nathan Collins, who would depart for a duck. This was a great effort by Akbarjan, but you could just tell that the ball brushed some of the ground before he took that catch. Jordan O'Brien would only make 7 runs off 8 deliveries. And another good catch there by Rusmal Shidewal. He took a couple of good catches early. Nicholas Salonen would depart shortly afterwards as well. That was a good bowling by Aki Bikbal, who took 3 wickets early. Arsalan Arif taking that. Finland were 9 for 3 at the start, and it just seemed like they'd be in a bit of a rut and struggled to make runs. Of course, they had a good 42-run partnership here, Finland, largely thanks to the heroics of Zeb, who made 45 of 21. You just had a look at Nelan Cherry sacrificing his wicket and going for that dangerous run. He might as well have, because he was batting on 5 of 9. This one was skied up in the air, and Rusmal would take his 3rd catch. That would be the end of Amjad Sher, who made 8 of 4. And look at some of these brilliant hits. These are such classy shots. Of course, you're watching Dandapani in that final over where he made 18 runs. He struck 3 wickets. Umer finally found the hat-trick, which he seemed to be finding with ease against Italy. As we, of course, come to the end of the first innings. Finland somehow managed to make it to 94 at one stage. It looked like they'd even struggled to get to 80. Well, have a look at the scorecard, of course. The top scorer was Farouk Zeb with his 45 of 21. And then right at the end there, Dandapani with a good 19 of 7. It was that big power play, beg your pardon, final over, I should say, where he managed to strike 3 sixes at the death. We'll then take a look at the bowling figures for Austria. Akbarjan was a little bit expensive, went for 23 runs off his 2 overs. Aki Bikbal was terrific, 3 of 7 in his 2 overs. And we were all rather surprised that Karanbir Singh didn't come back to bowl the final over. Instead, they went to Umer Tariq. He was very expensive. And, well, are those 18 runs going to be the difference? Could that just make this a slightly nervy match for Austria? We'll wait and find out. Of course, Austria didn't have too much difficulty chasing down a target of 142. So you'd expect them to be firmly in front in this game. In the end, Austria need 95 runs of 60 balls to pick up their 2nd win of this ECI. Join us again in just a few moments as we'll bring you the 2nd innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Welcome back to our second innings. Of course, it's match 3 of our ECI here in Rome. Finland somehow managed to get to 94, all thanks to a terrific innings by Farooq Zeb. And now we could have a very exciting match on the cards over here. Of course, Finland, they've got a terrific bowling lineup. And, you know, we've been mentioning quite a lot about the terrific targets they managed to defend over the Nordic Cup. So let's do that one more time. Of course, this Finnish cricket team were able to defend targets of 96 and 102 in T20 cricket back in May. Both of those wins, of course, against Sweden. So they'll be hoping for more of the same here. Again, you look at all of their matches over that series, they restricted their opposition to a very respectable totals. Of course, they made Finland have a very difficult time chasing a target of 93, restricted Norway to 131. As we, of course, take a look at this thing. Oh, this could be close. This could be really, really close. And, ooh, that one's a tight one. That's a really tight one. And let's just see. Oh, that could easily have been out. I think Hossein is quite lucky to still be there. Well, get your thoughts in on that one. I mean, what do you think? Do you think the umpires made the right decision over there? It certainly was close, regardless of what you say. And very good bowling here by Scher. Captain leading from the front. Again, this is what I love about this Finnish team. They're so good with their bowling. They're so good with their fielding. They got so many bowlers. They can just shape it away from the right-hander beautifully. Scher being one of them, as this time he probably goes a bit too straight, a bit too short. And that's the margin for error you have against a team of Austria's quality. There's not much of it. Pulls a couple of great deliveries. Just pulls his length back slightly. Misses his line by a few centimeters. He gets battered away for 6. Oh, what incredible hitting. This one's going to clear the dugout with ease. Hossein moves on to 12 with that huge hit. Kenny was right there in the slot. And Scher has followed up a couple of terrific deliveries. One where he could easily have had Hossein out with 2 6s. And that's how quickly momentum swings in T10 cricket. 6 being the great equalizer in this format. This one is played away towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single. And this one is just played into the pitch, and it's going to go straight to the fielder, a third man. And the over ends 14 for nothing at the end of the first, so a good start for Austria. And of course, Non-Carrot saying that Dandapani, Hariharan Dandapani should be batting further up the order. I think he certainly made the case in that previous innings, and of course Dandapani mentioning his record in the Finnish Premier League. And of course, this is a chance to remind you that we are 332 matches since we last had a golden ball. If this is the game where that streak breaks, and I think it's going to be a very nerve-wracking one. With Finland, they were involved in a super over back in the Nordic T20 Cup when they were defending a very low total. So they've taken us the distance. They've taken us all the way. They've been in positions where they've managed to tie matches. Junaid Khan will bowl the second over. Junaid Khan, I thought he bowled pretty decently against Italy. Didn't quite get the reward. I think there were a few balls where he could easily have had wickets that was rather unlucky not to get one. Ooh, that's a good one. I think this is probably going over the leg stump. Just a few question marks with that one. Yeah, there's definitely a few issues with that. Oh, this one's a shorter ball. And just get a question mark of height. It's certainly going to be the one for the over. Let's take a look at this. Ooh, I think it's actually just about shoulder height. The umpire hasn't given it the one for the over either. I was just looking at whether the umpire was just going to notify the bowler about that, but the umpire hasn't. So yeah, that one's deemed under shoulder height. This one is struck towards mid-off, and just for a second, Asif was getting a little bit agitated, wanted to get to the other end, but Junaid Khan, he's bowled 4 straight dot balls here. Yeah, you can probably hear him. Not sure who that is. Is that whether that's Nick Salonen or somebody just telling him to keep going. Oh, it's a mishit. And it's going to go underneath the fielder and go away for a 4. It's those little half chances that Finland are going to have to take. That goes out to deep third. And he had an opportunity. Let's just take another look at this. It was always going to be a tough chance, but yeah, the double whammy is that it's gone away for a 4 as well. He has to attempt that. I mean, he absolutely has to, because Finland just need to attack and look to take early wickets. Really unfortunate outcome there for Junaid Khan. Didn't deserve that, considering how well he's bowled. That's another terrific delivery by him. Great pace. Let's just have a look at this. Yeah, once again, he's just bowling it around the shoulder. And getting great carry through as well. I'm sure Junaid Khan's enjoying bowling on this pitch. This is one of the quickest and bounciest pitches on the European cricketing calendar. As Austria 19 for no loss at the end of 2. Just a quick look at the standings over there. Austria won their opening match against Italy, while Italy won their game against Finland, and then lost to Austria, as we just mentioned. Early days in this ECI, of course. Still got a lot more games to come. 2 more after this, 4 tomorrow. Oh, beautiful ball. Absolutely brilliant delivery, and Finland deserved that. They've been bowling really well these last couple of overs. You know, they've had a few close ones. They've produced some chances, and they finally get the reward they deserve again. I just love this Finnish team's bowling, and I think this bowling unit is going to become very popular on the European Cricketing Network, as we get to see more and more of them over this coming month. First here in the ECC. The ECI, I should say, and then next in the ECC. Great ball over there. Costles him first up. That's a Raz Muhammad with a bit of razzle-dazzle. And it's the end of the innings. And now it's going to be the danger man, Rosmal. Very technically gifted. Batted superbly against Italy. Made 45. Could easily have gone on to make way more runs. I think he just got a little bit too cute. Tried to attempt a few unnecessary ramp shots until he just nicked one through to the keeper. But yeah, if Raz Muhammad gets this wicket as well, could be in for an interesting game. Oh, it's another close one. That's another really close one. Guessing the umpire thinks this is going down the leg side. Let's have another look at this. Ooh, that's tight. That is really tight. Very tight one over there. But they get away with one. Austria, again, there have been two very close LBW decisions here. I mean, imagine if both of them were given to Finland. We could have been witnessing a very different game right now. It's another one that's popped up in the air. Oh, it's going to be tough to catch. It's going to go all the way. Not in control of that shot, Iqbal Hussain. Of course, he got lucky a little bit earlier with one that just went underneath the fielder's grasp. This one, though, just goes beyond the fence. He just threw everything at it. And the ball had enough on it to be carried over the fence. But again, just impressive bowling by Finland. And really love their approach. They pitch you in the right areas. And again, they just keep it old school, don't they? I mean, it's a lot of bowling in the channel. It's attacking bowling. And let's see, can Raz Mohammed produce another moment of magic? This one shouts up, catch it, and oh, it could have been taken if he was all the way back. Finland creating opportunities aplenty, and they keep slipping by. Oh, this is another big moment. Again, that's Junaid Khan, and if Junaid Khan is all the way back on the rope, this is a simple catch for him. And Hussain living dangerously. The second one he survived. This one's also popped up in the air. It's gonna land safely and go over the boundary rope. So Raz Mohammed a little bit unlucky over here. On another day, he has a couple of wickets in this over, but instead he's getting punished. That one is just slightly miscued, but it's still got enough on it to go away to the boundary. So Austria's going along at a nice rate because this over has just been a little bit too expensive. Oh, just edges one onto the pitch. It's going to go past the keeper. But it's just going to be one run. So, unfortunately, an expensive over for Mohammed. As Austria are 35 for 1 at the end of the power play. And, of course, this is a good chance to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu into the commentary box. And Finland bowling really well over here. I mean, on another day, they could have had a few more wickets.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you've nailed it. Creating opportunities, taking some. Yeah, bet Junaid would have loved another chance. Was it Junaid down there, or was it Farouk that crept in? And then, yeah, I think it was Junaid. Just let it go over his head and went for 4, which is kind of the old cardinal sin when it goes over your head as an outfielder, but doesn't carry the rope. Anyway, let's get ready for over number 4. Junaid gets the ball. Ball's a heavy ball, doesn't he? So you've got Rasmal Shugarwal coming out, and he's a very, very classy player. We saw him crack a 45 earlier. He's pretty to watch unless you got the ball in your hand and you're taking him on at 22 yards. But like every batter, you know, he'll make mistakes occasionally. He'll miss hit a ball occasionally. Decision making was probably just a little bit off, I think. Going a bit crazy with the ramp when he was banging them all over the place. First time we saw him in the series. He gets a bit careful here, and understandably. Got Iqbal Hussain, who remember went 4 and out in the first game as well. And so, yeah, Junaid Khan. Great to see him back on ECN. Steaming in. Yeah, and he's getting the most out of this pitch, which you know is pretty bouncy. That one really took off. Do really enjoy this surface, as I've said many, many times. The bounce sometimes kind of works for the batters as well. Gives them something to work with. Now this is pitched up and he goes for it. Wow, is this catchable? This would be an amazing catch, and he's pulled it off. Well, Amjad Sher runs back with the flight. A bit like Steve Waugh running back towards the sight screen in 1988-89, and he takes it as easy as you like. That is a brilliant piece of fielding. And Iqbal gets a piece of it, but not enough, as he falls on his sword for 33. Junaid Khan with the breakthrough. Chance created, chance taken by Finland, and now they've got Austria 37 for 2. So Akib Iqbal comes to the crease, and didn't he bat well earlier. That was a great catch. It's never easy running back with the flight of the ball. But Amjad Sher with the captaincy now, and he just judged it perfectly. Oh, yeah. Some pace there, surprises. Akib first up. Comes in, I think, wraps him on the gloves. Finland starting to believe. What a crossroads in their weekend. Yeah, they were put away first up in match 1, but I feel they've got a fighting chance here, and it shows you how quickly things can change as well. You can just hear that the encouragement. The Bears in the field. Oh, this time O'Brien has a tough time getting down the leg side and does well to at least block it. And we'll get 1 extra run, so 2 wide scored. Let's see, and then really trying to ramp up the speed to these two before they're really settled. Hello to Non-Carrot in the chat, who was talking up Harry Harron. Well, he certainly struck the ball well. This is also struck well from Shigawa, a little bit short. Didn't look too bothered by the pace then, did he? Maximo! As that one will rattle the equipment. Junaid, still a pretty good 2 overs from him, 1 for 14, and the score now is 45 for 2. Yeah, that just short of the length is a ball that Razmal does typically put away well. A lot of people enjoying the catch. KG1 in the chat. Ricky Adams, hopefully you are well. Maybe let us know where you're watching from. Good to have you with us. Amjad Sher then. I like what he's bringing. He bowled the first over, bowled with good pace. They got whacked a couple of times, but until he's really motoring in for his team. Iqbal gets to score. Yeah, once again, we see the extra bounce just causing a few issues for the batters. Here's the downside of that. If Akib does get a bit of bat on that, it's probably flying away for 6, maybe 1 bounce 4. So it's a tough tactic for the bowler, because yeah, you're hoping on a little feather or something, obviously. I mean, that's one way to get a batter out. That was called the bouncer. Yeah, the over. That's how much it bounced. Now the next one worked away for a single. I wouldn't mind having a look at the win predictor, actually, because I feel like Finland have a fighting chance here. Oh, that's skied. Anyone there? Well, no one's located in the end. It's a pretty good effort. It's Nick Salonen has to go all the way from deep third to try and get this. I think the first issue is that no one really picked it up, including the keeper. O'Brien. Yeah, O'Brien saying, look, you know, I could have gone after it, but I would have been running backwards. It would have been a tough one. You could hear that pretty well. It's just one of those lucky ones, I think. Another slow ball from Sher. Finding the balance between when to bowl that slow ball or not is never easy. Well, according to the win predictor, Finland have a 3% chance. Well, 3's better than nothing. We have seen some epic collapses on ECN, haven't we? Well, there you go. Shag gets the breakthrough in the end. Shigawal just misjudges the pace of this. Well, a bit like some of my parcels I send internationally, it never arrived and ends up going past the bat and past the body of Razmal Shigawal. And that's a big moment potentially in this storyline as Razmal goes for just 8. The wild thing with the breakthrough is 48 for 3. So this will bring Karambir Singh to the crease. Didn't he strike them well earlier on today? Karambir, guy who whacked back-to-back centuries for his club, Vienna Eagles. And we are talking 10 over cricket here, so to do that's pretty amazing. It's great to see him in the national setup. He loves this form of the game. I think it suits him. You have to deal with one ball from Amjad Sher. He negotiates it as we hit the halfway point, and Austria 48 for 3. You've got to give him a bit of credit though. Amjad Sher. He's really competed well in his spell. He's 1 for 17 in the end. These are some of the upcoming events, of course. All eyes coming up on the European Cricket Championship, which is starting on Monday. That is going to be something very, very special. And of course, all 3 teams you see here in this series, they will be taking part, and coincidentally, they're all in week 2. So, looking forward to that. And of course, cricket won't stop after that. It'll be in Croatia, Malta, then Spain. Before the ECCW, really looking forward to that as well. So, right now, just suppose you're in a bit of an interesting conundrum as well. Do you just keep going hard, bat like you're batting normally? If you're Austria, you're probably trying to smash most balls. Or do you just kind of have an eye on that target and bat a bit more conservatively? Salonen, good wheels from him as he gets past the outside edge of Karambir Singh. Nick typically plays this cricket in South Africa. We've seen him also in Switzerland and does have Finnish nationality. That's a good little change of pace. Karambir just trying to get going.
With this one, you go behind anyway, yeah? For the get back up, yeah?
Now they've got balls at Karambir. Really bogged down here. Salonen, only 1 conceded off 4. Glimmer of hope. Well, it helps because Karambir right now, sometimes he's hot, sometimes he's not, and this is very much in the latter category. This is where, you know, Karambir's kind of hitched his wagon to this approach to go large. Well, he does go again, but has he got enough? He does. Well, that's how strong he is. So at the 6th attempt, Karambir off the mark. And there's one that could have easily gone to the field. It was just away from him. And so It will be the end of the over as well. 50 comes up, 55 for 3 after 6. Well, Ricky said he's just happy to be watching ECN. He's watching from Adelaide. Well, that's wonderful. Well, Ricky, we do have our ECN sweep, so if you would like to get involved, just let me know in the chat and I'll draw you a team at random for the Euros of Cricket starting on Monday. Something we did actually yesterday, but I'm taking a few late entrants here over the weekend. Trying to be as inclusive as possible. But over 100 people. They're involved now as Paveen comes on. And he gets carved away. That's going to be 4. And so, again, this is the danger of bowling that kind of length. Also the width there allowed to keep kind of free his hands. Even with the 6 last ball, it was a good over from Salinan. He had 4 dot balls in the middle of it. 1 and a 6. Driven down the ground. And just a single.
Between these two guys.
This one just a little bit too wide. Comes a bit of the tram line.
Come on, lads, come on. Keep talking, yeah, keep talking.
Oh, wow. Karen Beer is just a little mini slump here. Can't hit out and can't get out, I suppose, with the one exception. Just hanging in there, aren't they? Austria, who got over the line against Italy earlier, but Finland trying to upset the apple cart as this is driven down the ground. Pretty well held by Junaid. Got a slight Tortuga. All right, Ricky. He said, yep, I want to be in the sweep. Now, this is just, I should just emphasize, it's just for a bit of fun. I'll pick the team that you can cheer for. And I'll draw it in a minute. A little bit short and hit to the leg side. This will be 4. So Kumar just getting a little bit carried away with the short stuff there. Kambi got out the way, and then Akib, yeah, he played that shot really, really well. All right, so there's 31 teams. I'm going to use the random number generator. And you've got team number 23. I think I already know who that is. I think it's Switzerland, but I'm going to check. As we get to the end of the 7th over here. Hanging in. So, team number 23. It's in Group E, because that's teams 21 and 25. And yep, it is Switzerland. All right, I'm putting you on the list. And you've also got a few friends that have also picked Switzerland. So, yeah, I'm going to put you in there. You're actually with Kroom and Julian Dawson, and now I'm putting Ricky Adams in there. So, yeah, congratulations. You now have a team. And Switzerland, I think they've been playing some really good cricket this year. They won the Valletta Cup earlier in the season. It was in Malta. They were undefeated. They played some really good cricket in their ECS. Good to see some names like Idris Haq in there. You've got Hassan Ahmed. I haven't actually seen this squad. Hopefully they've got Fahim Nazir. I think he's an absolute class act. Salinan coming back. Had a good body of the over last time with 4 dots in the middle. And this time he's not going to get away with this to Iqbal, who lifts him up, absolutely smashes him over the roof. Maximal. And a couple more of that. This game could almost be done. Oh, James Metcalf again. You need a team as well, don't you? Okay. I'll sign you up, James. Good to have you with us. Of course, we kind of threw it open 24 hours, but if you haven't been watching the last couple of days, you can understand how you might have missed out. But coming up soon. Now, a little uppercut times it, but Perilously close to the man. It does go over him ultimately. Maximo. As Iqbal breaks the game wide open. Okay. James, your team is coming up and you've drawn 4. Well, that to me, I think is Czechia. Let's see, Group A.
You don't have to go.
Yep, it is Czechia. So you've got a couple of friends there. Got Kenroy Nesta from Gibraltar, who is also joined Czechia. And Andrew Thompson and Amy Sarah. Good to have you involved, James. ECC starts on Monday, and you'll see Czechia on Monday. Cool. As this is just glanced away, and Iqbal's really turning it on now. As he moves to 29.
No jumping. Huh? No jumping, no jumping. Ball will come from there. Okay. Okay.
Salonen not having as much luck this time against Akib. He now lifts him up, but has he found the fielder? Well, almost, but not. Maximo, 6 more. Alan Cherry, good effort from him. That just couldn't pull off the impossible. Yeah, so I'll send up an updated list. Kroom's kind of doing the admin for that. He'll have the updated list. Just missing, I think. And so really slipping away now. This is what Austria can do. You can get some of their key players, but there's a few waiting in the wings. Last ball of the 8th over. And it's absolutely smashed. In fact, that will be game, set, and Maximo as Karen Beer. He didn't hit many. He did hit a couple. He hit enough. I don't think they realise yet, but that will be the end of the match. Into the 8th over as well. And yeah, that's how quick they motored. They didn't realise that they've actually won the game there. Italy versus Finland, rematch of match 1. Finland have improved a lot, I think, even since this morning. A bit more familiar with the conditions and probably a bit more cricket-friendly conditions coming up when that match takes place in about 35 minutes here on the European Cricket Network. Join us for that one. But right now, it's Team Austria who've gone 2 for 2 and they lead the standings after 1 round. Still 2 rounds of round-robin matches to go before the CCI is decided. Going back, I've got to say, I've got a lot of time for Finland, who didn't have a lot of runs on the board, but they really threw everything at Austria early. Share led the way. Raz Mohammed again, maybe should have had a wicket there, as Junaid Khan just misjudged that in the outfield. But Junaid again, I liked his effort. Loved this effort, especially from the Wild Thing. What a brilliant piece of fielding that was to judge that one, running back from the infield into the outfield. But you've got Razmat Shigawal there. Eventually he got knocked over, so that was another plus for Finland. But Akib really looked good. And Karanbir, we've missed a few, to be honest, but that's the kind of player he is. When he's on, he's unstoppable. Sometimes he can't hit it at all. There's a bit of both here. There's a couple of Maximos from Karanbir. Assisted his team over the line. And they end up doing it fairly easily, bringing up the winning runs with exactly 2 overs to spare. Looking at the scorecard, Iqbal Hussain, nice to see him in the runs. He went 4 and out first game, but 33 this time. 35 for Akib Iqbal. He is the high scorer and deserves to be really played some really good shots. Very brutal on anything short of a length. 13 to Karanbir. It's probably more fresh air than leather on Willow, but still, he was able to assist his team over the line. He is a fun player to watch. Finland, just the 6 extras there in 8 completed overs. Again, I like their efforts, but again, just not enough runs on the board. And even though they challenged at times, they weren't ultimately able to bring up their first win of the series. Wickets to Amjad Sher as well as Junaid Khan and Raz Mohammed. In particular, I think Amjad Sher was brilliant in the field as well. With that catch he took over the shoulder. Junaid as well. I like that he bowled with a bit of fire. I suppose we'll see if Finland can get on the board. Perhaps in the next game if they can upset Italy. So we'll take a break. Back in about 35 minutes with match 4. And I'll be having my last Rome innings after the break as well. Vinny Sander here with Maximone. Shea Butt back with you shortly. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Internationals. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company. The sun's out and we're playing some international 10-over cricket this weekend. Of course, this is a great curtain raiser as well to the Euros of cricket that all three of these teams you see this weekend, they'll be playing in week 2 of that tournament, which is only just over a week away. Right now it is time for match 4. We've had one rotation. There's still 2 more sets of 3 matches in this tournament with the triple round robin format. So it's going to be a repeat of match 1. It's going to be Italy taking on Finland once again. Ian Ramage has the 2 captains and he's got the coin in his hand. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Italy, you're the home team on this game, okay. Finland, you're the away team. However, we're going to let you toss the coin this time, okay. So you'll toss the coin and you will call this time, yeah? There you go.
Heads.
Heads has been called. Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We're going to ball.
Okay, toss won by Finland, who will bowl first.
So the toss has been won by Finland. They've been pretty good with the tosses today, but they have decided this time that they want to bowl first. Now, when these two teams met first up, the conditions were very different. I think that Finland were put into bat and they just had a bit of trouble getting things going. But I think we've seen a couple of players that have really stepped up with the bat for them, even though they've had some bad starts. I think maybe they'll consider changing the batting order for this one as well, because it just seems like getting that defendable score on the board is probably one of the biggest issues that they are facing. For Italy though, I mean, they do have a decent squad to choose from. I think you'll see probably a couple of changes from them. Of course, they won their first game, then they went down to Austria, blowing a 140 first innings as the Austrians chased that down with over and over to spare. So for Italy, I think it's quite an important game for them, because if they're staying in the hunt for this trophy this weekend, I think this is a must-win game for them when you look at how the other results are going. Nish Butt is in the commentary box now. Nish, I'll be with you for the first part of this game before I have to head off to Spain, but I'm going to enjoy our last innings together. Let's get ready for match 4. The news from the toss is that Finland have won the toss and they're going to bowl first. Nish, it's over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and I certainly will too, as we're just about to see Italy and Finland for the second time today. Of course, the Finland succumbed to their second defeat just half an hour ago. As we take a look at the fantasy dashboard, of course, Italy 1-1. Their loss coming against Austria, whereas Finland now 0-2. It's a couple of losses for them, both for similar reasons. The good thing, though, is I like the fact that Finland decided to bowl first. You know, just trying to restrict Italy to something quiet, and then look to chase that down in the second innings. And of course, the big news is Dindu Marage, the MVP of ECS Rome, is back for Italy. He had the morning off, as we said, and now I expect him to feature in both of this afternoon's game for Italy. Of course, they're playing 4 matches. They're going to be involved in a match against Austria in our final match of the day. We'll then have a look at the win predictor, and of course, Italy massive favorites, the home team, 80-20 against Finland. And you can understand why. Again, Finland just having a few too many issues with their batting. So I like the fact that they're bowling first for the first time. I mean, again, a huge opportunity for them to replicate some of the bowling performances we've seen from them so far today. Yeah, just statistically, you wonder, you know, can a side put in 3 terrific bowling performances in one day? Well, we'll wait and see. Of course, that game at the end against Austria might even have been a little bit tighter. Again, there were a few decisions early in that match which maybe could have gone Finland's way and would have made us have an even more exciting game. But anyway, we're about to get underway. Amjad Sher is going to bowl this first over. The captain looking to set the tone right from the outset. Here we go. First ball of this match. Oh, it's a beautiful ball. It's a wicked first ball. Great start. The MVP is gone for a golden duck. Well, maybe he was just partying a little too hard yesterday. As his side, of course, were undefeated champions. And Amjad Sher gets him on the very first ball. Brilliant ball. And, you know, maybe his foot movement could have been slightly better. Could have reached out at it. He's just pushing at the ball with hard hands. Little edge through to the keeper. Very well taken by Jordan O'Brien. And Finland early breakthrough. Well, how the tables have turned for our MVP as Golden Derek comes out to greet Dindu Marage as he walks off without troubling the scorers. So it's a Zayn Nukmi, the century hero from earlier today, made a brilliant 105 against Austria. Unfortunately, in a losing cause for him. Let's see. Amjad Sher, can he keep this up? Oh, this one's got up in the air. This could be another opportunity. This should be taken. It is taken. And Nukmi for Finland. It's the perfect start. Amjad Sher, he could have a hat-trick of the very first balls of this match. Well, this goes up, and it's really well taken there by Junaid Khan. And I'm, of course, joined by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu in the commentary box. What a terrific start. I can't believe what I'm seeing as Golden Derek is back out again.
Crazy stuff, and that's how quick your day can turn around. Amjad Sher on a hat-trick, and we've only ever seen one time before. It was Nasser Baluch for Ariane Keefe in the ECL earlier this year at the Cartermore Oval. And he took a hat-trick off the first 3 balls of the game. You'll probably see him when we bring up the hat-trick Hall of Fame in a minute, Nasser. And I believe he's in the Swiss squad. There he is at number 5. That was in Group F, match 4. So could we have another little slice of history here? Rajmani comes out at 4, but he may as well be opening. Left-hander though. Slight change of angle, but Sher looks on fire. Finland needs something, and they're getting something. Hat-trick ball for the captain.
And it's just down the leg side, a little bit anticlimactic. I mean, that was a great ball to a right-hander. But, yeah, it's going to go down the leg side. So it's a wide to break up the hat-trick.
Well, the thing is, I was just thinking, don't lose this down the leg side, because the natural shape he was getting to left-hand, it was always a chance, wasn't it? But 2 legal balls, 2 wickets.
That's another good ball here by Amjad Sher. He's bowling terrifically first up. And again, you're just starting to learn why he's got the nickname the Wild Thing.
Yeah, of course. You know, he's such a mercurial player. You saw it with that catch he took backing from the infield into the outfield earlier. He's bowling a good pace, good movement. Ahmed Sharif, though, gets his chance opening the batting here. Now, for me, I like him opening. I tend to think they'll either go Sharif Marage or Naqvi Sharif. So they've got a few combinations. So I think maybe you don't need to be that set. Maybe just whoever seems like they're hitting well, get them out there. Get them while they're hot.
There's a wide, second wide of the over for Amjad Sher.
Had a question about MSP, Mark Simpson Park for Austria. Apparently he is suffering from a finger injury, and so he's unavailable due to injury. That's why we won't see MSP at the ECC this year. Did take a hat-trick for Austria last year.
Oh, that is an absolutely gorgeous delivery. And how has it not found the edge along the way?
Yeah, it's good movement, isn't it? So, shoes on the other foot now. You mentioned you liked Finland leading with, I suppose, what would be their strength with their bowling. And they're not dampened, okay. Not thrilled, I think, with the fact that they haven't been able to register a win yet, but they're building towards something, and they're getting invaluable experience here as well.
Another terrific delivery. And suppose that one a little shorter than the previous ones. And again, he's got 1 ball left. I wonder how he's going to close out the over. Maybe just go for one that's on a nice length to drive, invite the cover drive and look for the edge.
I haven't really had a chance to talk about Marage coming back, and isn't cricket the great evener? MVP of the series, just nicks the first ball he faces in this one for a Royal Duck. Last ball the first.
Oh, a perfect delivery. That's just what we were calling for. And he really deserved a 3rd wicket in that over, Amjad Sher. In the end, 3 for 2 at the end of the first. Terrific start for Finland.
Outstanding stuff, really. But he needs some backup, doesn't he? Looks like they're going to go for Junaid Khan in over number 2. And 2 days until we start the ECC, although I'll be heading there tonight. Be nice to be back at the Sunset Beach Hotel as well, Sunset Beach Club. With thanks to our partners as well, Victoria Cerveza, always ready to step up for us, providing some of the beverages for the fan zone. I know there's a few exciting things planned. I can't wait to see the ground. Apparently there's now a big stage area as well. Like a presentation area. This is the Euros of Cricket starting in 2 days and featuring the 3 teams you see this weekend, a little bit later in the tournament. First ball from Junaid has got some wheels on it. I like his bowling. Not quite a bouncer. But he does get him through, doesn't he, Nish?
Yeah, that was a very rapid delivery. And again, I think I'd like to see him bang some in short and then also bowl a few Yorkers as well. Oh, goes short again. I think he's just struck Sandhu on the helmet here.
Thank goodness he's wearing the helmet. He's almost run out, but this is a nasty blow, and the helmet does its job.
Ooh, that looks painful. Just hits him on the side of the helmet. It takes his eye off the ball.
Oh, and just think about, maybe you don't want to, but think about if he's not wearing a helmet there. We don't always see batters wearing helmets. But to me, it should be mandatory in hardball cricket. I think it doesn't matter what kind of bowling you're facing. No need really for exceptions. Well, just for that, he gets to keep batting, Rajmani.
Oh, beautifully struck. Really nicely played. A little too much width there. And a bit of stand and deliver from Sharif with a good counter punch.
I mean, this is such a good shot. It's no half volley. Look at him. Little back press. Just judges the height. It's going to bounce. You can trust the bounce in this pitch most of the time. Sharif just launched that. And you can see why he is, well, for me, he's the preferred option at the top of the order for a Team Italy.
Oh, slashes this one away as well. And it's going to go the distance too. That is deposited well beyond the fence. It's back-to-back sixes here for Italy. And they're just responding here after what was a very rough start for them. Really struggled those first 8 deliveries. Again, Junaid Khan just needs to go back to what was working for him. Going back on the stumps. Just bowl on the stumps.
Yeah, Ty Hopes is in the chat saying he's currently on a flight from Fiji to San Francisco, enjoying the coverage from the air in the middle of the Pacific. Well, that's the beauty of the internet. I must admit, I've occasionally watched it in very low resolution. The plane Wi-Fi isn't particularly good, but I have managed at times. But yeah, Ty, I hope you have a great trip. And I've asked him, would he like to be in the suite? If he responds, we'll give him a team. If not, then I won't. Comeback ball then.
Yeah, this one is...
Well, is that... It's got to be the second of the over because the first one rocked Rajmani in the head. So I don't see how this isn't a no ball. Because last time I checked, their head is above the shoulders. But Rajmani, he must be saying, hey, is this still the same over? They've really gotten away with one there. Anyway, Sharif looks unfazed.
And it's just struck into the ground. It's going to be a single. So a good comeback for Junaid after being hit for a couple of sixes. 14 off that over. Maybe got away with that no ball as well, as you mentioned. Italy 17 for 2 at the end of the second.
Yeah, so Italy certainly not having it all their own way after being sent in here in match 4.
We're having a look at the standings over here. Of course, Austria starting off perfectly with 2 fairly comfortable wins against Italy and Finland. 2 good performances chasing, whereas Italy, of course, won the game earlier today against Finland. And we're going to see Amjad Sher continuing. Can he produce another magical over like the first one? You know, I mean, he picked up a couple of wickets, but he was really unlucky not to maybe even get a 3rd or 4th. Oh, there's an edge over here, and it's going to sail above everyone's head. It's another boundary. And you have to feel for Sher on another day. He could maybe have been on for a 5-fer.
Yeah, Sharif, little shuffle outside off, wants the leg side, doesn't get the ball where he wants it. Into the bat, and bit of pure luck. Find that one on the wagon wheel. It's going straight up as Sharif moves to 17.
Oh, it's another edge, and it falls just short of the fielder at that fly slip position. Again, we were calling for a traditional slip in the first match. If there was one, the catch would probably have been taken. Of course, Amjad shares the captain, so it's his decision where to place the fielders, and it falls just short again.
I've got to say, most of the time I'd say I'd have that guy right on the circle. I know that one doesn't carry, but I think you probably want as much time as you can, and you want as much lateral range as you can. That was just a bit unlucky. It falls in front of him.
Oh, he's producing so many chances here, Cher. Could easily have had 5 or 6 wickets on another day. This one's, it's not cleanly struck by Sandhu. Probably comes off the toe end of the bat, but it goes away for 4. Goes a bit too short there, Cher. And it allows Sandhu to just hit it with the lower end of his bat, away for a boundary. Oh, this one slightly overpitched. He turns his back on that one, but it somehow strikes him on his upper body, and it's just going to be 1 run.
To be honest, that was his only option there, Salonen. He had no idea what it was going to do. So you protect the beautiful facial features, and you turn around and just hope it hits your body. That was actually, technically, that was very good fielding. He gave himself the best chance of stopping it, and he was able to keep it in the infield.
Oh, he squared up the batsman again. Oh, this is terrific bowling by Cher. Let's take a look at this. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
It's been such a good spell. All right, Ty Hopes. I'm going to draw you a country. I'll draw it at the end of this over. Okay. Will be part of our sweep, which is growing all the time here on ECN. Last ball of the over from Amjad Cher.
Oh, you can see he's just going for that leg stump Yorker. And oh, is there a chance for a run out? There's a mix up here. The throw needs to be accurate. And I think he might be gone. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. The throw wasn't perfect, but it's a good bit of work by Jordan O'Brien, who grabs that. This is going to be really tight, but the batter could be in trouble over here. There we go. This is going to be the decisive frame, and he's gone. He's gone. He's been sent back. Great work there by Jordan O'Brien.
Yeah, it was, and he made the right decision. Oh, it's so disappointing when you get a run out. But it was also good decision making from Jordan O'Brien. He kind of realised it was a big mess up by the batters, and he didn't have to rush. He had to go, get the ball, catch the ball, and he should be able to race the batter back. Just try and pinpoint where this goes wrong. Didn't ever really look like it too. I mean, Salonen had it covered. So yeah, I think that's essentially what Amir's saying. He's saying, hey, why do you think there's 2 there? So Rajmani, disappointing for him. He's run out for 7, and the score is 28 for 3.
Very disappointing for Rajmani. Of course, Sharif still out there, the danger man. They do get a single off that, so he'll be on strike at the start of the 4th over. The power play is a very eventful one. Finland get 3 wickets, could easily have had way more. So Italy under an enormous amount of pressure right now. 28 for 3, just to start. Finland would have won it. And I think it might be Dandapani bowling this 4th over again. Good off spinner, likes to bowl around the wicket, just looks to slide one across the right-hander. We saw him play a handy innings with the bat against Austria, hit 3 big 6s in the final over. Yeah, he looks to toss one up there, and again, a good bit of fielding. This time a little bit more conventional.
Excellent fielding, isn't it? He's Salonen again, putting his body on line. Okay, so now Pista also wants to be in the sweep. So I'm going to do Ty first, and then Pista. So Ty, I'm going to do right now number 11. All right, I think that's one of the top seeds. He's caught Italy. Oh, there you go, Italy. Now the team listed first in Group C. So congratulations, you're on the Italian train, Ty. I love how this sweep just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Probably have to shut it down once we get into the broadcast, so it's kind of last chance. Plus, of course, after this innings, I'm off.
Oh, just looking to slide that one across again, the Dandapani. He's trying to fire in a wide Yorker to Pereira. Pereira played a good innings, of course, against Finland earlier this morning. Made a good undefeated 35. Very different situation for him to come into now. That's another delivery that Pereira has missed out on. He's a little bit frustrated. You can just see the anger starting to seep in.
Yeah, to say the least. All right, Pista, it's your turn. You've got number 5. And 5, I believe, is Greece. All right, so a couple of extra people involved.
It's going to be a single over there. And of course, yep, another team that wears blue, Greece.
Yeah, I mean, Greece, really good fielding side. Well led. I'd love to have Ari Carvallis in their squad, but I don't believe he's available. You can check out the squads at EuropeanCricket.com.
Yeah, this one is absolutely hammered. That's going to go all the way. A huge 6 as Sharif is trying to lead his side's recovery. He's been very fortunate a number of times surviving a few edges. But he's still hanging in there and tormenting this Finnish cricket team.
Okay, we've got one more. Golden Stars in Bond. They want a team as well. All right, I can do that. As we hit the end of the 4th over. By the way, taking the ECC, today we had on social media the #1 match ever as decided by the Boffins. And it was the match we actually played as a classic match a little while ago. It was Belgium winning in a golden ball. The only golden ball we've ever seen in the ECC. And that was crazy. And even though France lost, the fact they pushed it to a golden ball meant that they survived to the finals in Group C last year. And Malta were knocked out. And that was a bit of a David versus Goliath. Crazy. The rain came in. There was rain going in the commentary box. It was absolutely insane. Yeah, and it's not really the cube, it's the dream box we call it at the Cardimer Oval. It didn't have any glass on the front. We were up a bit higher, and this rain just started coming in, and everything was exposed. There was no escaping the water, and literally started raining with one ball to go. They needed 1 to tie 2 to win, and then yeah, they still played the golden ball despite the torrential rain. Crazy finish.
Yeah, this one is struck behind point, and it's going to be another boundary. So Sharif keeping this going. This goes all the way. That's going to be a 6. Too much width on offer there. Again, Raz Mohammed pulled quite well against Austria. We saw him get that early wicket. But a rough start over here for him.
All right, Golden Star, Bon, get ready for your team. And yeah, it's a lot that we got more and more people who want to get involved. As we see Raz Mohammed coming in again. Well fielded there by Amjad Sher. All right, Golden Star Bon, 20-11. So there we go. Golden Star Bon, you have drawn England 11, one of the favourites.
So there's a blocked out. Yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of envious chatters who wish they could have also had number 21.
I love that most teams now have 3 or 4, in some cases 5 people on them. So that shows you the level of interest we're getting with that. Raz, experienced campaigner.
Oh, he's cleaned him up. Raz Mohammed gets his 2nd ball today. We saw him get a similar wicket against Austria in the previous match, and now he gets the big man Sharif, just aims that at the off stump, and he's cleaned him up. Good fuller delivery, and the danger man Sharif departs. He was lucky a few times, lived a cat-like existence, but in the end, he's undone by some good bowling by Raz Mohammed, who brings the razzle-dazzle.
He does, doesn't he? And yeah, they'll be happy to see the end of Sharif, who has already shown us what he's capable of. Maybe just nip back a bit, and then inside edge helped it onto the stumps. Crashes into off, and Amir has to go. He's the 4th wicket to fall. Score is 45 for 4.
And yeah, I think new batsman is going to be Nisharmal Fernando. Well, coming in a pressure situation, Italy 45 for 4, just languishing ever so slightly.
Yeah, that's what I love about the 10 over format. It's highly unpredictable.
Here we go. Can he get one more here for Mohammed? Yeah, we were calling for Finland to bowl first and managed to get a chance here, and their bowling attack just delivers once again. It's been, you gotta say, it's been 3 exceptional bowling performances so far for Finland.
Yeah, you had the question, could it be another exceptional bowling performance? I think the answer is yes. I think their consistency has been great. Just need to find some runs from somewhere. They've got bits and pieces so far. Last ball of the 5th. Or not. And that'll be down leg side for a wide. So I was just going to say that England 11. Helix through England 11. So I've Golden Sub on now. Also Michael Daup and Shauna Henry have drawn England 11. Greece, we've got Peace to Buy there, as well as Ufus, Jules Udbridge, as well as Xander Erasmus and Mubrak Hussain.
That's another great ball there. Fernando could easily have nicked that one through as we come to the halfway stage of the innings. Italy in a fair amount of trouble at 46 for 4. Of course, it's a good chance to welcome you back into the commentary box. And I'm Nish Chihon. Alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinisundu.
Yeah, it's great to be here. And I just like this comment here when Golden Star Bond in Germany due England. Chris said, unlucky. But anyway, hey, the Germans in England guys, they get on pretty well these days. But yeah, I'm really excited to be here. I'm also sad, but also excited to have to leave after this innings because I have to catch my plane to Spain. I'll have the day off there tomorrow, just preparing, making the final preparations for the ECC, which does start on Monday. Join us. It's going to be a wild ride, but also I'll be keeping an eye on this. And Nish, I just want to say one final time, it's been great to be with you in week 2 here. You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. And a lot of the fans out there as well, they've been saying how much they've enjoyed your commentary. So I think if it's what you choose to do, you can go a long way with it. Anyway, right now, it's over number 6, and it's going to be Hariharan Dhanapani to bowl out. So it's one thing to keep Italy down. The other question is, how many can Finland chase?
Over pitch delivery, and this is probably going to go the distance. A good effort there by Nathan Collins, but he's going to need to grow a few more feet to even have a chance at that.
Well, maybe the beard weighed him down here. Maybe if he could have gone a little bit higher. It's a great effort, though, seriously, from Nathan. Yeah, look at him get up. That was just over his head. 6 runs to Italy.
Oh, very firmly struck there by Pereira. And again, Collins, another terrific fielding effort. He saves a couple of runs for his side.
Notice that that Chris was asking, will they replace the surface? You can see there's a little bit of wear and tear where the bowl's foot lands, but I think they're constantly trying to do that. So they won't replace the whole pitch. They might just try and patch up where the bowl's foot lands. But they take a lot of great pride in this field. I mean, if you look at what the field grass looks like, maybe you can show us kind of what the outside the field looks like, and we can do a comparison in a moment. And he's down to Pani first. Hit straight. Yeah, that's going to go. I don't even know if the camera's got this, but we'll have a look. Yeah, it was absolutely smashed, and I think that's 4. Yeah, it's 4 runs. Great camera work. Just gets it inside. But yeah, the ground is so green, and having been in Italy a few times now, it's not always the case.
Oh, he just managed to get that one inside the tram line. Of course, we'll just take a look at the comparison of this field versus field looks like outside.
Yeah, we'll probably have to wait till after this ball. You can kind of see a bit of it there, but they take such good care of it, and even just removing the excess dew in the morning with the rope, things like that. Oh, that was belted. And technically it's drop catch, but my book, it's a good stop. It's the end of 6 overs. The score is 59 for 5. Well, the umpire was having to take cover there. No way, the bowler saved him. 59 for 4. Yeah, so here's see the green grass here, but if you look, yeah, even down there, but even up over the fence, like up on the right, you'll see
how much effort goes into the surface, because that's kind of what the rest of the ground looks like, if you like. Now, also, 5 years ago, this wasn't even a ground. That's what the most remarkable thing is for me. But they put a lot of work in, and really now it has to be one of the premier cricket grounds in Europe, right up there with Moira of Lucia, for example. There's a lot of nice grounds in the Netherlands, of course.
Oh, another close one. This is really tight. We've seen a few close LBWs not go Finland's way.
Yeah, the height's always a concern, but this one didn't seem to bounce that much. Maybe just going down leg side as well. Yeah, is it going over? Doubt it. But there, the other thing is it does come back a bit off the surface. Was it going to hit the stumps? Comes back a lot. Still a bit of distance to travel. Tight one, benefit of the doubt to the batter.
Oh, this one, I think, height's more of a question there. But yeah, the staff over here, they've got so much love for cricket. I think they're great to work with. So many unsung heroes behind the scenes. They're here early in the morning, as you said. Got the rope, going around the field. I think bringing us food on time as well. I think they've just been such great people to be alongside throughout these. And this one is clubbed up in the air. Should be a catching chance, and he's going to take that. It's Amjad Sher, who's been terrific, the skipper. We've seen him take some wickets with his own bowling, but now he takes a great catch to help out Raz Mohammed. The 5th wicket falls for Italy, 61 for 5.
Yeah, very good field management from Amjad Sher. Isn't he a superstar? Even the way he lands, see, a lot of people would try too hard, start thinking I'm going to throw it away, but he wants the catch. You know, he wants the wicket, and why wouldn't you with Italy on the ropes? Anyway, it is going to be another wicket for Raz Mohammed, who has 2 for 10 now, and Italy lose a 5th at 61 for 5.
And Finland's bowling is just so impressive, I have to say. I mean, you could even argue that they've been the most impressive bowling attack we've seen out of these first 3 teams. They can really just sort out their batting. I think they could develop into a dark horse side in future European tournaments. And this is another great ball. Could there be a chance to run out? Direct hit needed. Oh, this could be tight. O'Brien thinks he's gone. O'Brien is convinced.
Super pickup. Really, really good pickup. Simran comes out. Doesn't get it back past the bowler, but he thought he did. It's probably just a bit itchy. He's already walking off. But this is all about the pickup from O'Brien behind the stumps. And you'll see, yeah, takes it in the follow through, and Simran, he's well gone. He's gone by over a metre. So, yeah, something from nothing there. But Raz Mohammed, you can see here, Simran keen to go, but Joy wanted to wait and see. And I mean, to be honest, Joy was right. But yeah, Jordan hasn't done a lot of keeping for a while, actually. Skaman's the regular keeper, not in the side at the moment. And yeah, now Simran will get his marching orders. So a needless one. Italy having to fight hard here in the 7th over at 61 for 6. And I think that I'm going to have a very interesting second innings to watch when I'm on the way to the airport. Put it that way, Nish.
Oh, most definitely. This could be another one for upset watch as we just take another look at that. Great pickup there by Mohammed, and O'Brien. He's been so impressive with the gloves. I mean, if this is what you have for a backup keeper,
yeah.
Skaman's must be pretty terrific.
But he was also clever there because although it's super quick work, he concentrates on catching it cleanly. You know, he concentrates on getting it in the gloves, and then his natural momentum was taking him towards the stumps anyway. So it's excellent work by Jordan. So nice to see him in a Finland shirt.
Oh, great ball. This could be out. It is out. It's a team hat trick. It's a team hat trick for Finland. Raz Mohammed, there's no way this one can't be given out. They've had a few LBW shouts not go their way today, but that one is really, really clear. The 3rd wicket in a row falls for Italy.
Yeah, well, they're probably due one, aren't they? It's Zain Ali who's come out, and yeah, this one, even though he's wide of the crease, hits him on the full. Don't really see it missing leg stump. It's as see that Zain's disappointed, but Raz is appointed. Yeah, look, it's actually not as plumb as you think, but it's probably hitting the stumps. Probably hitting the stumps. But it's interesting, and when we slowed it down, There's a significant angle going on there, but to be honest, I don't really have a problem with the decision. It's one of those ones you couldn't conclusively say it was missing. Live, I think most people are of your opinion. And anyway, how's that? It's bang, bang, bang. This over's gone leg by, wicket, wicket, wicket. And Italy now 61 for 7.
Yeah, I think looking at it the second occasion, you can see that maybe, just maybe, there is that possibility it's going down the leg side. But when you see it live, it looks absolutely plumb because it just hits him on the flush. Here we go. One ball to come in this over. Terrific spell by Mohammed. Oh, he takes an inside edge, and how has this not been chopped back onto his stumps? They're living dangerously here, Italy. This is terrific bowling. And look at O'Brien. He's just aghast. Again, Italy are 65 for 7, but this could easily have been a lot worse. I mean, Finland, this has been one of the best bowling performances I've seen from a side, as we, of course, take a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we'll be down here in Rome tomorrow with our final 4 games of this ECI, and then we start our big ECC starting from the 20th of September. Of course, you'll be heading over there to begin covering that, which we alongside Rico Full, and of course Corey will be joining you, as well as a number of other personalities. We've got ECS coming up in Croatia after that, and then we return to Malta for the second time this year before we've got our final ECS of this calendar year in Spain, and then we round it all off with the ECCW during the festive period.
It's going to be so great as well. So they're going to go back to Bhavin Kumar. Yeah, Malta's somewhere we like to visit. We were there, obviously, for the ECS at the start of the year. It was a 4-week ECS. We also covered the Valletta Cup and the T20 Internationals there. I was actually doing that, which was not just the Valletta Cup, the Medina Cup and the Valletta Cup. So expanded into 2 tournaments. One was a 3-team tournament, one was a 5-team tournament. And of course, back for ECS and more ECI cricket after the ECC's finished. Anyway, this is classic Joy as he just punches this. Not too much backlift or follow through in this, but it's just perfect timing. 4 runs to Italy, badly needed. Joy is still there. He's watched carnage all around him, but you know, big 3 overs from the captain. They could still get well over 100 here.
Speed, an unyielding sentinel at the other end, watching his teammates collapse. Oh, that comes back quite a bit there by Kumar. And again, I just love this bowling by Finland. I mean, this kind of bowling would go well in any format. It's just aggressive wicket-taking bowling.
Yeah, they're up and about, but I think the batting's where this will be won and lost for Finland, really. At least they'll know what they have to do, and maybe they can make up a game plan accordingly.
Oh, he goes a bit short over here, and Pereira will deposit that beyond the boundary rope. It's a 6 now. Joy Pereira, he scored 35 earlier today against Finland. They're going to be looking for a similar innings from him here.
Yeah, they tried him up front foot. He's up to the task. Tried him out back foot. He was up to the task. Where do you go to now?
And this one is absolutely battered, and it's going to head into the archaeological site. That's a very classic 6 there by Joy Pereira.
Yeah, and so this is really, it's not a plan. I thought maybe you go Yorker then. Joy's going to try and put you off quick by moving around, but in the end, it's just kind of a slot ball into the pads, and he helps it on its way. Sends it back into centuries past. Of course, when we were here last year, that was a proper archaeological dig that was going on. It was quite deep. Now it's been filled in. They do plan to have some club rooms and facilities here over the next couple of years, so that's why they had to do that, and look forward to seeing how this ground takes shape.
Oh, very nicely struck again by Joy Pereira, but is he going to find a fielder? It will. So it's the 3rd time around he's not able to clear the boundary rope. This is very well taken by Nathan Collins out in the deep.
He's fielded really well, Nathan, in this innings. Some really good boundary stops, some good attempts that didn't really go his way, but 16 runs in the over, but they do get Joy Pereira, and maybe you'd spend that to get Joy. You know, there's still two overs remaining. But Italy down to their last 2 wickets. It's 81 for 8 after 8. We had the question from Trip, one of the teams of the ECCW. And we've got Spain, the host, as well as Italy, France, Netherlands, and Austria. So 2 of the 3 teams you're seeing this weekend. The women's teams will be playing in the ECCW. It is the inaugural event, so that's why we've managed to get approval for a 5-team tournament. But you know, obviously the hope is that more and more teams can be included. And you might say, okay, well, there are other teams like Ireland, Scotland, for example, that work out some way to do an English 11. But I think also about the development of cricket on the continent. I think that's why those teams have been chosen.
Goes for a sharp bouncer over here.
Felt this was high. Maybe it was still climbing when it reached the batter. Let's have a look. Yeah, touch and go. Probably leaning towards the wide, but benefit of the doubt. Normally goes to the bowlers on those ones. Whether it would have gone over the batter's head if he was standing at the crease. Hello to Shrug as well, watching from Jersey. Now, Shrug, do you know what team you got in the sweep? I'll tell you.
He goes for a huge swing over here. Can I take a guess?
Yeah, go on, have a guess.
Did he get Jersey?
He didn't get Jersey because I think I would have noticed that. Shrug got Estonia. All right, so we did a random draw. So everyone's got another team that they're going to go for in the ECC. You did it yesterday, and Shrug, we put you in it. You're going for Estonia. Now, bad Estonia news. Stefan Gooch, our very own, ruled out with a knee. So, yeah, Stefan won't be taking part. He was hoping to.
And this one is played away towards long off. Of course, Stefan Gooch does play in the series in Budapest when he plays for the Budapest Blinders.
And I believe now he's actually planning to actually move to Estonia full time. But I believe that's in the plans. Not too sure about it. But yeah, it's great that Steph is now part of the Estonian cricket setup. It's just a shame that it's quite a bad knee injury. I think that's forced him off the field, but I'm sure he'll be supporting the side. All right, Adarsh Anilkumar would like to be in the draw. Okay. I'm running out of time. Got 9 balls left before I'm on the plane. I think we'll probably shut the gate then.
Another shorter delivery.
Yeah, I think this will be a no ball. It's the second one for the over. We thought they missed one earlier. I think we got some clarification from the umpires. I think that is high when he's standing at the crease. But they thought the first one was edged into Rajmani's helmet, and that's why it wasn't a bounce up. So the second one was let go. But that one, I don't think there's too much doubt about that one.
So it's a single to
free hit coming up. And Madupa almost had his head knocked off then. Let's see what happens next ball. Slower ball would be clever here, I reckon. He's got it. Nope, no ball called. I think it's with the foot. I think it was wide anyway, so it probably doesn't matter that much. It's still a free hit, but let's just have a look at this stride. Yeah, just nothing landing behind. Okay, well, it gives us a chance while we wait for another free hit. Shrug's happy with his selection, I can see in the chat. Adarsh, I'm going to pick your team. We can wait for the free hit. How about that?
Oh, it's played away very nicely. Is it just taking a bounce for the boundary rope, or is that bounce beyond the boundary rope? We'll just have a look at this replay over here. Beautiful looking cover drive, and my initial inkling was it was a 4, and well, let's just take a look at this. Oh, it's rather tight.
I still think that's 4. It's been an optical illusion, in my opinion. But I don't think it hits the rope because the rope doesn't move. It's a tough one. My instinct was 4. And there's nothing there that kind of changes my mind. And they have 4 given. I think the umpires have been very, very good, I'm going to say. Anyway, Adarsh, get ready for your team. You got number 18. And top of my head, I can't tell you who that is, but I will in a moment. I think I know, actually. We might have just been talking about them. As this gets away from the fielder, Fernando gets lucky. Finland leaking a few at the end. And all happens in the 9th, as we like to say. But this one really should have been 1. Instead, it's 4. Not an easy bounce, having said that, but still, at this level, you expect to stop those.
Yeah, a tad bit expensive there. 27 runs off the last 11 deliveries. Just hope Finland don't undo all the good work they've been doing for.
So it is Hungary that Adarsh has got. All right, so team number 18. And you've got them along with Nick, Maya Patel and Hornchurch Cricket Club.
Oh, this is on a good length. And it's blocked out by Fernando. He does get a single, so Fernando will keep the strike heading into the final over. Italy 93 for 8, as they've managed to get 28 runs off these last couple of overs. So Finland, you'd still consider them to be in a good position, but we do know they have their limitations with the bat in hand, so ideally they don't really want to be chasing anything above 105.
So Kroom is basically the administrator of the draw. So every time we had someone, he will actually update it to the link. Got to appreciate his efforts. And this is actually going to be my last over in Italy. It's a bit weird that it's halfway through a game. That's the way it works.
And it's struck away for a boundary, a little bit over pitched by Kumar. Fernando plays a good looking cover drive and it goes away for 4.
Yeah, nice looking shot. I mean, these guys, this is international cricket though. They bat all the way down. It's a bit more than you'd expect from club number 10. They could argue the keeper still to bat.
He gets away with a full toss there. No, he doesn't. It's going to be a wide.
Yeah, it's extra delivery. It's kind of ugly 100 they're putting up on the board, isn't it, Italy? And this will be going to be a good test for Finland. Because if you're not winning these kinds of games against Italy, then what are you waiting for, basically? Good game. Could be a golden ball. Bet as soon as we get to the airport. We're resetting the count to golden ball 0.
Up in the air. This is a catching opportunity. I know they spilt this one. I mean, all these catches are being taken earlier in this innings. They just kind of lost their focus a little bit with Finland.
Raz Mohammed down there. It was a swirler. The wind comes and it goes. Italy do make the 104 balls left in the tank. And yeah, sort it out is what Finland are saying to each other here. We work so hard, don't let them get away now.
Oh, that's another wide. Just struggling a little bit now, Finland.
Madupa Fernando, I mean, he's a guy, top score of 61, not out on the network. He's averaging 36 in ECS cricket, right? And obviously very handy as playing more as a bowler, but for his club, he's considered a genuine bat. You can see why. He certainly knows how to hold it. Parveen, 4 to come here.
That's a good Yorker there. That's what Kumar wanted to bowl more of, and they're going to come back for a second run. No, they won't.
I would have been tempted, but I suppose 8 down, you don't really want to lose a night to be down onto your last legs for the last 3 balls. So I can kind of get that, but I feel like Madupa's been hitting the ball so well. He really wanted to get back, but that's the power of taking wickets earlier in the innings. You force Italy to be a bit more conservative.
This is interesting. He's going to go around the wicket to the right-hander. Oh, it's struck away, and it's going to take some catching, and Collins puts in a great effort, but not quite able to cling on to that one. Just it's been spilt.
Nathan with the Australian football style mark, thinking, well, now's a great time to go for a hanger, but he forgets the most important thing, to hold on to the ball. So Jagmeet just get the single.
Oh, digs this one out and over the boundary. What a shot there by Fernando. I mean, uses a brilliant whip-like action to get underneath that ball and elevate it away for a 6.
It's a great shot, because it wasn't a bad ball at all, but Collins, who's fielded so well in this innings, he would have known that if he holds that, you got the number 11 on strike. Instead, Fernando carves out a Maximo, takes Italy to 109. Still, I think it's It's a chaseable total, but Finland are going to have to find the runs. Last ball coming up. I'll tell you who the least impressed person right now in Italy is Parveen Kumar, then gets the ball thrown over his head. Saying, guys, seriously, help me out here. All right, so Finland, they've tried hard. They're in the game. Let's see how many they're chasing. 109 for Italy. Here's the last ball.
Yeah, this one is struck on the pads, obviously on LBW because it's pitching outside leg. So Italy will get a run right at the end of their innings. They'll end up on 110. As of course, we'll just welcome you into the ice cube as unfortunately you'll be leaving, and that's really disappointing. I have to say it's been a huge pleasure to get to commentate alongside you. I've wanted to see you for 3 years. I've known you since all the way back in the Wild West of 2020, and this has been a great learning experience. You've been a fantastic guide to me, and I'll certainly remember this past week.
That's very nice of you to say, Nish, and I wish you all the best as well. Not only tomorrow, but of course at the second half of this game, and of course Game 5 to come as well. Nish, hopefully we'll see you again on ECN soon. I have to go to the airport, so I'm going to leave this guy to take you through the first half of match 4. And really, Finland, they were sticking it to Italy early on, weren't they, with those early wickets, even though Italy kind of got away at the end, and Finland probably felt like they should have been chasing 80 or 90. In the end, 111. They bat well enough. They're good enough. Let's have a look at the highlights of the first innings.
Well, taking a look at the highlights of this first innings, that was a terrific catch taken early. Of course, Amjad Sher just set the tone. Took a couple of wickets of the very first 2 balls. That was Dinidu Morage and Nakavi. I mean, you talk about getting a Centurion and the MVP of ECS Rome to start off. You can't get a much better start than that. Really good catch taken over there. And Italy were just all out of sorts. They were 28 for 3 at the end of the power play. Could have lost even more wickets. I mean, Amjad Sher deserved 5 or 6 wickets the way he was bowling. There were a few runouts as well. I thought Italy's communication when running between the wickets wasn't the best. That would be the end of Sandhu, who would depart having made just 7 runs of 5 deliveries. Of course, the skipper, Joy Pereira, he would make 31 of 19. That was a pretty decent innings for him. We just had a look at that brilliant ball by Raz Mohammed to dismiss Amir Sharif, who was going along very well at 33 of 16. Of course, he survived a few scares. That was a great leaping effort by Nathan Collins, but it sailed well over his head. A really well taken catch there by the skipper, Amjad Sher. And then this was some good wicket keeping. Was really impressed by the way O'Brien was behind the stumps. And this is another really good looking shot by the skipper. Just admiring some of these brilliant strokes right now. And this one just hung up in the air for an age. Really well taken there by Collins as the innings would come to an end. In the end, Italy ended up with 110 runs. We'll have a quick look at their scorecard. As we mentioned, Amir Sharif, top run getter, made 33 of 16. Joy Pereira, 31 of 19. Fernando, 22 of 10. Some pretty important scores for them, and particularly I think Fernando's contribution might come back to bite Finland if they don't go on to win this game. Of course, Italy were really productive in the death overs. Let's now have a look at Finland's bowling figures. A really good performance. Of course, the captain himself, 2 for 14 of 2 overs, deserved a lot more than that. I mean, that was a spectacular bowling spell. Should have had 5 or 6 wickets. And another day, he probably would. Raz Mohammed was terrific as well, 3 for 14. Got that big bolt of Amir Sharif, which really swung the momentum of the game. And Praveen Kumar, a little bit expensive at the end, went for 16 and 17 in his last couple of overs. But after all that, Italy end up with 110 runs. Should be an exciting chase again. Usually you'd say this is a below par score, but again, we know Finland have had a few issues with batting, so this is perfectly set up to be a very exciting chase in the second innings. Join us again in a few minutes as we'll bring you what should be a terrific second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for match 4 of the day. It's the second innings, and of course, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu will shortly be heading back to the airport, so unfortunately we won't have him for the remainder of today. As Finland, well, they've got a target of 111 over here, 111. It's a below par score, in all honesty, but I just think that it's going to be a very close chase. This might be the game that breaks our golden ball streak. It could very easily be the one. And it's going to be the same opening partnership, Jordan O'Brien and Nathan Collins. Of course, two of them have had slight issues in both of the games so far today. Just a couple of slow starts. Maybe just the fact that they know the pace they have to go at might favor them a bit more. I think we could see some changes in the batting lineup as well, but here we go, first ball of the innings. And, O'Brien will just inside edge this one onto his pads. And it's played away. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder. Just the one run over there. Oh, he just goes for that big swipe across the line there, Collins. Again, his first game, he made 12 runs of 14 against Italy, and then the second match departed for a duck, so a couple of performances he'd like to forget. Needs to step up on this one. Oh, he finally gets a hold of one, and it's going to take one bounce, two, in all honesty, and go over the boundary rope for a 4. Good shot here. It's a touch over pitch. It's in the slot. And it's a good swing of the bat. Good full flow. And it goes away for a 4. Oh, and just inside edges one onto his pads. Beg your pardon, his stumps. And that's going to be the end for Collins. So again, he just misses out, third game in a row. He'll be very disappointed there, Collins. As a good start here for Italy to get an early breakthrough. We were just wondering whether Finland would maybe just shuffle things around a bit. Whether we'd see Farooq Zeb up the order again. He's the only one who's looked good for them so far today. Made a 45. Wouldn't have minded seeing him come in at number 3 or even open the batting. It's going to be Nick Salonen, who's a very accomplished batsman as well, of course. You know, Dandapani, he hit some good shots as well late in the innings for Finland. So, you know, I'd like to see some of those guys get pushed up the order, considering they've actually performed quite well. Now, good. Very good afternoon to you, Chris. Of course, Chris giving us some of his thoughts on what do you think is going to happen during the ECC group stages. This one is just played away by Nick Salonen. Is this got enough to go to the boundary rope, or is it going to stop just short? Trickles over the boundary rope, and that's a 4. For Salonen, good start to his innings. And of course, yeah, we've got 1.5 games to come over here. So yeah, feel free to bring in the random questions and just keep the discussion going. We can talk all things cricket, and not related to cricket is, of course, 333 matches since we last had a golden ball. And I really didn't want to see the 333. In all honesty, wanted us to snap the golden ball streak a lot earlier, but you know, this is a golden ball kind of total, isn't it? You know, when you've got an underdog team playing against a team that's a lot superior to them, at least on paper. You know, if they've restricted them to a low target in the first innings, that's typically the sort of game that gives you a golden ball. So yeah, this could be the match. And this one is played towards mid-off. It's going to be a dot ball. Oh, it's up in the air. Shouts of catch it. There's a couple of fielders getting there, and it's going to be taken. Good catch there. I think that's Zain Ali who takes that one. And O'Brien departs. Of course, he was really good behind the stumps in the first innings, but here his inning is just going to be cut short on one. Again, it's there to be hit, and O'Brien decides to go after it. Doesn't quite time it as nicely as he'd like. That's the end of his inning. So, a couple of early wickets fall here for Finland. Really, really disappointing. Oh, he's cleaned him up the very next ball, and he's on a hat trick now. Top bowling. And Finland, it looks like all the good work in the first innings is getting undone very quickly. That's Farooq Zeb, made 45 earlier today. Getting dismissed on a golden duck. No, that is super disappointing. And there he is, a golden Derek comes out to greet Farooq Zeb. On a hat trick here, Amir Sharif. Finland in dire straits, they're 9 for 3. And you just thought maybe a target of 111 might be in their wheelhouse if they don't even come close over here. It's going to be really disappointing, of course. Take a look at the Hall of Fame of all the hat tricks you've had so far this calendar year. 35. 3 so far in Rome, of course. That was during the European Cricket Series we had over the past couple of weeks. So, is this our 4th hat trick of Rome, or 36th of this calendar year? It's the wild thing, Amjad Sher, as he's been dubbed, coming out to bat. Of course, he led his side terrifically in that first. Set Finland up well. Might have to play a big knock over here, too. He goes for a huge swipe over there, Amjad Sher. Isn't quite in balance over there. It's rather wild. But again, that is his nickname after all. Oh, he gets a hold of this. Another shot to catch it. It's gone to a similar position. And it's going to be taken as well. Finland 9 for 4. Another wicket falls. This one's also been taken by Zain Ali. And this is a calamitous start for Finland. Goodness me, we thought this might be the game they were looking for to win. They bowled terrifically well to start off the previous match. And what's going on over here? 9 for 4. New batsman striding out to the crease. Oh, this is really, really miserable here for Finland. Nelan Cherry, the new batsman. Oh, another shot to catch it. But it's going to fall just short. 3 wickets come in that over. Only reason it's not a hat trick is because a dot ball separated the second and the third wicket. Finland 10 for 4 at the end of the second over. We'll just take a look at the standings, of course. Italy currently 1-1. They picked up a win earlier against Finland, but lost to Austria in a match where they didn't bowl particularly well. I think they'll want to improve that, of course. They'll have a chance to make amends because they'll face Austria again. But yeah, very eventful ball to start off this over. Didn't Morage, the MVP. With an instant impact. Don't think we'll have the time to look at that ball again. And it's just a cutaway very nicely behind point by Nellen Cherry. Bit too much width on offer there. Can't be bowling there as a spinner. And he just rocks back. Plays it away behind point. Good looking shot. 4 runs. Oh, this goes straight to the fielder at cover, and that catch will be taken as well. It's the captain, Joy Pereira. Finland are 14 for 5. And this is getting really, really embarrassing if you're the Finnish cricket team. Again, this is disappointing. We know they're a good side, and they'll feel they've let themselves down after bowling so well in that first innings. Pereira takes that catch. Taking leg stump guard over there. That's Dandapani. Again, I'm a bit surprised Dandapani wasn't pushed further up the order after that performance against Austria, but he's come in pretty early considering his side has managed to lose 5 wickets halfway through the 3rd over. Nick Sallin at the other end. I mean, imagine being him. He hits his first shot for a boundary, and he's just been sitting there watching teammate after teammate get sent back to the dugout as this one takes an inside edge, and Dandapani departs for a duck as well. Another wicket falls. Let's just take a look at this. Inside edge onto the stumps. Well, Dindu Morage would have been gutted after he got a golden ball duck in the first innings. But he's just reminding us why he's the MVP. And Dandapani, oh my goodness. This is nothing like the innings we saw before. And Derek, he's been very busy. I mean, Derek's getting those steps in. Bit like me going around at Rome City Center on Thursday. And could be very, very busy. Finland 14 for 6. Again, we could be in for a real wooden spoon moment here. 1 ball to come in the final over. Ahmed, the new batsman. Oh, this is played away to the fielder at 3rd. So the power play comes to an end. Don't really need to tell you who's won this power play. It's pretty clear if you look at that score. But yeah, it's just been calamitous here by Finland. I mean, full credit to Italy. They've bowled incredibly well, but I think some of the shot selection by Finland, they've not even timed the ball that well. I think it's all a bit disappointing. And again, I think Finland could have restricted Italy to an even lower score at one point. Italy could easily have made under 80 if you consider how many chances Italy survived during the power play. And then Finland kind of lost their way in those last 3 overs, as you just see 45 runs in the death overs for Italy. Well, Chris, of course, talking about Italy's start as well. They were 0 for 2 off the first 2 balls. Almost started the game off with a hat trick, but this really takes the cake. I mean, 14 for 6 at the end of the power play. And yeah, we're just in that situation now where, again, lowest score ever could be on the cards. But Salonen is still out there. He's a good batsman. Oh, that's it. Nice ball. Just takes off the pitch there when Singh bowls that one. Here we go. Just a little change in the field. I think they're just going to move one more fielder potentially to the offside. Or it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. I think it's Zayn Ali's just gone over to have a word with Jagmeet Singh. I think. I wonder what was so important that he had to tell him that he calls him all the way over from mid-wicket. Maybe just going to toss one up that he feels could be blasted towards mid-wicket, just setting the trap. That one going to Zayn Ali. Ahmed, yet to get off the mark. And they're going to have to run a quick single here. And it's just going to be the one run. Again, now from here for Finland, it's, I think really the only way you can see them winning this game is if Salonen just plays a special innings. Salonen's probably going to have to try to face as many balls from here on out. You know, just looking down their lineup, there's not too many experienced batters left for Finland. This one's on high up in the air, and it's going to clear the boundary out with ease. So they're going to need many more of those from Salonen. Going to have to play the innings of his life. It looks to toss one up, and it's beautifully played by Salonen. Gets down on one knee, full face of the bat, straight down the ground. Lovely looking shot. So again, Salonen, very accomplished cricketer. He's played a lot of his cricket in South Africa. Bit of width on offer there. It goes straight to the fielder at point. He should have taken that one. And there was a chance for a run out at the non. And let's have one more look at that. He just cuts this straight to the fielder at point. He should be taking that, especially at this level. You usually see those taken. And again, he just strides out over there for no reason. Didn't even wait for the call from his teammate, and that could easily have been run out. Adnan Ahmed, a direct hit. He was in trouble. That cat put down by Nisharmo Fernando, who took 3 catches this morning against this Finnish cricket team. We're just going to take a look at, of course, the current run rate for Finland. As you can see, it's well below the required. We're going at just about 5.5 and over. Really should be going at under 15. This is struck away by Ahmed. And it's going to be a 4. Good looking shot. Hits it towards cover. This is down the leg side and wide. And again, the reason we were talking about why this partnership here is really the most important one. You just take a look at some of the players that are left in this lineup. I mean, not too many recognized batters in here. You know, Junaid Khan has never batted before on the European Cricket Network, plays for Helsinki Gymkhana. You know, Parveen Kumar has a little bit of experience batting on ECN. This one is played towards point. That's going to go for single, of course. Vinny was talking about the Finnish Premier League that was broadcast on the network back in 2020. He had a score of note over there. Made a 56 undefeated, but since then, you know, runs have been hard to come by for him, especially when playing other countries at the international level. He's made just 44 runs across the last 16 games he's played. Of course, bats lower down the order, so hasn't always had a chance to play an innings, as that one is just the inside edge onto the stump. Salonen really frustrated, and you feel with Salonen's departure, any glimmer of hope they might have had has disappeared. And of course, yeah, very good afternoon to everyone joining us. Great to have you here, Mr. Kitty, and of course, nice that you've decided to join us here, Dave. Said you were watching the Formula One in Japan this morning. Of course, yeah, I was at the hotel when we were leaving right at the start of the day. We are in Italy, so very passionate Ferrari supporters over here. Sky F1 in Italy. As we said, it might as well be Ferrari TV. It's a complete homer broadcast. As Finland now 28 for 7. think Junaid Khan might be the new batter. Certainly looks like he is, number 32. Yeah, unfortunately, Junaid Khan hasn't batted much on the European Cricket Network, of course. Number 11, Raz Mohammed, certainly listed as the number 11. He's only got 24 runs to his name across the 25 games he's played in his ECN career, so it's just really, really hard to see where these remaining runs are going to come from. And we just take a look at some of the horse riders. We had a few this morning, and this one's going up in the air. Is this going to clear the boundary rope? Yes, it is. It's going to go for 6. Of course, that event you were seeing, that might have been Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu just leaving to go to the airport, of course. Yeah, it was a real pleasure to commentate alongside him. I mean, such an incredible human being, a very, very good commentator. I've known him for 3 years. The first time I get to meet him in person, it was an absolute pleasure working with him. And yeah, I've just been very lucky this year, you know, to get to do a couple events, work with a couple of great commentators. Rico Full, of course, all the way back in Cyprus as well. As the over comes to an end. And this is a good chance to tell you about some of the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've had the great pleasure of being with you here in Rome for a fortnight of cricketing action. But hey, just because the summer's coming to an end doesn't mean the cricket is. ECN is a 365-day-a-year network. We, of course, got the Euros of Cricket right after this, the greatest festival in European cricket. But after we conclude our ECI, like you part of the ECC, we then head to Croatia for our most extensive series there yet. Then we've got our second ECS of the year coming up in Malta. And we head back to Spain at the end of November. Further north, though, than where we're going to be for the ECC, that's going to be in Barcelona. And then, of course, it's the ECCW to round out the year. A historic series. First ever European Cricket Championship for women. This is a great bit of fielding. That's going to prevent a certain boundary. Top work there by Simranjeet Singh. He's patrols that long on boundary so well, doesn't he? Nothing gets past Simranjeet. Ooh, this one's another close call there for Finland. Oh, it's up in the air. It's going to clear the boundary up with some ease. So Ahmed, maybe he's another one making a case to be pushed up the order. He's looking very good so far this innings. Moves on to 18 off 8 deliveries. Yeah, one of only 2 players who's been able to clear the boundary rope so far this innings. There we go. Just helping Junaid Khan out there with his helmet strap is Fernando. And again, good ball there by Fernando. So yeah, I mean, you're probably going to see these remaining Finnish batters just try to bat out the remainder of the innings. And then try to at least boost their own confidence, try to get some ECS runs under their belt. Again, I think a lot of these players are just going to look at the remainder of this innings as an audition to be pushed up the order, improve their own statistics. This one's going to be a wide. And you might see Italy as well just start to experiment a little bit with bowlers as well once this result starts to become inevitable. Oh, and then we just get a huge gust of wind, enormous amount of dust just blowing into my face in the commentary box. Again, it's not as windy as it was a few days ago, but we are getting these occasional gusts of wind. And can be really bothersome. Again, if you're a bowler, though, that's even more disruptive, especially if you're a quick bowler, you know. A nice constant breeze can help a seamer, but not gusts of wind. Those can really just bother you during your run-up. as Finland are 47 for 7 at the end of the 6th over. 64 runs needed from the last 4. This one is just going to go past Singh. Fielded well in the deep by Simranjeet. Yeah, Simranjeet, one of the most vocal fielders as well in this Italy lineup. Yeah, the dust just continues to blow in. It's getting this enormous amount of dust sort of blowing into the commentary box as well, which is rather annoying. Yeah, just going to set the stumps up over there. Really, really unfortunate to hear that you got some storms where you are, Mr. Kitty. It's a Trip Denny in the chat. This one has been launched beyond the boundary rope. Another great hit by Ahmed. And yeah, hope you, Mrs. Kitty, and all your loved ones stay safe. And yeah, and hope some of the cricket over here can just keep you all entertained while you're at home. And oh, this one is almost played past the fielder. Could have gone for a 4, but is this a run out over here? Let's just take a look at this. It's been sent to the 3rd umpire. That looks very tight. It's hard to tell from the angle we're at. We're just a little bit slow going for the 2nd run, and I think he could be in trouble here. Yeah, this looks like he's in trouble. And that should be pretty conclusive. Of course, you can't actually see the bails physically coming off because the keeper's helmet is blocking the view, but I think it's very clear when the stumps have been shattered that cleanly that they must have come off. You could just actually just see them come off right at the end. So another wicket falls here for Finland. And the unfortunate thing is it's a danger man, Adnan Ahmed. I mean, Ahmed, of course, desperate to get on strike. He's been the only one who's been able to strike it cleanly for Finland. Decides to take the risk. Very, very selfless of him. And his innings comes to an end. Or if you're more of a cynic, you could say he's selfish in trying to get back on strike. But no, I think he was just trying to push to get some more runs for his side. So this one's going to be popped up in the air very tamely. And it's going to be another wicket. Finland 55 for 9. And now the Italian team has a hat-trick. They're on a team hat-trick. As Derek, well, he's going to continue to get some steps in here. Going to come out to greet the the Finnish batter. That's Raz Mohammed, who departs without troubling the score. So Praveen Kumar, who is at least more experienced in ECN cricket, as of course we have a look at the ECN, I should say Hall of Shame, not Hall of Fame. These are the lowest totals defended. And well, are we going to get another addition to the Hall of Shame over here for Finland? As that one very clearly bowls him through the gap. Just swiping across the line there, Kumar. Again, he does have a half century in the Finnish Premier League, as we mentioned, all the way back in 2020 when that was broadcast on the European Cricket Network. But it's another great over here for Italy, who are just closing in on a big, big victory. Of course, well, let's start talking about the next match, which is going to be coming up in just about 30 minutes' time. Italy-Austria to round out the day. What a terrific match to conclude this first day of our ECI. This is going to be very fun, of course. The last match between these two teams was incredibly close. We got a thrilling chase where Austria are chasing a target of 142 and did it with an over to spare. So, yeah, I expect something something very similar here, something very entertaining, a high-scoring match. Quite different to this one. No, this is absolutely blasted away for a 6. And Junaid Khan, he's got a lot of power. We know he's capable of clearing the boundary. We've seen him hit some big shots before. He's a powerful hitter. Yeah, at this stage, though, I mean, maybe Finland should just consider, you know, shuffling up their order. I mean, there's players in there who've played 3 or 4 consecutive matches and haven't been able to score any runs. So some of these guys are just willing to throw their bat at it, maybe a chance to go further up the order. Junaid Khan just throws everything at that one, gets an edge, goes away for a boundary. Yeah, at least he has some power. I mean, a lot of the top order for Finland, maybe they're good at the longer format of the game. You know, they look like they've got the technique to maybe bat for long hours. But in T10 cricket, you need guys who can clear the boundary. Gets away with a full toss there, Zain Ali. So yeah, I'd be tempted to throw in someone like Junaid Khan, Dandapani. Let's get these guys up the order. You know, I think Amjad Sher should be batting further up the order as well. Farouk Zeb as well. I mean, Zeb came in at 4. I'd have him opening or at number 3. Wouldn't be a bad idea to have Amjad Sher opening as well. And this is absolutely belted towards a long off. It's going to be a single. But yeah, I mean, again, if they just had a couple of overs right at the start that maybe went for 15 or 20 runs, you know, it's going to be a pretty interesting match. You know, there would instantly been some pressure on Italy, but you know, Finland, they're just starting way too defensively. They kind of get stuck in a rut, and then they lose wickets as well. You know, it's a real double whammy. I mean, nothing goes for them. You know, we saw Italy as well. They were losing plenty of wickets when they were playing Austria in that match, but the difference was Italy would just keep hitting sixes. It'd be 6 and out, 6 and out. And that's far better than, you know, batting out 5 deliveries, getting 2 runs off them, and then getting clean bowled off the 6th. Top ball to end the over. Finland need a 45 off the last couple of overs there on their last wicket. Yeah, Marnus not feeling too optimistic about Finland's chances in the ECC. Well, you know, I hear you, Marnus. You know, I think it's just that their batting is just too big an issue. As we take a look at this graph, of course, the lower order actually able to play more positively than the top order for Finland. I certainly hear you with some of the concerns you're highlighting about this Finnish cricket team, but you know, they've still got a terrific bowling attack. And maybe it's going to take them a year or two to just figure out their batting. You know, they need to find either some new batters who are out there in the Finnish league, or some of their existing batters can continue to develop themselves. But, you know, with this bowling, it's certainly one facet of the game they've absolutely nailed so far. And this one is going to be a wide. Yeah, Sandhu coming into bowl. He's been a tad bit expensive today for Italy across both the games he's played. Ooh. This one is rather tight again. Not going to get too many protestations from Finland there near the end of the match. This isn't going to make a huge outcome in the game, and that's a tight one. Could have been touching the red line. I think that was my initial thought, and after that replay, I feel that was the case. This one is smacked hard. That could have been it. That could have been the final wicket. It was certainly struck very firmly, so it wasn't easy for Fernando. But you know, Fernando is a very, very good fielder, and usually you'd expect him to take some of those. well hit by Junaid Khan. It's not easy to strike those low full tosses. And yeah, I've been pretty impressed by Junaid Khan the way he's batted, and you know he's making a case to be pushed up the order. You know, when we see Finland back tomorrow, they've got 3 games tomorrow. You know, I just like to see them shuffle their batting order around. You know, give a few different guys a chance. I mean, you know, they really need to look at this ECI as a chance to get some preparation in, maybe discover a few new things before they head over to the all-important ECC. That one is going to go away for a boundary. It's a poor delivery by the bowler, Sandhu, who's struggled a little bit today. You know, he did get a couple of wickets in that first match against Finland, but he's gone for a lot of runs. And he ends with a dot ball here, Sandhu. So 6 runs off the penultimate over. Hey, we did see a 39-run over earlier today when Italy managed to strike Asif for 39 runs in the 5th over of their first game against Austria. So could we see that again? Probably a bit unlikely, but Finland now look like they're set to lose this game. So we could maybe take this opportunity to just discuss the game that's coming up after this, of course, as we showed you earlier. We're going to get Italy against Austria. Italy have won the toss for that game. They decided to field first. So yeah, we've seen Austria do quite well, chasing a couple of times today. Now they're going to have to bat first, go out there, set the tone, set a target. You know, Italy batted quite well. I think the only issue for Italy, really, if you're nitpicking about their batting, it's that they probably didn't bat well in the power play or the death overs, but then in those middle overs, when they had that 39-run over, it was just incredible. I mean, it was clean hitting. They were going at over 20 and over for this 5 or 6 over period, but just the overs at both ends of them, it wasn't really good. I mean, when you looked at their run graph during the broadcast, you could see it looked a bit like a bell curve. You know, you had a very cheap power play, brilliant middle overs, and then a very cheap death over. So again, maybe just putting together a rather complete innings is just going to help Italy, as of course, well, we've got Mr. Maximo chiming in on the chat saying, how's the golden ball going? Well, we're going to get it at some point. I mean, we're just trying to be optimistic here after all. You know, we're hoping that it comes at some stage. Oh, this one is belted down the ground. And it's another good hit for Junaid Khan again. I'd be very disappointed if he isn't batting up the order tomorrow when we see Finland again. And Marnus asking if there was indeed a 39-run over. Yes, there was a 39-run over, Marnus. And we should have had 6 sixes in all honesty. We'll just talk about that one after this ball. Oh, another brilliantly hit shot by Junaid Khan. Very impressive late cameo for him. You know, there's a couple of players lower down this Finnish order who really deserve promotions. And yeah, Zain Nakvi struck a brilliant 105 against Austria. And there was a 39-run over there where he hit 5 sixes in a row, got a full toss on the 6th delivery. Didn't manage, struck that for a 4, but it was a no ball. And then he hit the free hit for a 4 as well. So it was a 39-run over in the end. Should have been 6 sixes, I think. I really felt bad for him that he missed out. He was so annoyed after that 6th ball. And, well, for some reason, they don't go for the run there. Finland, a little bit odd. They might as well have. But, yeah, the innings comes to an end. A rather underwhelming end after he hit those fine 6s. We'll once again take this opportunity to remind you that we've got a terrific match coming up to round out our day between Italy and Austria. That should be on in just about 22 minutes' time. Finland, of course, end up 88 for 9. They avoid the embarrassment of getting bowled out as we'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, we saw this nice shot hit by Nathan Collins, but he'd be dismissed shortly after that. They were a little bit unlucky, Finland, in the sense that a couple of their batters chopped some onto their stumps. We'd have 2 catches taken in that region. Zayn Ali taking the catch that would dismiss Jordan O'Brien. We just saw the wicket of Farouk Zeb, who departed for a golden duck. This will be the second of those catches Ali took. Again, Derek was very busy early. Amjad Sher, of course, we just saw him departing for a duck. A number of players would, including Dundapani. He batted quite well against Austria, hitting 3 sixes in the final over, but not the case over here. Adnan Ahmed did quite well for Finland. He made 29 of 13 until he was run out, trying to get back on strike to just keep his team in the game. This will be popped up by Raz Mohammed, who would depart for a golden duck. We get some late fireworks from Junaid Khan, who made 31 of 17, clubbed 3 Maximos and 2 fours. Let's take a look at the scorecard for this innings, and again, it's a pretty dismal viewing if you're a Finnish cricket supporter. Again, the top score is coming lower down the order. We've been talking about this a fair bit during the innings, but I'm surprised they haven't just shuffled their lineup, Finland. You're playing T10 cricket. You need your hitters right at the top of the order, and I hope we see that when we see Finland back tomorrow for our final day of this ECI. Let's have a look at Italy's figures. Bowling, of course, Amir Sharif was terrific. He really set the tone. Figures of 3 for 17. Dinu Morage was brilliant in the middle overs. He also had figures of 3 for 17. The MVP of our ECS, he was obviously gutted after he departed for a golden duck. Again, very complete performance. I think a lot of those bowlers will be very pleased with themselves as they managed to restrict Finland to just 88 runs, and Italy picked up 9 wickets. In the end, Italy beat Finland by 22 runs and pick up a couple of victories against this Finnish cricket team. Of course, we've got another match coming up for you in just about 20 minutes, so stick around. We've got a lot more cricketing action to come. It's our final match of the day, and it's going to be a doozy.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our final match of this first day of the ECI. It's been a really fun first day. We've had some very entertaining matches. We've seen all sorts of different games. We've seen high-scoring chases, some nervy, low-scoring matches. And we're rounding it out with Italy and Austria. Let's head over to the coin toss to find out what the outcome of that was.
Italy, you're the home team, but Austria will toss this time, okay? So Austria, you're meant to be the away team, but you will toss the coin this time. There you go. You toss and you will call.
Heads.
It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
We both first.
Okay, toss won by Italy. Who will bowl first?
Well, thank you very much to our match referee, Ian Ramage, for that. And of course, as you just heard, we're going to have Italy bowling first. Let's take a look at the fantasy dashboard. As you can see, Italy going 1-1, 2-1 I should say, so far today, because that hasn't been updated to reflect their win against Finland in the match before, and then Austria picking up a couple of wins today. Of course, Zayn Nakvi, he's been the biggest headline of the day, smashing a brilliant, undefeated 105. And yeah, this is going to be a tight game, probably a coin flip. Hard to say who's going to take this one. And ooh, might be Marage bowling this first over. So again, very interesting. They're going to start off with some spin. You know, that can always be a gamble. But it's a strategy that's been employed to great effect in T10 and T20 cricket. Here we go, first ball. Stays a bit low. Yeah, there is, you get maybe a couple of balls during these long 12-hour days that stay a bit low. Otherwise, this wicket's got a very, very true bounce, very reliable bounce. And it's going to be hit into the surface. And that's going to be a single, so Asif off the mark. Oh, this one is struck away. It was just a little too short by Marage, and it allowed the batter Hussein to have some time to club that away. It's a boundary for Austria. And very good shot. A good big chase there for Singh, who isn't quite able to get to the ball on time. Oh, shouts of catch it, but it's I think it's taking a bounce in front of the boundary rope before going away for a 4. We'll confirm that shortly. We have a couple of fielders on that side, and yeah, looks like it's just a 4. Oh, this one's a fuller delivery. That's a much better length by Marage. Ooh, shouts of catch it. But of course, that is nowhere close to the fielder. But an interesting over to start off. 10 runs off it. Austria off to a fairly steady start. Of course, we've got a couple days to go until all the best teams in Europe step onto the pitch in Malaga, Spain, which will come alive once again to welcome Europe's cricketing elite. The European Cricket Championship is almost here. It all starts on Monday, and I think this year's championship promises to be the best one yet, because we've got a great blend of some raw ambition from eager debutants, a lot of guile from our seasoned veteran squads who've been there and done it, like Italy and Austria. So yeah, it's set up to just be terrific. Great ball. Terrific ball there by Sharif, just beats Hussein for pace. Probably not the right shot selection either. Again, just two fielders allowed outside the ring in the power play. Got a player very fine at deep third and a deep cover. Oh, up in the air. And it's taken. Good catch there. That's Nakvi. Very good job by him. And an early wicket here for Italy. Just the breakthrough they needed. Hossein pops one up after hitting a couple of boundaries. He departs rather prematurely. Yeah, just mistimes that one. It's skied. And a good catch here by Nakvi, of course. It's been a terrific day for him. He struck that undefeated 105, of course. International hundreds, especially in T10 cricket, are just such incredible feats. You don't get them too often. And for Nakvi to have the honor of making one is so special. As of course Razmal Shigaval comes out for Austria. Of course, we were talking with Vinny back in the back a couple of matches ago, I should say, whether Shigaval should open the batting for Austria, and I was of the opinion that he probably should, because you'd want your best batter right up there in the T10 cricket. There's so few balls in an inning, 60 balls in one inning, so you want your best player to face as many balls. And then let's just take a look at this. And look at that. Just struck so sweetly. He's just picking up from where he left off earlier today against Italy. Very beautifully balanced shot. Again, see, he just plays these strokes so well. And I mean, again, it doesn't exactly make sense to try to protect him either, because if you're a number 3 batter, you're coming up the order pretty high anyway. I mean, in many cases, you're coming in at the end of the first over, or at some point in the second over or the third over. So, I mean, how much are you protecting them, really? So, in my opinion, get him up there, have them opening the batting, and let him face as many balls as possible. I mean, again, they can strike a couple extra boundaries in the first and second over. That can make a difference in altering the outcome of a match. That's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, just give your thoughts on that in the chat. What do you all think? I mean, should he be opening the batting as well? Oh, this one's just going to evade the keeper's grasp, and it's going to be a minimum. I'll just get a couple of spectators coming over to observe some of the cricketing action. Yeah, gets that one a bit too wide. And you can just see Zain Nakvi diving to his right, unable to grasp that. Yeah, goes for a huge heave towards the leg side there, Shigaval. Again, a player of his class, he could probably play that towards the offside instead. Up in the air, shouts of catch it. It's going to take some catching, and it is taken. That's Gagandeep Singh, one of the most popular players on the European Cricket Network. There he is, the big unit. He takes that one. And we haven't quite been able to see him make an impact with the bat in the couple of games he's been involved in, but he takes this catch. Just a miscue there by the batter. Goes up in the air, and really well taken by Gagandeep. Good concentration as well, especially with another fielder coming by him. Austria at 19 for 2 at the end of the second over. Here comes the new batter for Austria. A low full toss. This is battered. We'll take a couple of bounces before hopping over the boundary rope. So Asif gets a boundary over here. Of course, Asif is probably not going to look back at this day too keenly, unless he can, of course, produce a big performance in this match. He went for 39 runs earlier, and he faced Italy. It's going to be a day he's going to want to forget really quickly. And that one is just pushed towards mid-on. It's going to be a dot ball. Oh, this one is just going to be struck towards third, and it's another boundary here for Italy. Been signaled to 4. Let's just take a look at this rather closely. Where does it land? Yep, just in front of the boundary rope. You can see that puff of soil as it struck. So it's another 4 here for Asif. Martis Loose Bus Change is making a great point in the chat, saying Shigoval didn't quite get onto the short ball correctly. Should have come inside the line of the ball and hooked it. It surprised me today how many players aren't comfortable with the hook shot. Just going to make a quick comment about that after this ball. Straying down the leg side, it's going to be wide. And they can tack on a bye to that as well. I mean, keep in mind, you know, we're playing in one of the bounciest wickets in European cricket. You know, you get a lot more pace and bounce here than most places in Europe. Probably anywhere else in Europe. And even a lot of these Italian players, they don't play in Rome. They play their cricket in Milan, which is a very different surface. So I think it's worth keeping that in mind, really, when we're judging how these players are capable of handling the bounce. There's, even in this Italy 11 right now, shouts at catch it, goes towards that very, very fine fielder at third. Yeah, even looking at this Italy 11 right now, you know, just a couple of players who play their cricket in Rome. I mean, most of these players are, again, they're based in the north of this country. And yeah, good technical analysis there by Marnus. I totally agree with you. And of course, Marnus, this one goes away for 6. Marnus talking about the ball that Shigoval did get out on. Of course, again, you know, it's very easy to, you know, look at this and sort of examine some of these strokes. You know, Shigoval will want to take his game to the next level. And I think especially with someone like Shigoval, because you know he has the quality, you know he's a good stroke player, you want to see him play these textbook shots, as he said. On the one he got out, he kind of reaches at it, plays across the line. But he really should be driving through cover. I agree. You know, not enough players, I think, hit shots towards the offside. I think, you know, due to the nature of T10 cricket, everyone feels like they need to batter everything towards mid-wicket. You know, you can make plenty of runs, you know, hitting shots towards the offside. Power play comes to an end. Austria 36 for 2. You have to say this game is hanging finely in the balance right now. It's a fairly even power play, maybe even leaning towards Italy. As Austria going along at 12 and over. They've lost a couple of important players. As of course, we just have a look at the graph over here. That third over, they managed to make 17 runs in it. Good comment here in the chat by Binge Watcher. I personally feel Rajmani Sandhu. Well, just I won't read the rest of the messages because, of course, it's commenting on whether Sandhu should be in the international team a lot because there are a lot of good players. Well, Again, look, Sandhu is a terrific player. You know, you can see it when you're watching him play. A very aesthetically pleasing left-hander, and you know, anybody can have a bad day. You know, you can have a couple of bad performances. You know, even the very best in professional cricket too. So I wouldn't be too harsh on him. You know, I think you can see the qualities there. You can see the skills there. The talent is there. You know, there's a lot of factors that come into being in the team. You know, how well do you gel with the rest of your teammates? You know, how good you are in the field. And, you know, I think Sandhu just possesses a lot of those intangibles, which this Italian national team really likes. This one is struck away towards square leg, and it's going to be a boundary. So Asif gets another 4 over there. Just goes a bit too short, and he's punished for that one. Jagmeet Singh. Projected score right now at 120. This is a very nice play. Just plays it late, but straight out of fielder. There's some protection at third. Came down very well over there, the fielder. And he's just positioned very fine, isn't he? And he goes for a similar shot, but finds the fielder again. So back-to-back dot balls. You know, not something you see too often in T10 cricket, especially when you're looking at his lineup as dangerous as this Austrian batting lineup. Oh, top edge, and it's probably going to land safely. He's going to get away with that, Iqbal. Again, he's just didn't look too comfortable in that over, Iqbal. A good one for Singh, just 7 runs off that over. Austria 43 for 2 at the end of 4. Right, let's just look at this graph here for Austria. Yeah, they lost a couple of wickets in that second over. Some good bowling by Amir Sharif to dismiss Iqbal Hussain as well as Razmal Shigawal. Ooh, just a big gust of wind. Just came by. Yeah, just some debate here about Italy's selection. Again, keep in mind this is also this is not the ECC, is it? It's the ECI. So it's a chance for them to even give a few players a look in, a chance to just see how some players fit in their grander plans. As this one's going to be battered away for a 6. That's a huge hit there by Asif. And Asif batting very well. He's keen to make amends after that 39 run over. And this goes the distance. Yeah, batting superbly so far this innings, Asif. It's a bit of a solo performance early. That is nicely struck straight to the fielder at cover. Of course, Zain Ali, you know, we've obviously had a chance to admire his bowling during this game. But again, he plays his cricket for Cividate, and he was the 2nd highest run getter in the ECI that took place earlier this year in Milan. This one is just worked off the pads. Asif is not even going to bother running. It's going to go away to the boundary. So Asif reaches 30. Nicely played by him. Just straying down the leg side there, the bowler. And he gets the treatment. But yeah, how good is that to have someone who can bowl very consistently for you, and he's also one of the top run getters. Again, Zayn Ali could probably have been the top run getter in the ECI in Milan. Let's just continue that point after this ball. Beautifully played by Asif. But he's only going to get one run, maybe a second. It's good running here by Iqbal. It was Iqbal who was really urging Asif to come back for the second. Yeah, good calling there by his teammate. A direct hit, he would have been in trouble, but again, you got to take that on. I mean, a direct hit from that far out in the deep. If the fielder can do that, then you just take your hat off and you congratulate him. That one's a wide, but yeah. I mean, Zayn Ali, if Chividate had played a couple more games, he probably ends up as the top run getter in that series. He fell just 17 runs behind Simranjeet Singh, who ended up as the top run getter for Kings 11. Of course, Simranjeet Singh played a couple more games, and oh, if he had taken that, that would have been one of the catches of the century. Terrific effort. This one takes an edge, it goes flying over the keeper, and oh, he gets a hand to it. Terrific effort. Really, really sensational stuff. And we just get a good look of the thing, and of course, well, we'd like to welcome you into the commentary box. I'm Nishchay Bhatt, and I'll be taking you through some of the action over this ECI. Good start here for both this game. I think both sides are doing quite well right now. It's been pretty evenly balanced. Italy been plugging away, taking wickets, but Asif, you know, he's just kept Austria in the game with some of his really, really good hitting. I think we're just about to see Maraghe come on to bowl for Italy. So, yeah, those spin options in the middle over are going to be so important in determining the outcome of this game, as this one's struck towards long on for a single. Oh, this one is absolutely belted away. 6 carreras más. That is a huge hit for Asif. Just rolling into the parking lot. Maraghe again, I think he just needs to be bowling a little bit fuller. He's probably giving the ball a bit too much air at times, and other times he's bowling a bit too short. I think he just needs to get that length right. I think that's just one problem he's had so far in this innings. Yeah, this one is struck away towards mid-wicket for a single. Oh, a good ball. That one just skidded on a little bit. Very easily of a clean bowled Iqbal. He's rather lucky he's survived that one. Tries to work that one away towards mid-wicket, inside edge onto the pads. And fielders outside the ring at the moment are currently stationed at deep cover. Rather wide long off, a fairly traditional long on. And a cow corner as well as a deep mid-wicket. And is this going to go to that fielder at cover? It does, but it just sneaks underneath him. Good effort there by Rajmani Sandhu. There's been a lot of talk about him in the chat. I don't know if some of his detractors would look at this and say that just makes their case. I mean, hey, I recognize your case in the chat. I'm not saying you're completely wrong, but, you know, a lot of thinking goes into these team selection by you know, people who know much more about these players than us. So, Austria, 73 for 2 at the end of the 6th over. That projected score right now, 122. You know, Austria now with 8 wickets in hand, they're potentially maybe looking to touch 135, you know, 140 will take some doing, but it's certainly within Austria's range, especially when Asif is striking it that nicely. And then you look at who else is still there for Austria. A lot of really good hitters. You got Karanbir Singh, you got the likes of Akbarjan. Austria bat very deep, so they can just keep slogging away. You know, at some point though, if Iqbal doesn't get a hurry on, you know, he might as well just need to sacrifice his wicket, you know, charge down the wicket, hope he can get some bat on it or something, because 9 of 10, you might as well get out of the way if you've got so many more hitters to come. And there we go, right on cue, right on cue. He absolutely belts one. There we go, that's what we've been waiting for from Iqbal. That was exactly what we were asking for him. Comes down the wicket and hammers that one away. And up, a lot of cricket balls left around there. We're gonna get a few cricket ball trees. And just you know, we talked about planting the seeds of cricket back when I did the intro on Monday, I think. That'd be very interesting. The grizzly bear cricket ball tree grown right here in Rome. Oh, top edge, and it's going to go away for a 4 unless the fielder can get to it. Oh, what an effort. Sensational effort there by Fernando. That looked destined to reach the boundary, but he comes in the way and somehow stops that. Yeah, let's watch this one more time just to confirm whether it was clean. Looks clean to me. Doesn't seem like there's any part on the boundary rope. Just great work there by Fernando. Saved a few runs for his side. And this one is thrashed away again towards mid-wicket. Hard throw, but just a single. Oh, shouts of catch it, but it's going to sail well over the fielder's head and well over the boundary rope. Another huge 6. Just leaves that one a bit too short there, the bowler. And it's an enormous hit as we, of course, come to the end of this over. It's a chance to remind you of some of the cricket we have coming tomorrow. Of course, it's the final day of our ECI. Italy will only play a couple of games tomorrow. Of course, they've played 4 so far today. Finland and Austria will both play 3. So some great games tomorrow. Of course, Finland will start off with a couple of matches against Austria and Italy. I just hope that Finland can sort of, you know, reshuffle their batting order. I think today, a lot of us were talking about this. It just seems they've got it all wrong. You know, there's so many good hitters coming down the order for them. You know, I'd like to see them up the order. You know, Finland bowled terrifically. That's not a problem for them. You know, you could argue they're the best bowling side out of these 3. I mean, that would not be too controversial an opinion to make that claim. I think they could have bowled. I think they should have restricted Austria to an even lower total. Maybe the same with Italy. Certainly the same with Italy. As this one is going to be hammered away as well for a 6. Asif, 1 run away from a half century. You know, they've had a number of, you know, LBW decisions not go their way. You know, not saying they were wrong. I'm just saying they didn't go their way. You know, a lot of balls that went past the edge of the bat. Some chances that slipped through as well. They've got a terrific bowling attack. And it's just a case of whether they can find the right batters up the order who can, you know, slog some runs, who can get them off to good starts, you know, at least go at a run rate of 10 or 12 in the power play. This one is struck away again towards square leg. It's going to go for a 4. And, you know, we've seen a lot of, you know, their lower order batters come down the order, whack a few 6s. Again, it's a different situation when you come down the order. Of course, Asif bringing up his half century. No real celebration. I don't think his teammates have realized either. You know, he's just so focused on the task. Maybe in a couple of balls they'll realize, and we'll see him raise his bat then. Oh, this is another huge hit. Another massive hit here by Asif. Certainly making amends for any embarrassing moments he had earlier today. Short ball, gets underneath it, and clubs it away. Great hit by Asif. And again, great puller of the ball. He's certainly someone who's shown an ability to play on bouncier wickets. Gagandeep Singh, the fan favorite, getting taken to the cleaners. Ooh, he leaves that one well. Let's have one more look at this. Well, does he have a case over there? You know, we were talking about the art of leaving wides. That one is much more obvious. Umpire doesn't have too difficult a decision over there. Yeah, we were just interrupted, very rudely interrupted with a 6 when we were talking about Finland. Oh, it's another tight one. Well. As Gagandeep Singh got away with a couple here. Oh, he goes for a more innovative shot. That one was definitely going wide. But he goes for the old switch hit. And he hammers it over third for a 6. Asif having a lot of fun. This has been a very entertaining innings to watch. Great hit. I mean, that is so difficult to strike it that way. And again, a wry smile from the keeper. I think sometimes you just have to appreciate some of the shots your opponent is hitting. This partnership, 94 up just 36 deliveries. But yeah, you know, I understand that, you know, when Finland, you know, they're batting lower down the order, it's a completely different challenge. There's less pressure on you, especially, you know, when, you know, in many of these cases for Finland, the game's been done, you know, after the first 5 overs. But, you know, I'd still like to just see them shuffle their batting lineup because they might as well. You know, a lot of their top order, they've had 3 consecutive games. They failed to make the runs. Time to give someone else a chance. You know, I think it's just that simple. You know. You know, there was those of you who watched some of your basketball will comment on after this ball. This one is struck away towards long on. You might know famous NBA coach Greg Popovich, and you know he'll often do that. Where certainly in the old days when you know he had the old Tim Duncan era when they were winning championships, where you know if his team was trailing, he'd just pull all the starters and say, "Well, you had your chance to play. Now I'll let the bench. I'll see if the bench can you know go ahead and try to win this game for me." And many times as the game got close, he just wouldn't bring the starters back. He'd say, well, when you were on, you had your chance to play. You didn't do well. I'm going to go with the bench and see if they can go ahead and ride their hot hand and win this game for my team. Lowish full toss. It's tapped towards cover. It's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, Marnus just talking about how much Iqbal has improved as a player. And yeah, you can certainly see the potential in him. You know, a very good bowler as well. I think that's the beauty of this Austrian team is that a lot of their most important bowlers are also really adept with the bat. So, you know, they're kind of spoiled for choice, Austria. And I think, you know, the future is very bright for Austrian cricket. They've got a lot of extremely talented players. Struck away. Does it clear the boundary rope? Yes, it does. Great hit there as Iqbal manages to hit a 6. Oh, wonderful, wonderful shot. Just lands a foot in front of the boundary rope. Oh, this is really nicely played. Very innovative shot And it's good to see Iqbal now get a move on. Of course, he was 9 of 10 to start his innings, and you know, right on that 11th ball, I said, you know, he needs to get a move on, or he might as well get out of the way, especially with all the hitters Austria has. And he comes on the 11th ball, charges down the wicket, smashes a big 6, and since then he hasn't looked back. He's on 33 of 18. Austria 125 for 2 with an over to go. Oh, another great looking pull, and he's such a good puller, isn't he, Asif? Gorgeous looking pull shot. And you know, you really don't want to be bowling short at him, especially when you've already seen him pull at least 5 or 6 to the boundary. And again, that's, you know, there's not even sharp enough bounce over there to really bother him with that. Yeah, of course, Martinus commenting on how Greg Popovich is a great coach, and he's going to have a chance to coach a generational talent in Victor Wembanyama. What do you think, Martinus? You think Wembanyama is going to be their new Tim Duncan? You think that's going to be a new dynasty in San Antonio? This one is just going down the left side. Of course, we're in the last match of the day. It's a chance to talk a little bit off topic, talk about all things related to cricket and those that aren't. But yeah, could he start a dynasty? I mean, you know, I think the one concern maybe with someone of that size is, you know, can they stay healthy? Can they stay fit? You know, you're always likely to get a few injuries when you're, what is he, 7'6"? This one is played away behind fine leg for a 6. It's another great shot there by Asif. And again, the innovation on some of these strokes, I just love that by Austria because, you know, we've seen some beautiful looking whacks in front of square leg, but then they've mixed it up with these nice ramps. It's a very clinical innings by Austria. Oh, this goes up in the air. Does it have enough to clear the boundary? Oh, no, it doesn't. He's going to find a fielder at point, Asif, but he's done the damage. That was a terrific inning, 78 of 30. It's a good catch out in the deep by Jagmeet Singh, but again, very muted reaction by Italy. It's near the end of the innings, and things have really turned against them. We're just going to take a look at this. Yep, very well taken. And they got a couple more balls to go in this innings. Yeah, just for some of our European viewers who don't understand what the imperial units I just mentioned mean, he's about 2.25 meters tall. So, yeah, 2.25 meters. Yeah, I agree with you, Marnus. He definitely has the potential, but again, I think Tim Duncan was just so technically gifted as well. Great leader, had all the intangibles. I think what made the Spurs so successful was just all the humble players they had in their team. You know, guys who would, you know, take pay cuts to make sure the team could stay under the salary cap, just to re-sign guys. Good bit of backing up over there. A couple of runs here for Austria. One ball to come. Last ball of the innings. Oh, it's a poor delivery. I think he's going to get bailed out there, Raza Islam. And the throw is going to come in to the wicketkeeper. It's a good throw in the end. A nice bit of fielding. And I think they can consider themselves quite fortunate that they only gave up 1 run on that final ball. Austria will finish on 140. Just 1 run less than what they made last time against Italy. As very good innings, of course, by this Austrian team. A very complete innings. I think they all chipped in, played very well. And we're just seeing the teams going off the field now. Yeah, it's going to be a big turnaround here for Italy. And let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was Imran Asif who was the main headline of this innings, making an impressive 78 of 30. This would be the end of Iqbal Hussain. He struck a couple of fours, and then he popped one up, which was taken very well by Zain Naqvi. Shigaval would get dismissed over there. He'd hit a boundary and then get caught by Gagandeep Singh shortly afterwards. But of course, Imran Asif and Aqib Iqbal's huge partnership is going to be the main story of this match. That partnership was worth 118 runs and really took this game away from the Italian cricket team. Look at some of these clean strikes again. What I love about Asif is what a good puller of the ball he is. He's got those horizontal bat shots, which you really need in this wicket. As we, of course, now have a chance to look at the scorecard of this innings. Of course, the top scorer, as we mentioned, Imran Asif, made a 78 of 30, 5 fours, 8 sixes, a strike rate of 260. He was aptly supported by his partner, Aqib Iqbal, who made 33 of 18. He was undefeated, strike rate of 183. Just the graphics haven't come up just yet, so I'll quickly just tell you what happened with the bowling. Of course, Amir Sharif bowled just 1 over for Italy, a little bit surprising. He didn't come back for a second over. You're currently looking at the Italian batting lineup, which we will see in the second innings. I was rather surprised, of course, as I was mentioning, Amir Sharif never came back for a second over after he had figures of 2 for 9 in the sole over he bowled. And other than that, they were a little bit too expensive, the Italian bowlers. Nonetheless, we'll be back in just a few minutes' time with the second innings. Austria posts a very good total of 140.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our final innings of the day. It's been a very entertaining day of cricket. And we should round it out in style. Of course, we saw Austria pull off a very impressive chase against Italy earlier today. And now Italy have a chance to return the favor. And yeah, I think these matches between Italy and Austria are going to be entertaining throughout this series. Again, both teams are very evenly matched. They've both got power hitting, quality bowlers, so I think all the matchups between them are going to be high quality, entertaining matchups. Of course, this Italian cricket team, they've been to the championship week in the ECC. They were 7-1 in the group stages last year. Austria, as we might even see playing each other in championship week. So again, you have all sorts of little ECC previews going on in this wonderful ECI weekend right before we kick off the biggest festival in European cricket. Of course, as we mentioned a number of times throughout today, Austria and Finland are in the same group in the ECC. Anyway, here we go. First ball of this innings. Start goes down the leg side. It's a very optimistic appeal. Very good evening to everyone, wherever you're joining us around the world on the chat. Of course, so yeah, just continuing the conversation we were having in the previous innings. It is the final innings of the day, so again, it's a chance to bring up some random questions. And of course, discuss all things cricket and not related to cricket, as this one is just going to be struck behind point for a 4. Good start here for the Italian cricket team. But yeah, Martin is saying that he's not quite convinced that Wembanyama could become a great leader. I mean, you know, it's not like I followed his career in France that closely, but, you know, the thing with someone like Duncan, though, is, you know, I guess he was a leader by example. And there's different kinds of leadership, isn't there? This one's, again, very nicely struck. It's going to clear the fence, and that's the first maximo of the innings for Italy. Great start here. The MVP, Maraghe, obviously he was livid after getting out on a golden duck against the Finnish cricket team, so you take out that frustration on Austria over here. Yeah, there's different kinds of leadership. There are much more vocal leaders or silent leaders, you know, people who just lead by example. So, you know, you never know. He's a young man. He's 17 years old. He could develop into an incredible leader. I think leadership is certainly just going to be thrust upon him because of all the talent he has. This one is just dropped for a single. And yeah, you also made the good point that Austria should be pretty happy with that. You're just going to have to bowl well. And yeah, of course, a real shame that Jawed Zadran is not here for this series. Yeah, Umer Tariq, of course, is taking part. So we do have one half of that incredible duo. Oh, this is high up in the air. It's been sky. This is a catching opportunity. Should be taken. He's taken. Very good catch there. As we get a cotton bowled to start off the inning. Aqib Iqbal takes that one. And unfortunately for Zain Naqvi, it's his second duck of the day. Ooh. This one again goes up. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, you know, he has struck 100. You know, made an incredible 105 and then a couple of derricks. You know, I mean, would you take that as a batter? I think most batters would. I think a lot of players, if you told them they could add 100 as their milestone and then just get a couple of derricks. We're going to see a Derek shortly coming out for his evening walk, or maybe not. Maybe he's taking another siesta. Oh, what an outstanding ball. Is there an edge there? There is. Oh, what a ripper. You beauty. That was a brilliant ball. No way the batter could have played that. Just trying to get out of the way. And he gets an edge through to the keeper. Aqib Iqbal on a hat trick. An absolute jaffer to dismiss the new batter. Let's just watch this. Oh, I might just have taken some glove along the way. I think the batter's reaction suggests that he knew he was out. And Golden Derek, have you woken up? Are you going to come to greet him? Oh, yes, he will. There he is. He's gotten up from his little snooze. Italy, 12 for 2. And we're 5 balls into the innings. Again, apologies. It seems there is an issue with the scoreboard, so that will be rectified as soon as possible. Anyway, here we go. Hat-trick ball. We've had 3 hat-tricks during the European Cricket Series here in Rome. Get to have one in this ECN. We've come close a few times. We've had a few bowlers who have been on a hat-trick so far today, but no one quite able to get over the finishing line and actually get the hat-trick. Are we going to get our 36th hat-trick of the year? Here we go. Oh, what a terrific ball. Well, if you're going to bowl a hat-trick ball, you might as well bowl a Yorker. And he nailed that one, Iqbal. Just comes up short again. And he does well to just keep that one out. Good start here for Austria. They've got Italy 12 for 2, as of course it's been 334 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. And again, are we going to have to wait till the ECC until we get one, or is it going to be here over this weekend? I mean, you know, this could be a golden ball match. This could easily be one. You know, it's a target that is within both these sides of wheelhouse. We saw Italy make exactly 141 runs earlier today against Austria, so maybe to get a 140 this innings, and we get an entertaining golden ball. Could happen. Great hat-trick here by great Yorker here by Zadran. Goodness me, if I'm saying great hat-trick here by Zadran at any point this afternoon, then that's going to be rough news for Italy. Yeah, good ball there. Nice effort ball there by Zadran. Hits the deck hard. John Gray making a great point that the area where the bowler is planting his foot is getting a little bit dangerous with that turf torn up. Yeah, I agree. We've talked about that a couple of times. I think it was you made the observation early this morning. You know, for the moment, I think it should be fine, but you know, you might see bowlers, right arm is going over the wicket, just going with a wider angle, and that's going to be the end of Sandhu as well. It's another Derek. Boy, Derek getting his steps in early in this innings as well. The 3rd wicket falls for the Italian cricket team. Austria off to a flyer of a start over here. Let's just take a look at this. Mistimed. And it goes high up in the air. Very well taken. That's Razmal Shigoval who takes that one. And again, it's going to be much more normal Derek. It's White Derek who's come out to greet the batter who departs. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of question marks raised here. You know, a lot of people have been talking about Sandhu and been critical of a few aspects of his game in the chat. And, you know, he isn't really helping his case with some of these scores. But hopefully for him, he just turns things around again. He's a talented batter. I like the way he plays. You know, certainly some of the shots he played early in this day. You know, hit some lovely cover drives on the up when we were covering some of the matches early this morning against Finland. There we go, 13 for 3. Italy in a lot of trouble. Joy Pereira comes out. Oh, what a ball. Comes back quite a bit. There's not too much you can do about that. That is just an absolutely beautiful delivery. Right through the gap between bat and pad. He's incredibly unlucky that hasn't hit the top of the off stump. Struck towards mid-on. That's going to be a dot ball. 1 run off the first 5 balls so far. That's nudged away straight to the fielder's short third. Don't think Joy Pereira is in any trouble. Let's just confirm that. Looks to be fine as we come to the end of the second over. Italy 13 for 3. And yeah, a lot of a reaction to some of the great bowling, of course. Yeah, Martinez, I think your technical analysis is spot on over there, saying that it's the kind of ball that maybe a back foot punch or hooking it. There wasn't any movement across either. You're referring to that shot which Sandhu played. I agree with that. Again, for me, it's just the fact that a lot of players get very obsessed trying to hit every ball to the same part of the ground. And again, you've seen Sandhu play some beautiful back foot punches. Earlier today, he had this beautiful back foot punch towards cover that, if I recall correctly, either cleared the boundary or fell just short of the boundary rope. And a shot like that over there would have been appropriate, especially with no protection on that part of the boundary. And it's just a shame. I think shot selection has just undone him here, rather than his actual skill, which you can see plenty of that over there. Oh, very nicely struck by Maraghe. Don't worry about a lack of skill or form for the MVP of ECS Rome. What a beautiful shot. It's in the slot, and again, this guy, he has no problem hitting it towards the offside. He doesn't have too many issues with shot selection usually. Nice looking cover drive for 6 that strikes the flags around this ground. That's one down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. And he goes across the line. We were just praising Maraghe's shot selection, and that's probably one where he's should have played the shot he played earlier that went for a 6. That's one that should have been struck towards the offside. Yeah, Martinez talking about obviously the big loss of MSP for Austria. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, particularly Vinny was talking about that a fair bit. Sandhu, Mr. Maximo. Now this one is struck away behind square leg, and yeah, that is a huge loss for them. And when you get to the ECC, I think it's the fine margins that make a big difference. And you can find replacements for players, but can they replicate every single thing that star player brings for you? We don't know. But again, Austria, they can't spend their time sulking. They just have to find a replacement and move on. So far, though, their batting lineup looks terrific. They're playing a very solid Italian team who are contenders to come out of their group and make it to championship week. And that one's probably just sliding down the leg side. And yeah, binge watcher making a point that they've got other players like Samarakun or Samarage. Yeah, I agree. Two very, very good players. Both of them very, very high run getters for their side. And this one is struck away. I think it's going to clear the boundary open, go for a 6. Maraghe leading his side's charge over here. And it's going to clear the boundary open, go for a 6. So a great shot there by Maraghe to end the over. An over that probably favors Austria. Just 28 runs off that. And they pick up 3 important wickets. As we can see, though, Italy just 8 runs behind Austria were at this stage, but Austria really picked up their scoring in the second half of the innings. Going to see Akbarjan coming in, the left arm spinner. Struck towards the leg side. That's going to be a single. But yeah, I mean, you know, there's a number of other good options. I mean, you know, you can look at some of the RBMS players. I mean, I'm not sure about their, you know, personal lives or whether they've qualified for the criteria to be selected for the Italian national team. This one's popped up in the air, and it's a good wicket here for Akbarjan. And more importantly, it's the wicket of the dangerous Marage, who was going along nicely. It's a full toss. Marage will be bitterly disappointed he hasn't battered this one away. Just like the others, you can see a shake of the head as he walks off. Let's just take a look at this. I mean, really, this should be sent 10 feet clear of the boundary rope. And Marage, 8 times out of 10, that's what he's going to do. But on this occasion, he just pops one up. It's a simple enough catch in Italy. They're in dire straits. They look like they're heading for a second loss against this Austrian team, who look like heavy favorites now to go on and win this ECI. Of course, 2 wins against the home nation, this Italian team. You know, they've already beaten Finland once as well, so Italy are going to have to turn things around here very fast. But yeah, you know, there's some great batters like Sharif Rehan, Anik Ahmed in that RBMS team who could get a look in as well for the national side. You know, it's just a case of whether they qualify the criteria to be selected for the national team. So yeah, they're spoiled for choice, really, the Italian national team. This one nudged away towards mid-wicket. I mean, you know, how many nations, you know, can have 2 different ECSs for each part of their country? I mean, that's just how good cricket is in Italy. You know, it's at a very respectable standard. And, you know, that's just the thing, isn't it? I mean, whatever squad they pick, there's going to be some quality player left at home. Struck away by Joy Pereira. Oh, again, this is going to go down the ground, and Zadran gets a hand to it. And it's going to be a boundary. Oh, yeah, just a little bit too hot to handle for him. And it goes away for a 4, so Singh strikes a nice-looking boundary over there. Just going to need a lot more of these. You know, Joy Pereira, more of a stroke player, you would say. This one struck away, and so Singh's really going to have to be the aggressor, I think. Joy Pereira, his main aim will be to try to bat out this innings at this stage as the over comes to an end. Another good over for Austria. 7 runs off it and a wicket. Italy struggling at 35 for 4. Oh, are we talking about teams that start with C and end with A again? Assuming we're talking about Casalina, not the football team. And yeah, of course, glad you can join us, Mr. Kitty, while you're on the road. I mean, hope this game's just keeping you good company. Ooh, did that team lose again? The team with starting with C, ending in A. Let me give that a quick Google search. Oh no, they're actually playing tomorrow. So maybe that's another team you're referring to. But yeah, 1-0 is pretty much the typical margin or score line for that team I'm not going to mention, as this one goes away towards third for a boundary. A rather lucky 4 there for Joy Pereira. Yeah, just races away to the boundary rope. Need a lot of luck here, Italy. You know, huge combination of skill and luck to try to get them over the finishing line. You know, required of 17.5. It's not unattainable for a side of Italy's quality. I mean, remember, they were going at over 20 in the middle overs. when they last played Austria. Joy Pereira strikes that towards long off. Oh, beautiful shot. What a gorgeous pose by Singh when he hits that. Goes a little bit short over there, Tariq. And bang, this one gets hammered over square leg. Oh, that is beautiful looking. And straight into the parking lot. But yeah, they need a few magical overs over here. You know, just looking at this so far, things have just been a touch too quiet for Italy. You know, they need that big 20-25 run over here just to get some confidence back. There's a huge full toss. There's a huge full toss, and it's going to get battered away. What a massive 6. Now, as we just take a look at this, shouldn't be any trouble there with a no ball. That seemed a legal delivery. Yeah, just heard from the dugout. The Italian national team, really, really well done, but don't stop. And couldn't have said it any better. They just got to keep this going. Oh, and this has been given a wide, so Tariq, not a fan of that decision. It was a well left by Singh. And you can just see it goes over the line, so it's a very good call by the umpire. Pressure now on Tariq. Oh, that's another wide. That's an even bigger wide. Just needs to find his radar here. And again, he's earned those wides, Singh, just from his good batting. I mean, a good batter earns a few wides for his side as well, because you're just terrified of pitching it anywhere in their slot. So yeah, those big hits are just probably playing in his mind right now. Oh, it's up in the air. And you talk about a commentator's curse, you might have just had one. Singh, it was going along quite well. Pops one up after hitting a couple of 6s. And Umer Tariq gets his revenge. And this is just a huge blow. I mean, Singh, he really needed to keep going at that pace for at least a couple more overs. But well taken. He almost drops that. But he takes that catch again. This just shows you the strength and depth of this Italian national team. Gagandeep Singh, ECN fan favorite, coming in at number 7. One of the top 4 run getters of the ECS we just had in Rome. That concluded yesterday. So yeah, should be in good form, of course. He was rather rough yesterday. I don't think he had a finals day that he'll be too proud of. A duck. A paltry score of 14 of 12. They'll get a chance to make amends with the Azzurri. Here we go. Last ball of the over. Oh, enormous hit. Takes him no time to settle in. You know, he doesn't have any chippers or putters in his golf bag. He just has drivers. And he whacks that one well over the boundary rope. A huge 6. As of course, here's a chance to take a look at some of the great games we have coming up on our first Monday of Group A. You start off with Spain versus France. What a heavyweight clash. And then Isle of Man against Czechia. Greece then play against Spain. Some more Mediterranean rivalries over there. We get Czechia against France in match 4. That's around that twilight time. An Isle of Man against Greece under the lights. I mean, don't you just love cricket under the lights, especially European cricket? Yeah, just amazing matches. And of course, a lot of you in our chat have been involved in the sweep. So, you know, keep telling us, giving us your thoughts. I mean, are you happy with the team you have? You know, how do you feel about the chances for your team? I mean, yeah, just looking at some of the people I can see here. I'm trying to read through this chart I have in front of me. Just asked Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu to send it over to me. Oh, it's another huge hit. This one hanging up in the air for an age. Is there a catching chance? No, there isn't. Well, Rosmal would need to be standing on a teammate's shoulders to even have a chance at that. Gagandeep Singh, great positivity. He's hitting these ones really hard. The thing is, it's been, because I have it as an image, I can't exactly control F and find your names either. This is another huge six. 3 sixes in a row to start off his innings. Oh, this is just great hitting by Gagandeep Singh. The bowler going a bit too short, and it gets battered away. Amazing hit. Oh, this one is struck firmly as well. Is it going to find the gap? No, it doesn't. It finds a fielder. It's a single after 3 consecutive sixes. This one is struck hard and firmly towards long off. It's going to be a single. Oh, that's a great ball to end the over there for Akbar John. Just attempting that leg stump Yorker. It's missed the leg stump by just a fair bit, but very good ball. But you got to say, if Gagandeep Singh can just keep going at this rate, then Italy still have a chance. 66 runs needed off the last 4 overs. Oh yeah, Kroom just dropping the latest list. So, you know, Kroom, I'm going to look at your list rather than the one that Mr. Maximo sent to me. We just take a look at that scorecard, of course. Dirinu Marage made that incredible 25 of 9. Could have kept going, and then you just see that a series of ducks. And Dave talking about Cyprus winning. Dave, I don't want to be too cruel on the Cyprus national team, but I think Cyprus need to start off by winning a few games first before talking about winning the entire ECC. I think just struggling to get some wins on the European cricket stage at the moment, the Cyprus national team. But, you know, the team's improving a lot. It's really growing month after month, week after week. So again, if Cyprus can get a win or two in the ECC, then I think it'll be a very successful tournament for Cyprus. Oh, this one is struck away, and it's going to go all the way for 6. Another huge hit. And now Joy Pereira joining in on the fun. Yeah, they're still in this game. Italy, should be a very exciting finish, and what a way to round out the day, isn't it? I mean, we've had a lot of fun games, and the last match of the day could come down to the wire. $60 needed now of 23. Struck firmly. Is this going to go away for 4? It will. Great hit there by Pereira. Too much width on offer. Of course, Asif, well, he's going to have an over. He had an over he's never going to forget for the rest of his life. The one that went for 39 runs against Italy. So surely this over can't go any worse than that. But 10 runs off it already. Yeah, Martin's making the point that players playing across the line is just far too common in T10 and T20, and then it's sneaking into ODI and even Test cricket today. Hey, you don't need to insult Johnny Bairstow that way. This one is struck down the ground towards long off, and it's going to be a single. Yeah, John making a good point that 15 and over is not out of the question if these two can stay put. Absolutely. I mean, I think this game is hanging finally in the balance again. The difference between national teams and club teams is that national teams just bat so much deeper. I mean, when you're bringing Gagandeep Singh in at number 7, you know, you got Madupa Fernando after this. Italy are well in this game, but I think these two in particular need to stay in there for at least another 3 overs. This one is also going to go all the way. Again, Gagandeep Singh, he's got so much power. You know, he doesn't even get this where he wants it to go, but it still travels the distance. And, you know, that's really something you see a lot in the shorter format of the game with these smaller boundaries. You know, miss hits go the distance for 6. And yeah, good point here by Marnus. You know, just you got to play the shot to its merit. And oh, this is another huge one. It goes the distance as well. Asif having a rough day with the ball. Goes a little too short, a little too wide. And this is just a slap down the ground. It's absolutely been whacked. And Gagandeep Singh showing why he's been added to this Italian national team setup. Magical over so far. 23 runs off it, 1 ball to go. And Asif, well, he's just sending out a deep extra cover. He's brought cover into the ring. Here we go. Oh, this has been smacked hard. Really hard, and it beats the fielder. He thinks he should have done better, and it's a boundary to end the over. Asif with a day he'd rather forget with the ball. 27 runs off that over, and it's game on. It's game on here in Rome. 39 needed of the last 3 as, of course, we take a look at some of the matches we have coming up for you tomorrow. Finland with a doubleheader to start off. They'll be playing Austria and Italy. You then have match 8. That's going to be a real biggie. Italy against Austria for the 3rd time this series. Then we round off all the action with a match between the 2 tourists, Finland and Austria. Well, for a moment in this game, certainly I would say halfway through this innings, we thought that maybe, you know, Austria had just killed any of Italy's chances to go on and win this game. Italy were really slow out of the gates. Their required just wasn't good enough. But Gagandeep Singh, what a tremendous innings he's played to bring his side back into the game. And Joy Pereira at the other end, you know, he's done the right thing. Full credit to him. He's getting singles. He's hitting the odd boundary. But he's making sure that man, Gagandeep Singh, is there to face as many balls as possible. Zadran, he came in his first over, gave up just a couple of runs. But this is a very different situation. He's going up against a guy who's seeing it like a football right now. Oh, it's a full toss. Drill down the ground. Gets away with that one, Zadran. Gagandeep Singh very frustrated with himself. Shake of the head. Stares at his bat. He's missed out on one there. That really should have disappeared. Yeah, Zadran could consider himself a lucky man that he bowled a rank full toss to Gagandeep Singh when he was on 35 of 8 and he got away with it. Oh, Joy Pereira, beautiful shot. And again, you talk about playing balls on their merit. That's a classic example. You know, just a beautiful cut shot, something you don't see enough of sometimes in this format. That one raced away for 4. There we go. Now pressure on Zadran. Again, this situation is very different to the one he was in earlier this innings. How is he going to handle the pressure? 3 balls left in this over. 33 needed of 15. Oh, it's another full toss he's gotten away with. It's just going to be tapped down the ground for a single. And yeah, the chat going absolutely wild in pure awe of this incredible innings by Gagandeep Singh. You know, comparing Gagandeep to some of the finest cricketers in the world, Mitchell Marsh, Stoinis, Kyron Pollard. Oh, this is a really, really good shot because he's dug out a Yorker terrifically well there. And, you know, he's managed to get away with a couple of full tosses, Zadran, but, you know, this has quietly been a fairly decent over. Just the 8 runs off it so far. 1 ball to come. How is this going to end? Again, Joy Pereira, he has to treat this as a free swing. He's got to go for this. Give this a whack. Shouldn't get a single off this one. Struck down the ground, and it's going to be 1 run. Well, ideally, you would have wanted Gagandeep Singh to face the first ball of the penultimate over, but Italy need 30 of 12 hanging finally in the balance over here. Pereira, he's batting well, 28 of 18, but I'd still want Guggendeep on strike for as many balls as possible. But yeah, you're certainly not going to turn down a single, especially you know, when you're batting on 28 of 18. So there we go. Big conference here for the Austrian bowlers. But, ooh, we've got the G word getting mentioned in the chat. Are we going to break that streak? You know, we're in that territory. You know, it's time for the old Ravi Shastri. All three results are possible here. Here we go. Well, it's looks like it might be Asif. We're just going to confirm who this is. It's no, it's actually Karanbir Singh bowling this penultimate over. I think it's a good idea. I mean, Karanbir Singh, I think he's been slightly under bowled today, but he gets the big responsibility of bowling the penultimate over. Struck down the ground. It's a good effort there by the fielder, but he pushes it away for a 4. So, you know, it's just been that kind of innings for Aqib, hasn't he? He's been a touch too expensive. Again, it's not for a lack of trying. Puts in a great effort here, but he pushes it past his team and it goes for 4, and that's just an agonizing scream by Rosmal. 4 to start the over, 26 of 11. Struck towards long on. It goes back to Aqib. Just a single over here. Got some Italy fans in the chat saying Forza Azzurri. Absolutely. Come on, Italy. If you're an Italian cricket fan, you know, this is going to be a nerve-wracking finish. Again, we did say this match was going to deliver, and that it certainly has. And oh, this one's come off the lower end of the bat. There should be a catching chance. It will be taken. Oh, Guggendeep Singh was a shorter delivery. Tried to blast it away. And the catch has been taken out in the deep. A huge, huge wicket here. Basir Khan takes that catch. I'll just take a look at this. Yeah, it's just come off the toe end. And Guggendeep missed times one. I mean, the fielder at third was inside the ring. So, you know, if he just ramps that, probably has a chance to hit a boundary in that direction. But he will get out over there, and now 9 balls to go. We're definitely in for a very tight finish. Well, we got Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu lurking in the commentary box. Probably either at the gate or on the plane, just about to leave to Malaga for the ECC, which starts on Monday. Yeah, it was absolutely a great pleasure to commentate alongside him, you know, having known him for 3 years, and it was a terrific experience and a great human being as well. Just a great person to be around, you know, to spend time with him in the ice cube. That wide makes it 24 needed of 9 now. Here we go. Fernando on strike. Oh, it's a great slower ball by Karanbir Singh. And Karanbir has nailed it again. As I said, I feel he's been under bowled today by Austria at times. And they've put him here in a tough spot. And he's delivered, bowling his first over in the penultimate over. And if he'd just come in a little bit earlier, you know, bowling the 8th and the 10th, that's what I would have liked to see him do ideally. But he's definitely not going to get to bowl another over. Oh, there's going to be a big appeal over here. It's the slow finger of death. And Fernando departs. So Karanbir Singh has bowled a sensational over for his side. And all of a sudden, it's Italy now who are under severe pressure. That one probably going to crash onto the leg stump. Good decision there by the umpire. And yeah, if Rico was here, he'd say that was a celebration, Chakde Fatte style. Gets that one to, gets that wicket. And Italy now, quite a bit of pressure for them. And yeah, Martin is just making a point of why Singh is batting so low for them. He can't afford to have that good a player batting this low in T10. Well, they've got a lot of other hitters. That's the thing. I mean, you look at that lineup, I mean, who are they going to bat him ahead of? I mean, you got Zayn Naqvi, who's hit 100, the MVP, Dinu Morage, you know, and a lot of these players are really good players over in Milan, so, you know, you can understand the dilemma that Italy have. Oh, this is a Yorker length delivery, and Raza Islam will miss out on it. 24 needed of the last over, just 6 runs made in the 9th over, and all of a sudden, it's Austria who have just inched ahead in this game. Joy Pereira, the captain, he's going to have to play a massive knock now, try to pull off some heroics in the final over. Here we go, though. Who's going to bowl this final over? That's going to be a big dilemma. Umer Tariq, his first over went for 25. Imran Asif, his over went for 27. And it looks like it's going to be Asif. Well, Asif, who's had a pretty difficult day with the ball so far, to put it mildly. You know, he was on the wrong end of that over. We'll never forget the 39-run one. And maybe he has a chance to just redeem himself in this final over. Here we go. 24 needed of 6. Joy Pereira on strike. Oh, it's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. It's a minimo to start off the over. And just 19 needed of 6 now. And this dramatically changes the equation. It slips out of Asif's hands and it goes away for a 4. Nothing the keeper could have done there. And oh, the look on Asif's face, you got to feel for him. Again, he batted superbly in the first innings. You know, no one does this on purpose. Oh, great ball in response though. But it's going to go away for 4. Pereira managed to strike that away. Again, it's almost Yorker length. It's a low full toss. Those are usually very hard to hit. But Pereira just times it to perfection, finds the gap, and it's a boundary. So 15 of 5. That's basically 9 runs of 1 legal delivery for Italy. And the equation changes again. 15 needed of 5 now. Oh, he strays onto the pads. That's going to go away for a 4 as well. 11 needed a 4 now. Asif. Oh, he's had an absolute mare with the ball in hand today. A 39-run over earlier against Italy. And again, it is rather baffling that they've gone back to him in a pressure situation. Of course, he's an experienced campaigner, so you would trust him in a situation like this. But he went for 27 in that 7th over. And he's having a really difficult day. You know, sometimes you just have to recognize that it's not this bowler's day and maybe go for someone else. 11 of 4. Is Joy Pereira going to steal this one for Italy? Struck down the ground. It's going to go away for a 4 as well. It's consecutive boundaries. And Austria are absolutely stunned. They can't believe what's happening here. Asif just puts that one in the slot. They've got so much protection on that boundary, but it's just racing away like a tracer bullet. He pierced the gap to perfection. I know you're just starting to see some folded arms, a few double teapots in the field. They've got to stay focused here, Austria. The game isn't over yet. Italy, 7 needed of 3. Oh, huge swing and a miss. Priceless, priceless dot ball. And this is how the pendulum swings in European cricket. Just for a moment, you thought Italy were edging ahead with all those boundaries. And Asif comes up with a big dot ball. 7 of 2. A big 6 means the scores are level. Oh, it's another terrific Yorker, but they won't run. They won't run, so it's back-to-back dot balls after it was 7 for 3 again. This is a great chance to remind you the tiebreaker rules, of course. In the event of a tie, the match will be decided by a golden ball. We've been calling for this golden ball streak to come to an end. A 6 over here takes us to a golden ball. Is Pereira going to hit a 6? This one is going to go the distance. We're going to a golden ball. Joy Pereira brings up his 50 with a huge 6. And it's a golden ball to round out the day. The match is tied. Italy and Austria producing another classic. And the drama continues in this ECI. Well, I think there's no question about who's going to face this golden ball. It's obviously going to be Joy Pereira. But my goodness, what a way, what drama at the end of this day. Joy Pereira, again, you know, he was a spectator. He was mostly just playing rather conservative cricket, you know, making sure his teammate had as much strike as possible when Gagandeep Singh was battering it. Then he comes up at the end, makes 23 runs in the final overs, and pretty much a solo performance, of course. We're just reminding you the rules of the golden ball and showing you some of the golden balls we've had this calendar year. And it's been all the way since July since we last had a golden ball. But wow, we finally get one. We've been talking about it throughout this broadcast, and at last, the golden ball has come. And yeah, big dilemma here for Austria. They're going to have to do a fair bit of planning. They're going to have to think about how they're going to approach this. Again, for Italy, they don't have to think much. Joy Pereira is going to face this ball. Again, a chance to remind you, 2 or more runs, the batting side wins. Anything less than that, the bowling side wins. Whoever bowled the last over must bowl the golden ball. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be too much of a change. I think these sides are just going to have a little bit of a chat here. We're going to see a few players get a drink. We're going to see Joy Pereira against Imran Asif for the 7th straight ball. And wow, our chat must be losing it right now. I mean, I'm just looking at the reaction. And this is amazing. Really, really top stuff. And Martinus just on the chat saying, imagine they give Asif the ball again. They have to give Asif the ball. Those are just the rules. Or no, wait a second. Oh, it's going to be Zadran bowling this golden ball. So again, 2 runs needed to win. Anything less than that, and Austria will take it. Again, Zadran, very good figures when he bowled earlier. Figures of 1 for 10 overs, 2 overs. Here we go. Golden ball coming up. Is Joy Pereira facing? Oh, it's a rankful toss. It's going to be hammered away, but he only gets 1 run off it. And Joy Pereira misses out on a huge full toss. But it's a no ball for height, so Austria, oh my goodness. And one of the strangest endings you will see. Again, it's the 1 run which they get for the single, and then the 1 run for the no ball. Let's just look at this. That's well over waist height. And again, we've just seen everything. I think that might be the first time we've had a no ball on a golden ball. And in the end, it's all a little bit of confusion, but Italy come out on top. Oh, Zadrani got away with a few full tosses when he bowled that 2nd over. Not over here. Not over here. It's a no ball above waist height, so it's a single plus the no ball. That's 2 runs. And again, we've reset the golden ball counter at last. Our first golden ball since July, and it sure delivered. Again, I did say that, you know, the best things come when you wait for them, and of course we'll get Vinny to confirm this, but I do believe that's the first time there's ever been a no ball and a golden ball. Of course, it's a chance to remind you about some of the action we're going to have tomorrow. Doubleheader for Finland to start off. They'll play Austria and Italy. Then we get Italy versus Austria for the third time before the two tourists play each other to round out the day. And Joy Pereira is gonna head to the dugout. As what a classic we witnessed. What an incredible game. As of course, we'll just take a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was Dindu Morage who made 25 of 9 deliveries, and he really set up Italy quite well when they were struggling early. There was some good bowling first up by Austria. I mean, at that stage, we thought that Italy would not be able to even get close to this target. Morage, of course, would eventually be dismissed on a full toss, cotton balled by Akbar Jan. And then it would be Gagandeep Singh who would give the Italian cricket team a lot of hope, making 37 of 11. This was the wicket of Simranjeet Singh. He'd make 17 of 6. And we just see some of these clean hits by Gagandeep, and right when Gagandeep got going, you just thought that Italy, well, they would have had a chance. This one was taken by Bashir out in the deep. Another wicket would fall in the penultimate over. Of course, they made it a lot harder for themselves, Italy, when Karnbir Singh gave up just 6 runs in that penultimate over. But of course, Joy Pereira came in the final over, facing Imran Asif, made 23 runs to tie the game, reset the golden ball counter, and then that no ball on the golden ball, plus the single that Pereira managed to get, would get Italy the 2 runs they needed on the golden ball to win the game. And in the end, Italy take this one in absolutely dramatic fashion. A terrific victory for them. You know, they clutched victory from the jaws of defeat. At one stage, we really didn't think they could do this. And of course, Imran Asif, you have to feel for him. Very, very rough day for him with the ball. 39 run over earlier against Italy, and then a couple of expensive overs here. I believe he gave up 50 runs across his 2 overs. As we, of course, take a look at the scorecard of this Italian national team. Joy Pereira, the captain, playing a captain's innings, making 51 of 26, but they would never have been in that position without some great late cameos from the likes of Simranjeet Singh, Gagandeep Singh, making 37 of 11, and Dindu Morage, of course. He just kept going at the beginning when a lot of his teammates were departing. The bowling figures for Austria, well, it's rather ugly viewing for a couple of bowlers. I mean, Imran Asif, as I said, 50 runs given up over his 2 overs. Karnbir Singh with the figures of 2 for 6. And in the end, Austria will unfortunately succumb to defeat in incredibly dramatic fashion. Of course, thank you very much to all of our viewers for tuning into today's action. It was so good that we could deliver you a golden ball on our final game. It was a hell of a match to watch, and this little mini rivalry between Italy and Austria is going to be fun to watch. They'll face each other 3 times over this series, and it's good to see that they're at 1-1 right now. So that match between Italy and Austria will mean just that much more right now. Let's take a look once again at the fixtures we have coming up tomorrow. Of course, it starts off with a couple of matches between which Finland will play against Austria and Italy, and then that match 8, I'm really looking forward to that. Just circle that one in, Italy against Austria for the 3rd time. You know, that could potentially be the match which determines who wins this ECI, and then we round it off with a game between Finland and Austria. So of course, to round off today's broadcast, I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in. A big thank you to all of you who joined in our YouTube chat and have been a part of these last couple of days when we've done the sweep for the ECC. And again, like to wish everyone a very good evening. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we can't wait to have you back here with us tomorrow once again. Hasta mañana. See you in the morning.